Can I have your attention, please? We have a nice long day, so to respect everybody's time, we'd like to get started on time. Thank you for being here this morning for our 8:30 special session, followed by our regular meeting. We will start with call to order. So if we could please start with District 1.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, staff and members of the public who are here with us today. My name is Patrice Horstman, and I am the supervisor for District 1.
Thank you. My name is Jeronimo Vasquez. I'm supervisor for District 2 and current chair of the board. Thank you. District 3.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Adam Hess, and I'm the supervisor for District 3. Thank you.
District 4.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. Judy B. Gay, District 4 Supervisor and current Vice Chair.
And rounding it out, District 5. Thank you. And now can we please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you. Now we will have call to the public to allow for any comments from the public. Please note that issues presented during the call to the public that are not on the agenda cannot be acted on by the Board of Supervisors. For items not on the agenda, individual supervisors may ask questions of the public, but are prohibited by the open meeting law from discussing or considering the item. Individuals are limited to 3 minutes for their comments. We will take the public comments from those in the room first, and then take public comments from those who have joined virtually. Clerk Daly will explain how the public can provide comment.
Thank you, Chair Vasquez. At this time, if there's anyone in the room that would like to provide a comment, we have comment cards on the table by the door, or you can also make your way up to the podium. And if you've joined us virtually by Zoom, you can hit the raise hand icon that will appear as a hand if you hover towards the bottom of your screen. If you click on that hand, it will raise your hand and notify us you'd like to speak. If you've joined by telephone, you can hit *9 and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. And at this time, Chair Vasquez, we have no comment forms and no hands raised.
Wow, I was starting to get used to a lot of public comment. We'll give it 1 minute just to see if anybody emerges.
There are no hands raised, Chair Vasquez.
All right, in that case, we'll close the call to the public and move on to item number 1. Consideration and possible action to approve a proclamation designating March 2024 as Women History Month. Human Resources will present.
I'll do that again. Good morning, Chair Vasquez, members of the board, Erica Philpott, Human Resources Director. Forgot to press the button the first time. Good morning. HR and the Diversity Committee is very proud to bring forward this proclamation for your consideration. And reading the Women's History Month proclamation today are Meg Miller, Jennifer Yazzie, and Ashley Cuevas. And following the reading of that proclamation, I have some events that I can share and talk about all the wonderful things the Diversity Committee has planned for Women's History Month. So I will turn it over to the readers.
Good morning, Chair Vasquez and the board members. Whereas Coconino County honors the visionary women from every class, race, and ethnic background, making historic contributions to our county, state, and nation with vision and determination toward the progress of our citizens and communities. And whereas the 2024 theme of Women's History Month is women who advocate for equity, diversity, and inclusion, which is a tribute and recognition of women, past and present, who have worked tirelessly to eliminate bias and discrimination from our institutions and society. And whereas during Women's History Month, we honor the generations of trailblazing women who have built our nation, shaped our progress, and strengthened our character as a society by leading and organizing the abolitionists, emancipation, labor, civil rights, criminal and health justice, and other movements. And
whereas despite hardship and strife, women have spurred change in communities around the world, steadfastly joining together to overcome adversity and lead the charge for a fairer, more inclusive, and more progressive society. Whereas we support the countless women who sacrifice and strive to secure rights for all women to have equal opportunities at pursuing endless futures in disciplines of education, activism, the arts, engineering, all sciences, and public service who develop our communities. And whereas Coconino County recognizes women who have served in the United States Armed Forces to protect, defend, and cultivate our freedoms. And
whereas this month we pause to pay tribute to the women who strengthen our community through their dedication, innovation, expertise, and leadership. So let us hold up the commitment to fight for equal opportunities for our mothers, sisters, daughters, granddaughters, grandmothers, and anyone who identifies as a woman. Now therefore, be it resolved, Coconino County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim March 2024 as Women's History Month in a special recognition of the contribution of women from all experiences of life to the advancement of and development of our county, state, and nation.
Thank you. Appreciate that proclamation. Do we have any comments from board members, or would we like to do a motion first and then have comments?
I'd be happy to make a motion, and I do have comments.
All right, we have a motion by Supervisor Horseman. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Hess. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. First comments, Supervisor Horseman.
Yes, and thank you. And thank you for the readers and for this proclamation. This year, Women's History Month is recognizing women who advocate for equity, diversity, and inclusion. So I think it's appropriate we look at some quotes of some great women who have inspired us in the past. Maya Angelou basically said, "No one can be free until everyone is free." And I think we all understand that, and we need to live that motto. Hillary Clinton said, "Women's rights are human rights." Sometimes that has been forgotten in our history, and quite frankly, in the history and current activities of many countries around the world. So Women in History is happening now. It's time that we do recognize and honor our foremothers, but let's also recognize that we are making history. So as we move forward, it is our responsibility that we move forward to build a fair and more just society. Now, International Women's Day is March 8th. Some of us remember, maybe you do, Lena, the first International Women's Day events that happened around the world. Very exciting, and I think we need to keep that excitement moving forward. We need to keep that moving forward in this country by recognizing we need to increase access for women to be able to remain in the workforce by childcare and expanding childcare, by increasing pay equity for women, by passing the child tax credit and expanding the Child Tax Credit Act, which reduces poverty for all in this country, and by maintaining the rights for health and wellness of all women, including reproductive health care rights and reproductive freedom rights. It is time to end gender-based violence. We look at this every year as well. We need to make sure that we move forward to create a world that recognizes and celebrates what women have done in our country. We do, as they say, hold up half the sky. And if we need to, we'll hold up the other half. But we are hoping and expecting that we have our brothers working together with us. So let's make history together. Let's build a more just and fair society. So thank you, Erica, for bringing this to our attention. Thank you, colleagues. It's certainly my pleasure to work with colleagues that certainly do recognize the importance and contribution of women and are in fact working together to build a fair and more just society. So thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Supervisor Horstman. Other comments? Vice Chair Begay.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing this proclamation to the board. It means a lot to identify today as this month for the Women's History Month. As my colleague said, I think, we're here to ensure that, we set examples as women. And we try to really go forward and show the public as to our strong leadership and our dedication for diversity, equity, inclusions, and then also just being out there every day. And I just want to bring up one person, Dr. Annie Wanika for the Navajo Nation. She really went out and strived for, the health of the Navajo people. She really fought against the tuberculosis and stuff like that for the Navajo Nation. But there are other race and tribes that have great leaders as women, that have come forth and really shown the community and really helped the communities in certain ways to be successful and to be race-free, as far as meaning, be a racist. We just need to be very careful, these days that we, as being, this proclamation says it all. And I just want to say thank you very much, for bringing this to the board.
Thank you, Vice Chair Begay. Supervisor Hess.
All right. I was going to let ladies go first. So, thank you for adding the military part. As everyone knows, I'm a military vet and a retiree, and I've worked with countless women in the military, and I've always treated them, everyone's green in the Army. So we all work hard, work great, and I've always had to count on everybody around me, men, women included. So I never felt that, but my daughter wants to go into the military, and she's growing up faster than I would like, so she'll be part of Women's Month, I guess. And I just want to thank you for bringing this up. This is important, and as my colleagues have stated, it's 2024, and we need to make sure that everyone's included. And I'm just glad that you did this. Thank you.
Thank you. And then also to defer for my colleague, Supervisor Fowler to go last, I'll go next. Usually I go last, but today I'll defer. I just wanted to say thank you for this resolution. It's really important that we recognize the contributions of women to our society. As mentioned earlier, oftentimes they've been overlooked in our history, and yet they're such a crucial part of our history. We all come from a mother. We all come from a woman. I am the man I am today because of my mother and the sacrifices she made to raise me, to make me who I am. And so I would just want to thank all the women in the room and thank all the women in the audience for all your contributions to our society. We could not do what we do without contributions from all of you. And so thank you very much. I really appreciate the fact that we are looking and identifying those women that advocate for equity, diversity, and inclusion. That's so important because that gives that broad view of all the different contributions from all the different women in our society. And so thank you, every single one of you who have contributed, who are out there pushing. March 8th, International Women's Day. Hopefully there'll be a good event that we can all participate in. I know my wife will expect me to be there. Yes. So again, just thank you for this proclamation, this opportunity to talk about the contributions of women to our society. And like I said, for me personally, as a father of two daughters, I want to see the world be opened up to them and all few of our future females in our society. And the only way we do that is having these conversations and making and pushing the change that we want. And so thank you for spearheading that. And I look forward to seeing the events for this month. And with that, I'll pass it over to my colleague, Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you, Yate. In Navajo, we introduce ourselves. We're a matrilineal society. And our first clan is always our mother, is through our mother. And a lot of our teachings is through the mother. The mother is the one that keeps the fire and is the anchor for the family. And when you lose a mother, it is really, really hard. And it gotta come together and continue based on the teachings that you received. And just, it is, we need more women in leadership. We need more women that can be elected into office, especially at the congressional state level, so that their women's voices can be heard. It is very sad how women are not respected at that level. I'm really happy that this proclamation is here. I lived with Dr. Annie Wanika for almost a year. I was a student. I was her only student. And she would wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning, every morning. And she would be saying that it's, your back must be really strong. You're still laying there. And I would have to get up, and I wrote all her letters for her. And then she was on the Navajo Nation Council, the daughter of Chi Dodge, Navajo Nation's first chairman. And she was on the council, and they didn't know what to do with her. So they had her sit. The mother is in the household. So it was around the chambers, around like this. They had her sit in the back so she could oversee her children. And they put her on the health committee because she's a woman caring for children. And that's how she was able to really work on tuberculosis. She noticed that was an issue. Community representative, she started that, and she got the Medal of Honor, Presidential Medal of Honor. And so, we have women that are just at home. We have women that are at home. They're the anchor. They are the breadwinners. They're the ones that are taking care of children. We're always talking about childcare. That's a big issue. But they keep going. Women are very resilient. Our communities are in general, but I think that we always turn to women when we need support and we need that advice. I always turn to elders in my community. So I just want to thank this county, because through the years, Erica and team has really worked to help families through our policies. And that's where the key is in those policies, to be able to have family be able to take leave when they have a child, to be able to adjust to their schedule. And that's really important. I think that's the first step. So I want to just thank the Steve. I think you really worked on it when you first came. And now here we are again, recognizing it. And now, yeah, so anyway, didn't mean to make a speech, but I just wanted to tell you more about Dr. Annie Wanika. She was just amazing. So, all right, thank you.
Thank you, County Manager Peru.
If I could add a couple of comments, women in leadership at Coconino County is about as natural as the four seasons we enjoy. We've long held and will long had women leaders in all of our departments and elected offices. In the county manager's office, we began with Kathy Eden, who I worked for, was probably the first woman county manager in the state. Jane Juarez came to us from the county attorney's office and served as our county manager for a while. Dora Harrison, Cynthia Seelhammer, of course, made their mark here at Coconino County. And so our tradition of women in leadership is strong, not to mention our Board of Supervisors. Your predecessors, Louise Yellerman, Lazar Chaletta, Deb Hill, Karen English, individuals that have, that have championed, it's been amazing. And then you look at all of our offices, assessor, treasurer, recorder, school superintendent, on and on and on. Again, it's about as natural as the four seasons, having women in leadership at Coconino County. As we look at succession planning and who are the next leaders in our organization, we have many, many individuals here within the organization that are going through programs, executive leadership training, all the professional development we're doing in order to grow our own. And it's easy to grow our own when we have such talent in our ranks. And so again, credit to individuals that are current, those that are in past positions here in leadership. You've made your mark, and we are who we are today because of your efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments? So we have a hand raised in the virtual world.
Thank you, Chair Vasquez. We do have Ms. Rose Tohi from the Indigenous Peoples Advisory Council on with her hand up. Ms. Tohi, I have allowed you to speak if you'd like to say something.
Yat Bene. I hope you can hear me. Shea Yahai, Twachini not the Anchnido, can the Chitney Bashin, Ashkanzo, the Chanel, the Oshin, the Shiche. Those are my mom's clan, my dad's clan, both my paternal and maternal grandfather's clans. It's so good to see you in the chamber. I just want to say thank you as a daughter of a matrilineal, matriarchal society. I want to just say thank you for this moment, these moments of you talking about our women. Many of our indigenous nations are matrilineal and matriarchal. So I just want to say some words as far as paying homage to our warrior women who have paved the way, the pathway of every service area, including the military. They are our foundation in our home and in our hearts. And I appreciate the proclamation and also the strong foundation of women at the county and the city. I just wanted to share those few words. And it's really interesting when I read the proclamation a few days ago, I did think about our mom, Annie Wanika, and it was really interesting that we all thought of her. What a strong lady she has been and still has that legend and legacy for us to aspire to. So thank you, our leaders, supervisors. I really do appreciate all of you. And I appreciate the leadership sitting there, Steve, Andy, and Erica, as much as I can see and I think I saw Lucinda there too. But thank you. You all do mean a lot to me as a person, as a citizen of this area. So yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate the comments. Are there any other comments at this time? All right. Well, in that case, thank you very much for this proclamation. Recognize, I'm already on the other proclamation, recognizing Women's Month. Thank you for all the comments. Erica, would you like to share with us some
Yeah.
events?
Yes, Chair Vasquez, members of the board, thank you so much. I'll share quickly some events. So our first Women's History Month event is today, actually, at noon, which is a conversation with Liz Archuleta, President and CEO of United Way of Northern Arizona. And so that will be on Zoom today, but she will be with us live. And then we have several events where we will be watching videos about great women in history. And we'll have a really robust conversation about those videos as we learn and allow them to inspire us. So we have several different conversations as well. Tuesday, March 19th, a conversation with Barbara Poley. Wednesday, March 20th, a conversation with Anne Marie. And I'll say her last name incorrectly. I apologize in advance. Chishili from NAU. There will be a panel discussion on Tuesday, March 26th of assistant directors and deputy directors, including Tara Clifton, Casey Dorman, Eve Walters, and Sue Waka, moderated and facilitated by Sue Brown, a great woman in our midst today. And then we will wrap up with a video on Wednesday, March 27th. So thank you to Arena Contreras and the Diversity Committee for planning these great events so that we can have robust conversations, good inspiration, and learn from one another. And we invite everyone to those Zoom presentations throughout the month.
Thank you. I look forward to seeing some of the events. Next item, number 2, consideration and possible action to approve a proclamation designating March 24, 2024 as Developmental Disabilities Awareness Month. And again, I pass it over to Human Resources Director Erica Philpott.
Thank you, Chair. We are so excited to bring forward Developmental Disabilities Awareness Month. It is something we have talked about for a bit, and this is the first time that we will have celebrated this month as a county with a proclamation and with events. And we have some esteemed guests with us today that I'd like to introduce. So Justice Armfield and Shadow Armfield are with us today, along with John Schaefer, who's the Senior Academic Program Coordinator for Disability Studies at NAU. And so Justice is going to be helping us read the proclamation. Justice is the nephew of Tammy Suco Viejo, who works for the County Manager's Office, a proud aunt today. So Women's History Month meets Developmental Disabilities Month in that way. And sister-in-law to Shadow Armfield as well. So we're excited to have them present, and then we'll talk about the different events that we have.
Sure, thank you. Welcome.
Hi.
Hi.
Whereas as the Coconino County Board of Supervisors
Yeah, bring the mic down. Thank you.
joins residents and local governments across the country in recognizing March 2024 as National Developmental Disabilities Awareness Month to highlight the importance of including people of all abilities in very aspects of society and
whereas persons with the lived experience of developmental disabilities are people of all racial, cultural, educational, social, and economic backgrounds that enrich our communities by application of their talents, perspectives, and skills. And
whereas February 26, 1987, President Ronald Reagan officially declared Proclamation 5613, making March National Disabilities Awareness Month, calling for all to provide understanding, encouragement, and opportunity to help persons with disabilities. And
whereas the 1990s Americans with Disabilities Act prohibits discrimination against people with disabilities in all aspects of life, including important employment, housing, transportation, and government serves and
Whereas Coconino County recognizes that developmental disabilities should not keep individuals from achieving their full potential in schools, employment, or as members of society, and
whereas education, employment, and community-based services are vital to provide opportunities for individuals with developmental disabilities to lead fulfilling lives that include supportive families, meaningful jobs, friendships, health, safety, and social opportunities. And whereas we encourage individuals and families to share their experiences and knowledge with the public, so we can all advocate for inclusion for those with developmental disabilities, as there is still work to be done to achieve equality. And
now therefore be it resolved that the Coconino County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim March 2024 as Developmental Disabilities Aware Month. We encourage all residents to recognize the strengths, gifts, and important contributions of people with developmental disabilities that enrich and advance the development of our county, state, and nation.
Great job. Thank you. Appreciate that. It's not easy. We do it all the time, and I'll tell you, you're a brave man doing that, my friend. Good job. Good job. Are there any comments at this time, or would you like to take a motion first? Okay, we have a motion by Supervisor Hess. Do we have a second? We have a second by Supervisor Fowler. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Okay, now, starting with comments. I guess I'll go first. Oh, wait, Supervisor Hess wanted to go first. Oh, yeah, you can't leave, man. This is all about you, and you're the star of the show at the moment. No, I just want to say thank you for presenting. I know it's difficult to get up there on the podium and read it, and you did an excellent job. Thank you. Okay, and we really appreciate this opportunity to recognize this month for disabilities and recognizing all citizens of our county at all ability levels and have the opportunity to contribute. And so thank you for contributing today. And I look forward to getting to know you more and seeing some of the events that are going to be happening this month regarding this proclamation. Again, great job. Thank you. Other comments?
I'll just go real quick. Very again, proud of you, man. That was awesome. You did a great job. And Shadow, great job being a father like that. Was very heartwarmed and felt it deep inside. And I really just thank you guys for really supporting your family and everybody. And this is a great opportunity to get the awareness out there, and just keep the knowledge. And man, I'm just impressed. That was very good. Thank you, and have a good one. Thanks.
Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you. Thanks so much. It's very, very special. There are many types of disabilities. I it reminds me of, there was a young child that had disability, and on Navajo we have outhouse, and she was at home, and it was in winter time, and she was trying to find her way to the outhouse. She let go of the string that took her there, and up in the canyon, and lost her eyesight also because of the cold by the time we found her. So, the challenges in being in the rural community and being disabled in some way, the programs are not readily there. And as a result, she didn't go to school. And if she wanted to go to school, she would have to be sent away. And so she's now an adult. And but the caring family that she has, that's what's brought her through all the challenging times, all the neighbors coming, helping out. And that's, when you think about how it takes a whole family and a whole neighborhood to be able to care for our loved ones that can't care for themselves sometimes or have challenges, it's really important that we're there. And then services are far in between. I know from Tuba City, there's a bus that runs to Page for education. And because that's where the service is. So just want to really appreciate Erica and team and Steve for recognizing disability. And a lot of times too, you don't know you're disabled in some way until you're an adult. You don't know why school was so hard. You don't know why things were just like impatient. And that back in the days, there was no diagnosis. Now we're really looking for it in the school systems. So I just want to thank you all for that. And thank you so much for reading and being so brave coming before us. I took a picture of you reading so I can send it to someone. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Begay.
This is very dear to me. I'm sorry, but, thank you for coming before us as a board. So Discrimination Act prohibits, discrimination against people with disabilities, health, education, housing, and also all government services. So I guess we really need to include people with disability because we have to work extra hard to ensure that we have equity because we're not there yet. We need to also acknowledge that their enrich their existence, contributions to our society. And development of the city, the state, and also the great nation that we have. I'm so glad that, we're all here for one another. You see this every day, and it gets to you. And I guess it's our job as leaders to provide adequate services and accommodate people with developmental disabilities. I just want to say thank you again for coming forth. And I see one of my nieces like that, and it's really hard for me to see her because I'm there with her, but, it just feels, it brings me tears in my eyes. Why? That's the question I have. But, we're all gonna be here together, pull together, we're helping one another. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Begay. Supervisor Horstman.
Yes, and thank you, colleagues, and thank you for the reading of that proclamation, the resolution standing up for the rights of developmental disabled individuals. And I think it's very appropriate that one of our readers' name is Justice. Advocating for the most discriminated and overlooked part of our society is so important, Justice. And so thank you for reading that. The ADA was not passed until 1990. That is a mere 34 years ago. And I remember going to Washington, D.C. on behalf of my schools, public schools, and quite frankly, on behalf of many developmental disabled people that are in my family and that I've had the fortune to work with and meet over the years, and represent them for the creation and eventual passage of the Americans with Disabilities Act. And Justice, thank you for being here. Thank you for being an advocate. Thank you for reminding us all about the strength and the gifts and the contributions that we all have and that we all bring together to create this world that we live in. So thank you for your advocacy. I'm sure it's going to continue, and really appreciate your reading. And I look forward to the events that the county will be having. And I would like, if we can, if it's okay, can we get a picture, Chair?
Yes, actually, that was the next thing I was going to suggest, that we get a picture with both groups for the proclamations.
Would you all be willing to do that?
Do it.
All right. All right.
All right, in that case, we'll take a break so that we can take, Supervisor Fowler.
I just want to add that in Navajo teachings, in Navajo, when there's a child that's brought into the world that is disabled, we're always told it's a gift, because it's the teachings is in the show. Show is like somebody say, show, notice. And there's a whole set of teachings in there. And in there, there's a teachings about people with disability, with challenges. So there are certain ceremonies and songs that are for them also. So, that you're a blessing. So I just want to thank you for blessing us with your presence and your words here.
Thank you.
It will happen.
Would you like to respond, my friend? Would you like to say anything?
Thank you.
Good answer. Okay, with that, we'll take a break, 10-minute break so we can take some pictures. Thank you, everyone. 10 minutes, but I'm just calling people back. Trying to get things in order because poor Erica is waiting to speak. Just kidding. All right, thank you, because we still have some stuff to discuss about the proclamation, and so we'll allow our presenters to come up to close out with some finishing words. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Vasquez, members of the board. I wanted to speak just briefly about the events that we have planned on Thursday, March 7th. The topic is I Am a Person. On Thursday, March 14th, we're going to have Autism Insight presentation. On Thursday, March 21st, we're going to have a presentation on understanding ADHD. And on Thursday, March 28th, we are going to shift the time to 11:30 to 12:30 so that we can join into Professor Schaefer's class, which is, the topic will be Intro to Disability Studies. And I wanted Professor Schaefer and Justice to be able to speak about that class briefly. Thank you.
Well, thank you for having me. Yes, Justice and I wanted to talk about our class. He is my co-teacher in the class. I've taught the class for a long time with a person with a significant disability who could no longer teach the class, and we wanted to find someone else who could come in and represent the disability voice. And so we met Justice, and we thought that Justice would be a great addition to the class. And so, yes, Justice and I co-teach a NAU class called Intro to Disability Studies. And with the class, we talk about such things as the language around disability. We talk about the different models of disability. We talk about legislation, the ADA, IDEA, the special education law. And with all of those discussions, Justice brings in his valuable perspective as being a man with Down syndrome and going through the special education system. And it's a great opportunity for our students to get to understand more of Justice's story, more of how you interact with somebody with Down syndrome or with an intellectual disability. So it's really great. And actually, that's what the event's going to be. And that's why we had to move the time is we have to run the class today. Our class is 11:10 to 12:25 on Tuesdays and Thursdays. And what we're going to do is we're going to have a Zoom presentation of our class. You'll get to see how Justice and I interact, how we lead our class discussions. We're also going to have students. We have many students with developmental disabilities in the class. They're going to talk about some of the definitions of what a developmental disability is, some of those models, and also talk about disability pride. We didn't talk about that at all with the proclamation so much, but disability is not a bad word. And there's a culture around disability, and we really want people to be prideful of who they are.
Great, thank you. Look forward to seeing the class. Thank you, really appreciate it. Great job. All right, thank you. Next up, our next item is board's consent agenda. All matters under consent agenda are considered to be routine and will be acted by a single motion. Are there any items that board members want to consider separately? I've had the request to pull item number 9. So in that case, may I get a motion to approve the consent agenda items 3 through 11 minus number 9?
So moved.
We have a motion by Supervisor Horstman and a
Second.
second by Supervisor Fowler. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion passes unanimously. Okay, now item number 9, consideration and possible action to ratify the purchase of vehicles from Phil Long Ford in the amount of $209,000, $1.24. And so with that, I'll hand it over to Deputy County Manager Sue Brown.
I apologize, Chair. I'm not sure on that item. I would consult my fellow Deputy County Manager, Andy Bertelson.
Thank you, Chair Vasquez. Thank you, Sue. Christopher Tressler is here with Public Works, so if there are any specific questions, hopefully we'll be able to answer them on item 9.
Just a note, Chair Vasquez and Director Tressler, Ms. Jill Stevenson is here and has filled out a comment form that she would like to say a few words regarding the item as well.
Yes, and from what I understand, that's the reason why we pulled the item. So there are no questions on my part from the board. Are there any questions from board members on item 9? If not, then Ms. Jill, if you could please come up and make your comments. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Jill Stevenson. I live at 1913 East Linda Vista Drive in Flagstaff. So good morning, everybody. This has been a very inspiring time. And I want to thank you all for your enthusiastic, informative, and inspiring speeches at the Democracy Fair. Everything that you all said reinforces our good fortune in having you as our county supervisors. So thank you. I understand you're considering replacement of several vehicles. I hope you will seriously consider the economic benefits of replacing with electric vehicles, as well as the positive environmental impact and example you will be setting for other counties. Though electric vehicle prices are coming down, they still tend to be somewhat higher than fossil fuel-powered vehicles. However, rebates through the Inflation Reduction Act offset that difference. Many grants are now available for EVs and charging infrastructure. I'm confident your staff are well aware and utilizing these opportunities. Operating costs are obviously where the big savings are for electric vehicles. They are not subject to inflation determining the cost of gasoline. There are so few moving parts that maintenance is a small issue. Battery improvements are happening daily. Electric vehicle mechanics are being trained locally. When there is an obvious need and job opportunities, these mechanics will come. In addition, if community choice aggregation, CCA, becomes a reality in Arizona, as it successfully has in 10 other states, all our energy will come from local, clean, renewable sources. CCA is something many organizations are working towards, petitioning the Arizona Corporation Commission and state legislators. Increasing numbers of local residents and visitors drive electric vehicles. More extensive charging stations will facilitate more tourists visiting Coconino County, spending many dollars on food, lodging, and numerous attractions. Increased rapid electrification of fleet vehicles and promotion of widely dispersed supportive infrastructure seem like definite pluses for our county. Now is the time. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate your advocacy. Are there any other questions or comments on item number 9 at this time? Okay, in that case, can I get a motion to approve item number 9?
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion by Supervisor Horseman, second by Supervisor Hess. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Oh, excuse me. Vice Chair Begay?
So I'm going to ask, so when does the county plan to go with electrical vehicles? Anything coming up?
At Chair Vasquez and Supervisor Begay, we do currently have 2 electric vehicles in the motor pool fleet. And we are meeting with departments to review their purchases over the next few years. And we're offering information and having conversations about how electric vehicles can meet the needs of their transportation operations within each department.
Okay, so, but going forward, we most likely will have requests for electrical vehicles.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Supervisor Begay, that's very likely.
And you're just in the process of reviewing how it's going to benefit the,
Correct. And
Okay.
with facilities and public works, we've been building out infrastructure, charging stations
Mhm.
to support that, the purchases of electric vehicles as well.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. In that case, we do have a motion. We do have a second. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, motion passes unanimously. Now may I have a motion to resolve as the Health District Board of Directors? We have a motion by Supervisor or Vice Chair Begay. We have a second? Second by Supervisor Fowler. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, we are now the Health District Board of Directors. We have the Health District Consent Agenda. One item. May I have a motion to approve the Health District Consent Agenda, item number 12, unless there's some comments.
I'm going to ask to remove it from the consent agenda so that we can have discussion on this item.
Thank you. I just saw my note on my on the next page. So thank you. We will remove this item at this time and pass it over to Health and Human Services Director Kim Musselman.
Thank you, Chair Vasquez, Board of Supervisors. Thank you for the opportunity to just have, I wanted to have the opportunity to give a couple introductory comments about Dr. Michael Madsen, who is before you and recommended to be appointed as our new Chief Medical Examiner for Coconino County. Dr. Madsen has served Coconino County as the Assistant Medical Examiner for almost 7 years now. It'll be 7 years in June. He is board certified in anatomic and forensic pathology and previously worked with the Midwest Medical Examiner's Office in Ramsey, Minnesota. I need to put on my glasses so I can actually read my words on paper. He graduated from the University of Chicago, Pritzker School of Medicine in 2006, and after which he completed his pathology residency at the University of Vermont. He then completed his forensic pathology fellowship at Hennepin County Medical Examiner's Office in Minneapolis, Minnesota. And I'd just like to say how grateful I am that Dr. Madsen has been a part of our medical examiner's office. Certainly, as you're all aware, with the retirement of Dr. Zarnicki, this is important and big shoes to fill, and we are absolutely confident that Dr. Madsen is the person to do this job. So I just wanted to be able to bring that forward to you and then also give you an opportunity to meet Dr. Madsen, and certainly if you have any questions for him and any comments you would like to make. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. First, I want to congratulate and thank Dr. Zarnicki for all his hard work. He spent 19 years here, and under his leadership, really built a medical examiner's office that I think Coconino County can be very proud of. I also like to thank the Board of Supervisors. I've been here for again, almost 7 years, and there's a lot of unique challenges that Coconino County presents in terms of death investigation, and I've always appreciated how the board has understood those and supported us to allow us to be able to do the good work that we do. I also want to thank Kim and all the, we're under the Health and Human Services, and Kim and the HHS team has been a strong advocate for us in helping us do our job. And I just want to say I'm excited about the opportunity. We've got a great team, and I really enjoy working here and look forward to helping lead our team into the future.
Thank you. Really appreciate your service and look forward to having you take on this role. And you have some big shoes to fill, but as always, when you come in and fill those shoes, you get the opportunity to make it yours and take it to that next level. So we look forward to seeing that. Thank you. Are there any other comments by board members? Supervisor Horstman.
Yeah, just want to thank you and welcome you, Dr. Madsen. It's great to see another former Minnesotan join us and join the team. And really appreciate meeting you and look forward to your continued service to Coconino County.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you, thank you for joining the county, and look forward to seeing your vision and carrying that out with the health department. Thank you.
Supervisor Hess.
Well, congratulations. You made it, I guess, to the top. You got a hard job, and I'm so grateful for you and your staff. You guys, have a tough job, and I can't imagine doing it. I'm thankful that we have people that are passionate about taking care of people as you do. And as we talked to Dr. Zarnicki about his passion and really caring about the family, and how he stated at his retirement how you are going to continue that. And I think that's probably the biggest takeaway from his legacy, is that taking care of the families of the people who are affected by everything you have to do. So again, you got big shoes to fill, and one door opens, you stepped in, and thank you. We need that position filled, and it's such great opportunity for you, and it really helps us as a county. So, and then as we're saying, I don't know if this is a thing with Minnesotans moving down here. I was stationed there, and I can understand why. It's cold. Hey, hey. Proud Arizonan. I won't take it back. But it is cold there, and maybe you brought some of that cold here. We need the water, so keep it up. But it is a long road to get here. Your path to get here, and we're just so lucky to have you. Thank you for coming up and stepping up.
Thank you. Vice Chair Begay.
Yeah, thank you so much for showing interest and then getting the job. And certainly, we know you're going to do a good job. You've been here, and and just want to say thank you for wanting to take the job, and doing the job for Coconino County. So, and I just want to also thank Dr. Lawrence Zarnicki, who retired, and for all his services that he's done here for the county. So welcome aboard.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Are there any other comments, or at this time, do we have a motion to approve the appointment of Dr. Michael Madsen as a Chief Medical Officer or Examiner, excuse me, pursuant to ARS 11-592 to commence March 2nd, 2024 for Coconino County?
So moved.
We have a motion by Supervisor Horstman. We have a second by Supervisor Hess. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. We have a unanimous approval of the motion. And so with that, congratulations. You are now our new Chief Medical Examiner.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Now it's time for the auction time. May I have a motion to resolve as the Board of Supervisors? Do I have a second? We have a motion by Vice Chair Begay, a second by Supervisor Hess. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Thank you. Now may I have a motion to resolve as the Flood Control District Board?
So moved.
We have a motion by Supervisor Hess and a second by Supervisor Fowler. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. We are now the Flood Control District Board of Directors. Now item 13, consideration and possible action to approve a budget adjustment. Wait, is it? Increase. No, I was just trying to make sure that it's not a consent agenda item. Sorry.
It's an action item.
It's an action item. Okay, just checking, making sure. To approve a budget adjustment increase to flood control district in the amount of $9,634,631.62 for the Natural Resource Conservation Service Award, agreement number NR 239457 XXXXC001, amendment number 3, to allow the flood control district to complete neighborhood flood mitigation efforts in the Copeland and Peaceful Way corridors. Flood Administrator Lucinda Andriani will provide a brief summary of the item.
All right, good morning, Chair and district members. This morning, I'm really pleased to present this. We were able to secure some additional funding through the Natural Resources Conservation Service to be able to complete work in the Copeland and Peaceful Way
flood corridors. There were unobligated funds that were available through the Washington office, and some of you were with us when we were in DC. We met with them, and they were very happy to be able to continue to support the work here. We have a phenomenal partnership with NRCS. I think you all know that, how much we've been able to effectuate both in every fire that we've had post-wildfire flooding. They've been just a real tremendous partner. So really appreciate them. Also want to acknowledge Tom O'Halloran, senior advisor now with the USDA, who helped facilitate this, and really appreciate his continuing support of our efforts here as well. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions or comments by board members at this time?
And I will add that we're going to be doing an overall flood mitigation update on the 26th. So.
All right, Supervisor Horstman.
Just a comment, and again, thank you for your leadership and advocacy and for the flood control district on this. And, you know, our former representative continues to deliver and serve those of us here in Northern Arizona. We want to have a special thanks to Tom O'Halloran for his continued concern and service to us here in Northern Arizona. And then I want to make sure and point out that the district match, which is about 2.4 million, is something that will be covered by the DFFM management grant, which we received in what, 10 point something million?
10.88 million.
And so that's even a better sign for us here in Coconino County, leveraging our partnerships to get the job done for our community. So again, thank you so much. Really appreciate your leadership on this.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler.
Yeah, thanks, Lucinda, and thank you for piecemealing. You find these fundings and these grants, and they're able to match it with other dollars, and you've been very creative and just putting a puzzle together. And I too want to thank Tom O'Halloran for continuing to deliver a lot of the actions that he took and helping us out here was with when he was a congressman. So
Absolutely.
just want to thank him again. And these projects, you know, they're just really important. And, you know, right now it's just the drought just continues. Look at our weather right now with this just dry, and when the monsoon comes, we got to be ready for it.
Yep,
And so you work every day just to ensure that the public safety of those neighborhoods. And so just want to thank you.
Thank you. And good news is, and we'll have more information, but we'll be setting up, I want to work with you to set up tours. We'll be starting manufacturing the actual steel storm drain pipe later this week, and then beginning construction the week of the 11th on the Copeland corridor. So be lots of excitement out there, a lot of activity over the next several months. So excited to move that forward. We've secured all the easements, and now we're really focusing on Peaceful Way and trying to move that forward. So we'll have more on the 26th. So thank you so much for your support.
No, thank you for that and for the update and bringing this to us. It's always encouraging when we go to DC and come back and find out that we've been awarded more funding. So, you know, kudos to the team, everybody that was involved, all 12 of us.
Yep,
'cause it was
a good
team.
cost benefit on that trip.
Yes. So, now with that said, may I have a motion to approve a budget adjustment increase to the flood control district in the amount of $9,634,631.62 for the Natural Resource Conservation Service Award Agreement Amendment 3 to allow the flood control district to complete neighborhood flood mitigation efforts in the Copeland and Peaceful Way corridors.
So moved.
We have a motion by Supervisor Horstman, a second by Vice Chair Begay. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next item is, may I have a motion to approve the Flood Control District consent agenda items 14 and 15, unless one of the supervisors would like to pull one of those items. In that case, can I get a motion?
So moved.
We have a motion by Supervisor Horstman, second by Supervisor Hess. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, motion passes unanimously. Let's see. Now may I have a motion to resolve as the Board of Supervisors. We have a motion by Supervisor Fowler and a second by Vice Chair Begay. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, next up is item number 16, Community Health Needs Assessment, Discussion and Presentation of the 2024 report. HHS Director Kim Musselman and HHS Deputy Director Michelle Axland will present. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair and Supervisors. Today, I'm going to take the opportunity to introduce this, but then I'm going to turn it over to the team who has worked tirelessly to put this together, to do this presentation. There were lots of folks who were part of completing our community health needs assessment, and some of them are going to be presenting on the information. So I'm going to limit my talking on this portion of this presentation today. But I do want to start and kick it off in terms of the work that goes into doing this, and also recognize certainly Michelle as the Deputy Director that oversees the divisions that are kind of primary to the need of doing a community health needs assessment, and also recognize both Andrea Murhu, who is our division manager over our community action division, and Amy Grippin, who is our division manager over our I'm going to get it wrong. Population health, sorry. And then also, I want to recognize, I know Joel Eunice, he is over our outbreak and response, and his team includes our epidemiologists, and Jake Cappy is here, who is our supervisor, our lead epidemiologist, who played a key role in gathering the data. This is a very data-driven report as well. And also recognize Chris was a part of the team as well in gathering the data and working on this. And there's a lot that goes into it that the team is going to explain, but I wanted to recognize folks who have had such a key role in putting this together. And then I'm going to try to also advance the slide. Okay, here we go. So one of the key things that I want to point out about our community health needs assessment is that actually this is the first time that we have combined them. So just to give a little historical perspective, all of you are fully aware that in the past we had 3 different departments that make up now what is community or what is health and human services. And so every 3 years, a community needs assessment is completed to look at the causes and concerns of poverty in the community. Those origins go back to President Lyndon B. Johnson and the War on Poverty. This is a requirement that we have in order to stay accredited as a community action agency. Our community health assessment has historically been completed every 5 years by county and state health departments around the country, looking at the leading causes of death and health concerns within the community. And this is something that had been done every 5 years. And we worked on this and put this together back during the pandemic, prepared this report that was the community health assessment. And the community needs assessment had been completed just about a year or 2 years prior to that as well, I think, right? Oh, at the same time, yes. So now we're trying to get them on the same schedule and do them together is really part of it. And also understanding what we've been talking with you all about for a long time are the social determinants of health. And it is all of these pieces. So it just naturally goes together that this now going forward becomes the community health needs assessment, so that it encompasses all of those things. The Community Action Advisory Board Community Action Agency Board is serving as the advisory board for this report. So, which has been the standard for the community needs report. So I just wanted to make that clarification as well. And as the team goes through the information, wanted to point out that the past needs assessment that was presented to you a few years ago, that was using data that was from pre-pandemic data. So 2018, 2019 data. And the team's going to be making some comparisons of what that looked like before and where we are and where we're looking at now with the data that was utilized, which includes a lot of data, including 2022 and 2023 data. So that will make more sense as we go along, but just kind of wanted to preface as we begin. So with that, they're going to walk through this and addressing these main goals of the assessment to understand what is the community health situation in our community in Coconino County. Looking at what are those health disparities, what is the path to improvement so that we can continue to improve upon the needs of our community related to health needs and to reduce the barriers for our county and our community members. And of course, really important, and I'd be remiss if I didn't end my opening comments with this, is enhancing community collaboration. HHS cannot do this alone. The county cannot address these issues in a vacuum. This is a community initiative, a community effort. We need all of our partners. We need all of our nonprofit organizations, our other governmental organizations, our individual community members to be a part of how we improve our overall community health. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Michelle. Nope, to Andrea next. Thank you. Sorry.
Chair Vasquez, members of the board, thank you so much for being here today and letting us present our findings for the Community Health Needs Assessment. Through the lens of the social determinants of health, we know all aspects of our lives can impact our health and our overall ability to thrive. The CHNA process allows Coconino County to identify barriers and gaps to address poverty, health, and our overall well-being. This assessment is based on the framework of the Community Health Assessment Toolkit of the American Hospital Association. Through this framework, we go through the steps to map the development process, build relationships, develop a community profile, increase equity with data, prioritize needs and assets, document and communicate results, plan an equity strategy, develop an action plan, and evaluate our progress. The publishing of the CHNA was step 6. As we move into step 7, planning equity strategies, we will begin facilitating focus groups throughout the county to explore strengths and potential solutions in each community. The information gathered will expand upon the existing community health improvement plan to designate health priorities for further action. To develop a community profile, our team gathered and analyzed quantitative data at the county, state, and national levels. We opted to present categories similar to the county health rankings and roadmaps to explore health factors and health outcomes and how this can affect our well-being and our ability to thrive. Community engagement and participation are some of the most important factors in conducting a meaningful needs assessment. We collected qualitative data through community-based surveys and key informant interviews. We reviewed information from the Community Action Client Survey, a survey that's completed by clients who are receiving assistance through HHS and received 380 responses. We sent out 2 surveys, one for community members and one for service providers. The community survey garnered 369 responses and the community provider survey 57. We also conducted 28 key informant interviews with community leaders in Coconino County. So what did the community tell us? There are several themes that stood out across the community engagement platforms, which are also aspects of the 4 community identified unmet needs. 45.63% of survey respondents identified that they had consistently, often, or sometimes had concerns or experienced challenges in securing adequate housing within the last year. 47.8% indicated that transportation caused a limitation in their ability to access services. 56.08% indicated that they had consistently, often, or sometimes had concerns or experienced challenging in accessing nutritious foods. And 83.3% of service providers surveyed stated that mental health was the most requested support service by their clients. The strengths of our community were noted as great diversity and culture, and some of the biggest unmet needs were housing and substance abuse. Community engagement has been a key to understanding the community experience. The next 2 slides will highlight the strengths, challenges, opportunities, and barriers that emerged through this process. Most key informants discuss the importance of cultural and social connections amongst community members as a strength and valued the diversity in Coconino County. Survey respondents noted the community was supportive and compassionate with an appreciation of having caring neighbors and community members to take interest in supporting someone's needs. Approximately 1/3 of key informants highlighted the strong collaborative relationships amongst service providers in Coconino County and the benefits of developing professional connections to efficiently utilize resources whenever possible. Of the 28 key informant interviews, 20 discussed the benefits of the current support services that are available throughout the county and how helpful they can be for the community. Some key informants also mentioned the benefit of having smaller and tight-knit communities, allowing for more opportunities to effectively work together. Affordable housing and homelessness were identified in surveys and key informant interviews as the greatest unmet needs, and 89.47% of service providers identified a lack of affordable housing as the most important economic challenge in Coconino County. The overall cost of living was also identified as a community challenge, and rising housing, food, and childcare costs have impacted residents' ability to meet their own needs. Key informants cited the overall challenge this poses to the local economy and the workforce. Staffing shortages are a big concern that can also lead to reduction in key service availability and cause a strain on our current systems to maintain service delivery. Transportation was cited as a challenge by community members. Coconino County is a vast landscape with no comprehensive public transportation options, and public transit systems only exist in certain municipalities like Flagstaff. It is often necessary for county residents to travel long distances to access services that may not exist in all parts of the county. And while key informants stated the types of resources that exist are helpful and provide needed assistance, it was also identified that these resources do not exist in all parts of the county, and service access in outlying areas continues to be a challenge. Mental health challenges and substance use are ongoing concerns amongst both survey participants and key informants, with 83.3% of providers identifying mental health services as a requested support service and 55.6% of service providers identifying substance abuse support as a requested support service. Several key informants noted the challenges in accessing quality mental health services and services that are focused on supporting the recovery community and individuals struggling with substance abuse challenges. Additionally, domestic violence and intimate partner violence and a lack of social connections were also identified as concerns in the community. Some key informants noted the intensification of these community challenges during and in the wake of the pandemic. In learning about the strengths, challenges, and unmet needs in Coconino County, we also asked key informants on areas of opportunity to make positive impacts. Coordinating prevention efforts to mitigate health disparities was suggested to have a more lasting impact on the community, which could include directing funding towards physical wellness and food security resources. Helping build social and community connections was another suggestion to address the challenges of social isolation and a lack of social support, in addition to destigmatizing mental health challenges to increase awareness on addressing a growing need. Some key informants highlighted effective communication among service providers as an existing strength to enhance collaborations in addressing some of our needs. And it was also identified that engaging in more outreach efforts for community education and resource information in outlying areas was something we could enhance to ensure community members had awareness of the services that were available to them. The reduction in support funds following the pandemic is impacting services, and key informants cited a need for targeted funding in certain areas that were underfunded prior to the pandemic, such as social and economic support services. And there were also suggestions to explore creative ways to attract strong applicants for essential positions, such as providing housing incentives in high-cost or rural areas. A notable service enhancement during the pandemic was the utilization of online and remote services, such as telehealth. community members who previously experienced challenges accessing services, whether due to distance, time, or cost, found themselves with more opportunities to access resources to address their needs. The increase in mobile and community-based model services was also an enhancement that has continued since the pandemic, affording more opportunities for residents to access resources that can come to them. It is important to note that there's an opportunity to enhance broadband access to all parts of the county to ensure residents in outlying areas can utilize remote services when needed. Key informants felt there were several threats that currently exist if the identified challenges are not addressed. There were concerns about available funding and resources becoming strained over time. And with the lack of available services in some areas of the county, this reduces the likelihood of prevention efforts to address health and well-being. The high cost of living and increased housing costs poses threats to the community, with the potential for an increase in homelessness and for individuals who do not have an ability to secure adequate and safe housing. Additionally, this will negatively impact the workforce. As key informants cited, many cannot afford to live in the community, leading to staffing shortages and service and business closures over time. Overall, there was a concern amongst key informants on the increase of poverty in Coconino County and the challenges that can manifest if this is not addressed holistically. And now I would like to turn it over to Amy Grippin, who is going to present them the next slides with a short simulation activity.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. I'm Amy Grippin. Michelle Axland is coming around with the materials that we're going to need for the activity. And if anyone else in the audience wants to play along, just let Michelle know and she'll bring stuff over to you. Okay, so you're each getting Smarties. Please don't eat them yet. All right. So this is an activity we'd like to have you join us in to simulate the experience of some of our community members. So we're going to start with this scenario. You have a partner and 2 children. You rent an apartment in Coconino County. Your partner works full-time and you work 2 part-time jobs. You and your partner both earn minimum wage. And since the minimum wage increase in Flagstaff, you no longer qualify for Access, SNAP, or other benefits. So the Smarties that you have are your monthly budget of 15 candies. So we're going to allocate your budget as we work through the next couple of slides. So first, we need a place to live. So you rent a 2-bedroom apartment. This takes just over 30% of your income. So you're going to allocate 5 of those candies somewhere on your plate as your housing budget. So that 30% of your income, you are among 51% of renters who pay more than 30% of their household income towards housing, and 18% of homeowners. Worse, there are 17% of our residents that pay more than 50% of their income towards housing. All right, the next, you have to eat. So you want to ensure that your household members get 3 meals a day plus snacks. So you're going to allocate 3 candies. The cost of food has increased disproportionately over the last several years to inflation. The average cost of a meal increased 20% between 2018 and 2021. All right, so now we're moving on to transportation. You and your partner share a vehicle and you take turns getting the kids to where they need to go. Sometimes one of you will take the bus or get a ride from a friend. So you're going to allocate 3 candies for that. And then the last category for this slide is behavioral health. You have a child in elementary school who's been experiencing severe anxiety. They've been on a counseling wait list for 6 months, and you just got the call that a spot opened up for them, but it's going to be expensive. So you're going to allocate 3 candies for that. So how's your monthly budget looking? You have 1 candy left. All right, so these 4 that we just covered, housing, food, transportation, behavioral health, these were our top 4 health priorities that emerged on this assessment. All right, but now we still have more choices to make. So one of your children isn't school age, so they need childcare because you're both working during the day. You do qualify for a partial scholarship. If you choose to do that, you're going to allocate one candy. You are hoping to get a higher paying job, but you need to be able to search and apply online. So if you want internet, you need to allocate one candy. But wait, your partner has an abscessed tooth and they need to see a dentist. Remember, you don't qualify for access any longer. Even if you did, adult access, what they pay is very, very limited. So it may not help you in that situation if you had it. So if you're going to address that tooth, you're going to allocate your last remaining candy. So how are you feeling? So this mimics the experience of many of our community members. So you might be thinking right now, well, maybe I don't need 3 meals a day plus snacks. Maybe I can use a food bank. Or for housing, maybe, I know we only have a 2-bedroom, but maybe we can get a roommate and cut down on that cost. Or maybe we can look for a 1-bedroom somewhere and one of us, we can just sleep on the couch. Or, you know, does your kiddo really need counseling? Maybe we can help her out ourselves. Maybe we can learn the tools to help her with her anxiety. So these are the choices that our community members are feeling every day. This is where they develop coping tools, some good, some not so great. So this assessment helped us really focus on the experience of the community and then taking that data that Michelle's going to go over next. And then we're going to move forward with that to learn about what upstream, what midstream, and what downstream approaches we can start to implement toward improving the situation for our families and our communities. The next few slides are going to highlight some of the data indicators that we found in the CHNA, and I will turn that over to Michelle. You're welcome to eat your budget. All 15 of it.
Well, how fun is that? You know, I get to do the data and she gets the fun Smarties. But now that we've left you feeling desolate, poor, despair, let's talk numbers. Are we doing any better? So what we're going to do is go over the next few slides, and we used a color coding system. Green means we're improving. Red means our stats got a little bit worse for our area. And yellow needs to be taken in under the context of a lens due to the location. We have a vast county, so some areas may show good, some areas may be missing those resources. So let's go ahead and start with tobacco. In 2017, adults in Coconino County who smoked reported at 15%. We have improved. Go team. We are now down to 8%. This is huge, but this doesn't tell the whole story. It doesn't include vaping. Our Arizona youth are reporting vaping at a rate of 16% compared to our Arizona youth who smoke at 7%. So we've got some work to do. Now we head into the red zone. Alcohol-induced mortality. Deaths from conditions which are wholly or partially caused by alcohol. In our community survey, residents identified alcohol use as one of the most important mental and emotional challenges in the county. Unfortunately, binge drinking is continuing to rise. Our alcohol-induced mortality for Coconino County is 64.5 per 100,000. When we compare that to Arizona at 20, we're 64, Arizona's 20, and the US is 13. This is a startling statistic. Drug overdose deaths in Coconino County increased by 47% between 2018 and 2021. The age range for overdose deaths are persons between the age of 26 and 44. While men had 3 times more likelihood than women for the same period, Native Americans made up more than 54% of this number. On a positive note, though, we were talking about statistics from 2018 to 2021. Starting at this point, on a positive note, we have been administering Narcan. It is making a significant reduction in our community. Deaths are decreasing. Emergency medical services administer 59% of the Narcan that is being used. Law enforcement, 32%, as I see individuals struggling with opioid. Food insecurity, green. Yay, we hit a positive. But we still have a lot of improvements to do. We are lower than the Arizona and US, but we have seen our food banks increase. 37% of our food bank distributions have increased. So to get an idea of the numbers we're talking about, St. Mary's Food Bank between 2021 and 2022 distributed 7.9 million pounds of food to Coconino County. That's a lot of food. The Flagstaff Family Food Center has seen a 45% increase in demands for meals and food boxes between the same period. As we look at food insecurity, Coconino County has a score of 13, so that's high. But Arizona is 9, and the US is 6 for diet and exercise. So like you had a choice in the Smarties game. Do you get food that's healthy and nutritious that costs you more? Or do you live with less and buy Smarties? And you get less. So again, it's a lot of choices, but we're seeing that in the data, and there's work to do. Coconino County has a rate of 91.7 fast food restaurants per 100,000. This is higher than Arizona. This is higher than the US. Yes, potatoes are a vegetable, but not when they're fried. On a positive note, chlamydia rates are improving, but there is an outbreak of syphilis across Arizona, which is a sexually transmitted nerve, eye, blood vessels, liver, bones, to all go away. I mean, this is a serious, and we've seen it across. In 2023, 48% of infected individuals in Arizona that had a syphilis infection were American Indians or Alaskan Natives. Okay, social and economic factors affect how long we live and how well we live. The choices that are available in our community are impacted by these factors, including can you afford medical care, housing, and manage your stress? So we talked about poverty. We are improving, but it's still not a great outlook. So a family of 2 working in the poverty level can only make $18,000 a year. Doesn't get any better at a family of 4 that's in poverty is making $27,750. While our poverty numbers for children improved from 2018 to 1 in 5, and now we're looking at 1 in 7, we still have, as Amy told us, 17% of our children living in poverty. Our numbers for seniors, a little bit better. We've improved from 1 in 6 in 2018 to 1 in 8. But overall, we have almost 39% of our community living in that poverty level. So if you were a family of 4, you're making $27,750. So we look at it in a bunch of different ways as we look at poverty. How much does a person need to make to live in Coconino County? This is a number you've heard a lot. You have to earn at least $46.85 an hour. What does that compute to annually? $97,000 a year. The median household income in Coconino County, $63,800. Subsidy programs are going to continue to not be available for families. As they make over the poverty limit, they will not qualify for our subsidies. Unemployment, it's green. After all that desolate talk. In 2022 data, we enjoy a low income employment rate at 4.3. When we compare that to 2011, where we were sitting at 9.5, we've shown a huge improvement. Coconino County has over 61% of their population in the workforce. When we look at our neighbors, Mojave, Navajo County, only 54% of their population is working in the workforce. Childcare is yellow. It's one of those weird ones where the data tells us one thing, but the key informants, the survey questionnaires all told us something different. This is a new measure for us, and it doesn't tell the story of rural counties. So we know there's plenty of centers inside the city limits of Flagstaff. You reach out beyond that, it is far and scarce between. This is adding to the economic burden of our community. Injury deaths were red, including unintentional and intentional deaths. Injuries happen when a place is unsafe or when people are engaged in unsafe behavior. Motor vehicle crash deaths are one of the leading causes of deaths in the U.S. Results from poorly designed roadways, impaired drivers, or unsafe weather conditions. So here comes a bunch of numbers. Coconino County per 100,000 has a higher number of motor vehicle crash deaths at 24.4 compared to Arizona at 18 and the U.S. at 13. In 2021, Coconino County had 45 fatalities. 1 year later, we had 60. According to the Arizona Department of Transportation, in 2021, alcohol played a role in 29% of those crashes. Suicide, it's red. We are sad to report that the age-adjusted rate for death by suicide for Coconino County residents went from 27.5 up to 34 in just a year. This exceeds Arizona at 19 and the U.S. at 14. The age group with the highest rate, 26 to 44-year-olds, and firearms and hanging are the most common lethal means. Climate change impacts our air pollution, allergens, pollen, disease vectors, food and waterborne diseases, food security, and mental health. In turn, rates of cardiovascular disease, respiratory disease, increased visits to the emergency room, food distribution, infectious diseases like Zika, and mental health with increased anxiety and PST all play a role in this area. So why do we care about air quality? It has a health factor. Arizona is the same as Coconino County. We're sitting at 4.8, but the U.S. is 7.4. This is marked with a yellow as other factors, including wildfires, which can cause shortness of breath, aggravated asthma, and affect the heart and cardiovascular system, do play a key role in our communities. Amy already hit on the housing burden and high-speed down interload. So a key component that we look at that affects the overall grade of our county health rankings is the length of life that is between birth and death. This helps reveal what we can do to prevent early deaths. The life expectancy for an individual living in Coconino County, 77.7. This is the same as Arizona, but our infant mortality rate per 100,000 is 67, compared to Arizona at 51 and the US at 50. So what's killing our infants? Prenatal conditions, sudden or unexplained infant deaths, congenital conditions. According to the World Health Organization, these could have been prevented. If we expand infrastructure, increase access to health and social supports, as well as mental health, we can aim at injury prevention. Top causes of death for our 1 to 17-year-olds, motor vehicle accidents, and suicide. So one of the last pieces of data that we'll be touching on today is our leading causes of death. This is one of the areas that we look at in every assessment. The leading causes of death in 2018 was cancer, heart disease, unintentional injury. They didn't change much in 2022. Coconino County has improved though, even though the data has stayed the same in our cancer mortality rates. We have decreased it by 16%. Coconino County is improved at over 20% over Arizona and 25% over the US. We know cancer prevention and screenings are critical to continue to lower this number. Heart disease, while the second leading cause of death, we are 46% lower than the US and 36% than Arizona. An area for us to focus and work on in the future coming up is unintentional injury. These were accidental overdose, motor vehicle accidents, and poisoning. While COVID was the fourth leading cause of death in 2022, we have seen that start to decrease. Suicide remains the leading cause of death as number 5 behind COVID, as the number of cases continue to increase. The assessment continues to break down the next top 10 leading causes of death, and we welcome you to read on those. It does analyze the data from 2018 to 2022. So looking at the top health priorities that were picked, we wanted to share what our community is doing in those areas currently. HHS has assisted over 1,000 individuals last year with rental and utility assistance. As a community group, there's been a lot of movement in housing. The City of Flagstaff Housing Commission passed a bond. Flagstaff Shelter Services purchased their second transitional hotel, set to open soon, called the Lantern. Catholic Charities is opening up in May a 20-unit facility in Page. Housing Solutions, as many of you were at, just opened JoJo's Place, a 40-unit facility with 1-year leases. Fredonia completed a $1.25 million project focused on supporting school teachers and to retain them. They built 3 duplexes, offered 3-bedroom, 2-bath units at a reduced rent of $1,000 a month, with 20% going toward a down payment. HHS received funding for crisis housing, and Habitat for Humanity has built 2 starter homes that are 500 square feet and plan to build an additional 48 by 2028. This is a partnership collaborative with the City of Flag for land and CCC for students to do the contracting. Food insecurity. Grand Canyon Food Bank's been pretty busy lately. He has done some amazing work with St. Mary's Food Bank and the town of Tucson and HHS. He has organized a school snack program, a backpack program, and encouraged the backpacks to be put into lockers to decrease the stigma related to food scarcity. In 2022, Flagstaff Food Center expanded services through community-based modeling. HHS awarded program funding to Circle a Page for $73,000, Grand Canyon Food Bank for $78,000, and Flagstaff Family Food Center for $246,000. Unfortunately, that program is ending this year, and so food will become a needed resource. We are currently working on securing additional resources, but our food banks will be short on funding going forward. Behavioral health. We've seen a lot of work in this area. We have new behavioral health providers in Coconino County. Community Bridges will be opening up a youth and adult stabilization center in 2025, along with a youth residential facility. Other providers are expanding. NAH has expanded their inpatient unit, and the STAR program in Winslow Guidance Center has come to Flagstaff. We are continuing to work in our other rural areas in this area. The City of Flag has invested in the Care Use Unit. Pathways is working as a collaborative to reduce recidivism with a mental health component. And HHS just added its first vending machine to the King Street lobby with free Narcan and fentanyl testing strips. CCC is offering 6 free counseling sessions to all of its students. And HHS, thanks to the Board of Supervisors, has a new youth prevention program that is launching. Transportation. HHS has distributed over 1,000 bus passes monthly over the past 3 years. Through the Health Disparities Program, we have launched a bike program along with a helmet for injury prevention across the county. And Coconino County's Board of Supervisors, through ARPA community funds, awarded Flagstaff Shelter Services funds to purchase a vehicle to provide transportation to Flagstaff Shelter clients. Mountain Lion published Flagstaff in Motion, a community plan that includes several plans and proposals to increase transit access. So that is the end of our presentation. Thank you very much, and we welcome any questions.
Thank you for the presentation. Very enlightening to see the issues that we've been discussing I think of last year during budget time, and how every department was talking about the housing issues, talking about high cost of living. And so the survey this data just backs up those items that we already knew about. So thank you for presenting that. Are there any questions or comments from board members? Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, thank you. The survey, it's overwhelming. Just where we're at. And I'm just wondering what the comparisons is to years past. I sent that email out earlier, but this is pretty much in line with the Surgeon General saying that loneliness is a chronic epidemic that's here. And social media and children's mental health is also one of his advisory that has gone out. Zello just did an article saying that the housing costs, the buyer has to earn 47,000 more than 2020 to be able to buy a house, which on average you have to be able to make $106,000 to be able to afford a house. And here we are, we're talking about people that don't have the means to be able to provide for their essentials, just the basic at their home. And so I just wonder what do we do? I know that we have these programs, but most of them are in Flagstaff. So they're still going out there. I think that it really needs to be, we need to really partner with our partners. I know that it's being rolled out, but the crisis is going on right now. And just the, loneliness, Surgeon General is saying that, it leads to substance abuse. That social connection is not there after the pandemic. So I'm just wondering what would have been what are the research and analyzing past community assessments to what the comparison is today. How, because we do it every 3 years, right? 5 years.
Yeah, it
5
was 3
years.
and 5, and now we
Uh-huh.
were moved to a 3-year. Thank you, Chair.
And so I think it's really important to really go back and analyze that to see how is the trend, or even back to when the first report was done, what's the trend from there to today? Is this as a result, a lot of it because of the after pandemic? That's just, yeah. Today is just have to wonder that. And it's a great challenge. And when we don't have the means, the funding to address a lot of these issues, it's just pretty challenging. And then I think part of it too is that, like for transportation, we have people that live in the rural communities that just don't have the transportation, and there's no transit system for bus pass. So that's the other challenge that we have. I guess we need to start that network again. And it's like how do we address all of this? I know that we're doing some, but seems like there's a greater need out there. There's much people are in such a situation. Children, our own children.
Chair Vasquez, Supervisor Fowler, you are correct. This is definitely an overwhelming process, and thanks to our community, that our community support partners are here with us at the table, having these discussions, looking for solutions. We're working with Hopi Transit to try to develop a better system for individuals that reside in that area, but that's still a long transit system. The Express Bus and Page, we're continuing to work with them as well. But it is going to take a community to address all these issues. So we do agree, and we will get back to you with that other information, looking backwards and forwards.
Yeah, and you know, it's right in line with Navajo Nation's assessment. Food insecurity, housing, substance abuse, domestic violence, and, you know, concern for adolescent and mental health. So it's just across the board. And you see that right up to the Surgeon General. I'm sorry, but I took a allergy pill, keeps drying my mouth out. That's why I have a hard time. So anyway, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. It just really makes me think. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Any other questions or comments? Supervisor Horstman?
Yes, thank you, and really appreciate all the efforts and compiling this. It's very, obviously very informative. It lets us know what we have achieved and what we have yet to achieve. I can't tell you how many times I've looked at the prior assessments. I think it's very helpful to us when we take a look at our decision-making and, quite frankly, when we take a look at the budget. You know, I think, as we've often said, our budget, you know, really shows our values and what we value as a board and as a community. And so I really appreciate the update. You know, it's not surprising, and I think your results are not surprising. And it really does, as my other supervisor has indicated, it shows the massive need we have here in Coconino County, and really the need for this to be a community-wide process, a community-wide effort. And we do have that kind of community, and I was really pleased to see that one of the strengths is the tight-knit community. I do think that is one of the things that distinguishes Coconino County from the state, quite frankly, and the incredible community partnerships that we have with our nonprofits all across Coconino County. Yes, we understand that the population center is, you know, in our county seat, but we do and work very hard to extend our services across Coconino County. And you know, just the commitment that this board has made for behavioral and mental health and the outreach, but really, you know, you all at HHS has, you know, certainly made a big difference for our community and for the people who live all across Coconino County. So I want to thank you for your efforts. We have we have a lot of work to do. We have much more that needs to be done, but we are also serving so many people and vulnerable populations here in Coconino County. So a big thank you. I really appreciate the updated assessment. I think it is important for us as a board, and I know we will take a look at this as we move forward and be making our decisions for our communities. So thank you very much, Michelle and company. It's really great. So to see you all again. And I know we'll be hearing more from you on this. It's great to see you on this. And thank you again.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Supervisor Fowler?
I just want to add that when the family is struggling, it is a health issue, it's a public health issue. And not being able to have being able to provide, and that loneliness and just not being able to provide for yourself, it leads, and this is from the Surgeon General again, 29% increase in heart disease, 32% increase in strokes, 50% increase in the risk of dementia in older people. And then, you know, and the premature death is 60%. So your survey and just the work that you're doing is just so important. and that social connection to create that, how, and in the community, and back to your study, that community connectedness is very important. Communities, I guess that's where, working with the communities, being able to bring those connections, like our Parks and Recreation, our these other programs that we have. So it's really good that you work across the board also with our other departments to create that awareness. And then, this is just amazing.
Thank you, Supervisor Feller. And I do have to say, we feel very fortunate at HHS for the amazing staff we have, but also for our other departments that are willing to collaborate with us and think creatively out of the box of how do we solve these public health issues and barriers.
Thank you. Supervisor Hess.
Well, you stole my thunder. I was going to say, I really applaud you and your teams and everyone for capturing this data is the hardest part. Where do you even begin? And I know that all is that, and there's a lot of information. You painted a picture, not a pretty one, probably a grim one, but we need that in our face so we can understand the problems. And then we really expect you guys to find that out of the box answers to help us. I applaud the professionals that are all working for us throughout the county to answer those. I'm glad we do have a lot of these services within Flagstaff. Now it's time to find out how to get those to the rest of the county and just keep it up. I mean, my colleagues have said a lot and I'm with them on all that. But again, man, I look forward to you guys searching for those answers to out of the box to find this, because it's a tough problems that we have to solve, and we have to solve them because we owe that to our people and our communities. And I just say good luck, and we're all counting on you, and we all
For sure.
we all have your back. I got your back. As much as
Thank
I
you,
can.
Supervisor Hess, and thanks. We'll turn that one over to Kim.
Kim, get busy. All right, thanks.
Thank you, Vice Chair Begay.
Thank you, Kim. Thank you for the presentation and the information that you provided to the board here. And I was looking at the methodology and the community engagement. I'm thinking, sitting here, who else can we get involved to do surveys? Who are out there that may be able to assist us in maybe bringing the numbers higher and to see a bigger picture of it? We already know what it is with these numbers that you presented, like there's community surveys of 369. And I'm just thinking a lot of this data gathering could be useful to secure funding. And so I think that's one of the things that we really are going to be looking forward to. And I know the board has really stressed a lot about mental health issues, and we did set aside dollars for those services. So there's a lot that you gave, information that you gave to us, and all the percentages and stuff like that. But I think we really need to get our partners. How do we get them involved, and because it's not only the jail district has a lot that they deal with, and then people they're incarcerated, what's really bothering them? What do they need? What kind of services do they need? And just do individual interviews with them too. Maybe those type of things I think we really need to look at. But overall, the work is good, and we just probably need to expand it a little bit more, and then see what you come out of that. And then, and again, like I said, a lot of these things can be used to secure funding, the need for funding. So, but anyway, I just wanted to say that I want to know we can do another exercise for a Smarty.
We'll leave them at the front
Anyway,
door, Supervisor.
Anyway, yeah, building connections and the community outreach stuff, and there's a lot that you brought to us, and of course the high cost of living is everywhere, and utilities, everything is just going high. Everything is going high. Buy a new car, you're paying double the amount that you used to pay about 5, 6, 7 years ago. Those kind of And what are some of the challenges that the people that work have? And that's what you presented some, but there's probably more to that, you know? So anyway, I just want to say thank you to you and your staff, and my colleagues have already brought up other issues that, you know, I want to kind of bring up, but I just want to say thank you, and Steve and the whole crew here that's, you know, doing the presentation. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay.
Yes, thank you. It's, like I said before, very enlightening. And as I was listening to everybody's comments, made me think about, you know, how as we look at our budget, we look at, we use data like this to make evidence-based decisions and to decide what resources we allocate to what programs. And so really appreciate having this full view of our county, our health needs, and able to take that into consideration as we're making decisions moving forward. The one area that I did have a question occurred to me is, I believe it was JoJo's Place that has 1-year leases. I know that that was originally intended to be transitional housing. What's the plan beyond that? Because if we get folks in there, we get 40 families in for a year, that's great. But are we looking for them to stay permanently, or is there the next step transition home for them? Because I know housing is real difficult. And so what's that plan?
Great question, Chair Vasquez. Yes, 1-year housing is still considered transitional housing. The group, the Coconino Community Coalition here, working on housing, is working on more permanent housing solutions with the Arizona Department of Housing. There are some grants out there currently that people are applying for, but yes, permanent housing is our next solution to solve, because we are going to have a lot of transitional housing. But then what's next? They need mortgage assistance, they need down payment assistance. And so those are the kind of grants and funding programs that we are currently working with our housing partners on to secure. So no good solution, sorry.
No, that's no problem. I just a curiosity there. And, you know, I really appreciate you looking at and addressing different social determinants of health and how our county can provide those services most effectively, not just here in Flagstaff, but in the whole county and the rural areas. So thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, Chair Vasquez and Board of Supervisors.
Thank you.
Michelle, one of the, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
You know, coal impact counties, when the coal power plant or power plant, a major industry shuts down in a community, as it did in our county, that it takes a while to recover from that. So NGS shut down, the pandemic happened, and you know, and all of that. There's this wave of this community, just families were torn apart with both events. And now, you know, this is what we're seeing. Things have increased. And so I think that's part of this whole, you know, analyzing data, and that is part of, we have to consider that as part of everything that we're looking at. People had high-paying jobs, secure, being able to provide for their family, and then all of a sudden, within 2 years, it's done, it's gone. And families are still divided because they had to get jobs elsewhere. So that creates a huge challenge for families.
We definitely heard that, Supervisor Fowler, in the Page region as well as in the tribal lands near there. So yes, we definitely heard that, and we'll be looking at a broader plan.
All right, thank you. And I know we have another presentation coming up, but we'd like to have a 5-minute break. And we will return at 10:50 for our meeting. Thank you, everyone. We would like to get started in order to provide folks the time to have the proper presentation. Thank you. So now may I have a motion to resolve as the Flood Control District Board of Directors or District Flood Control District Board?
So moved.
We have a motion by Supervisor Horseman. Do we have a second? Second by Supervisor Fowler. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Thank you. Now we'll have a presentation on the wildfire crisis in Coconino County to the Flood Control District Board of Directors. This is the fourth presentation in the series, which will focus on the Coconino National Forest Plan for addressing the significant wildfire risk in the Upper Rio de Flag watershed. Alan Hayden with Natural Channel Design Engineering will also discuss plans for watershed restoration to coincide with forest restoration to improve watershed health prior to catastrophic wildfire. Lastly, we'll discuss the financial plan to implement the Upper Rio de Flag Forest Restoration Plan, including the district's recommended funding plan for fiscal 2024 and 2025. Flood Control District Administrator Lucinda Andriani will introduce the item. Presenters include the Forest Service District Ranger Matt McGrath, ecologist Alan Hayden, and County Forest Restoration Director Jay Smith. And with that, I'll hand it over to Lucinda.
Great, thank you.
Sorry, my fault. I've got to get the presentation uploaded.
Got to give Lindsay a little minute here to get that presentation loaded. Okay. I'm just waiting. That's okay. This is it. Excellent. Great. Thank you, Lindsay. All right. Good morning. I'm Lucinda Andriani. I serve as Deputy County Manager and Flood Control District Administrator. Chair and members, directors, I'm very happy to be back again today with fourth in our series of wildfire crisis in Coconino County. Last week's presentation focused on the study results showing that the Upper Rio de Flag watershed is at high risk for catastrophic wildfire and subsequent significant post-wildfire flooding, and that these events would conservatively result in $535 million to $2.8 billion in economic impacts to our region. As I noted last week, I do not believe that the residents in the greater Flagstaff area would be surprised by these results. And we know, though, that the next question would be, so what will be done to address these threats? Today, the Forest Service will be presenting what I consider phase one, or the initial phase of the Upper Rio de Flag Forest Restoration Plan. This plan was jointly developed by the district and the Forest Service to focus on highest priority areas that are ready for mobilization. You will see that the Forest Service has a detailed plan, and that the district and forests, and I'm using the term forest because the plan that's going to be presented today in terms of
Jay's comments toward the end relative to the budget also includes funding for continuing our critical work on Bill Williams Mountain in the Kaibab National Forest. You'll also see today that we have jointly developed a funding plan to accomplish a major portion of the work that's going to be outlined by the Forest Service today, as well as, again, the work on Bill Williams Mountain. The district is also working with the Forest Service to proactively implement watershed restoration in the Upper Rio area, and Alan Hayden with Natural Channel Design Engineering will preview that project today. This is actually a concept that was brought to our attention by the Forest Service, by Chief Deputy Chris French, and something that we want to work together to try to employ as well as a pilot project. To fully implement the Upper Rio de Flag Forest Restoration Project will require us to continue to advocate for FORFRI funding and other federal funding to support this critical work. Lastly, today, Jay will share, as I mentioned, our recommendation for fiscal year 2024. That is the year we're in now, relative to forest restoration funding. In terms of fiscal year 2025, that discussion will take place during your upcoming budget process. So we'll have that discussion. As you know, we'll be launching that process here soon. In fact, we come back, the flood control district is on March 19th. Thank you. Again, I really want to thank the board. You have been your continuing support of and attention to the wildfire crisis in this county and support of addressing it, as you well know, has been recognized nationally, and we want to continue to deliver the benefits to our communities across the county. So with that, I'll turn it over to Jay, and Jay will also introduce our guests that are here today. I also want to share that I want to thank Channel 3 is here today, and as well as the Arizona Daily Sun, and appreciate their coverage that has been provided to keep the community informed about how this is moving forward.
All right, good morning, Chair Vasquez and Board of Directors. Thank you for your attention this morning. To start off, I do want to introduce a few people here that are key partners in the work that we're getting ready to do. So from the Nature Conservancy, we have Nicole Hennon. She's the project manager, brand new. I don't know how you've been, maybe a month or two. And then Kevin Dickinson is with TNC as well. He's their GIS, all things computer, spatial data specialist. And then Tommy Bolton with Campbell Global, who works with TNC and does a lot of the on-the-ground work on thinning the forest for us. So wanted to introduce them as key partners that we'll be working with. So as we've done in the past, just to go over real quick, and Lucinda did a pretty good job, so I'm not going to go too long into this, but last week we looked at the J.E. Fuller pre-fire flood risk study, understand the high risk. We'll understand the potential for post-fire flooding that will impact several communities. We also understand the reduction of potential wildfire size and severity can reduce that flood risk. We saw that post-fire flows could increase from 3 to 6 times in the city and up to 31 times in Fort Valley. So, significant flows. We also looked at the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers Flagstaff Rio to Flag project, that how it can have an impact, a good impact, to reduce the flood flows in downtown and through South Side. And then the other study we looked at last week was the NAU Economic Policy Institute. Their economic impact study at the San Francisco Peaks did have a fire in that Upper Rio de Flag watershed. And as Lucinda stated, we saw the range from $535 million to $2.8 billion under the current conditions. We also saw in that study a very significant interruption to businesses in Flagstaff. And we saw that this was only one flood event that they looked at. I think that's a key point. That's how conservative this study was. We only looked at one major flood event, not multiple flood events, which is what we see after major post-wildfire flooding. And then, as I toot my own horn, we all know forest restoration is the best way to restore our forest health and to reduce the threat from catastrophic wildfire and post-wildfire flooding. So that's I'm gonna get that in maybe a tattoo. I don't know. I'm not into tattoos. So what are today's goals? We want to look at this Coconino National Forest, forest restoration plan in the Upper Rio de Flag watershed. We're going to review the treatments. Matt's going to talk about what are the treatment and timelines and the funding and the partnerships that will be involved. Then we're going to have Alan look at the proactive watershed restoration pilot project that he's developing with the Coconino National Forest. And then I will review our forest restoration investment plan for FY24. So with that, let me introduce the Matt McGrath Show. We've all talked about it. It's now time. It's here. Let's give it up for Matt McGrath.
Not again.
Mhm. I know that's like the 5th time I've heard the Matt McGrath Show is coming. And I usually very comfortable in presentations like this, but the expectations have been building for weeks, and I'm starting to, like, I'm gonna have to start doing tricks or something to entertain people. Good morning, Chair Vasquez and directors. My name is Matt McGrath. I'm the district ranger here on the Flagstaff Ranger District on the Coconino National Forest. I know I've had a chance to meet with you all before individually, and director, supervisor. I always get to director and supervisor. I'm going to go back and forth. Has had a chance to meet you last week, and it was very nice. I was thinking I haven't actually had a presentation with the board in a little bit of a while. I think the last time was when we were still all virtual. I don't know when that was, but it was a while ago, and I'm glad that we're not doing that anymore and that I'm here with you in person. I'll start just by saying, as we work through this, please feel free to stop me with questions at any time if that works for you, as we go through some maybe technical stuff, and I'll try to keep the jargon to a minimum and the acronyms to a minimum, although there are some acronyms in the presentation, but I will go ahead and explain them as we go. I'll start by saying we do actually a little bit of everything on the Flagstaff Ranger District. And when I say everything across all program areas, we talk a lot about forest restoration, timber, fire. I would love to be here talking to you today about the 24 miles of new trails we've built in the last 2 years in the Dry Lake Hills. And while that is really important, I'm here to talk about really the most important work that we do here on the Flagstaff Ranger District and the Coconino. And so you see, I have what I call my unofficial forest restoration objective. Just the Forest Service has a motto, we have sayings, we have all this stuff. But when I talk to people about what it is exactly that we do on the district, like almost everything that we do is to reduce the potential for uncharacteristic fire that impacts the peaks and surrounding areas and downstream communities, whether that's fire or flooding or both. And when I say uncharacteristic fire, that's in there on purpose because fire belongs on this landscape, whether that's the Ponderosa Pine Forest or whether it's even up in the peaks. How often, the frequency of that and the severity of that varies. We won't get into the details around that, but this landscape was essentially built to burn. And through 100 years of management, we have changed the natural conditions significantly. Oh, thanks. I thought you were going to press the button so the 3-minute timer would start pressure me. But we've changed the environment significantly over the last 100 years, and what we're trying to do is get to more natural conditions, and that's basically our primary objective. We have 3 primary tools that we use in forest restoration. Mechanical treatment, which is what I'll talk about mostly today, and that's big machines out in the forest. That's a 0 to 5 year horizon if we're actually working today, which we are in some places. That's right now, and then we're also always planning out into the future, and some of that we'll be talking about today. We also do hand thinning work or timber stand improvement work. That instead of a big machine is a person with a chainsaw. So simply just because of the scope of a giant machine can do a lot more than one person with a chainsaw. That's mostly what we'll be talking about. But there is really important hand thinning work that's going on in some areas. A lot of that's smaller projects near communities for greater risk reduction right outside people's yards. Then we'll prescribed fire is the second piece there. That's either broadcast burning, which is kind of when you think of a traditional fire. That's generally what you think of, but that also includes pile burning, whether they're large machine piles, sometimes 2 or 3 stories tall, or hand piles of smaller material, maybe not even as tall as me, on some of those hand thinning projects. That I have there for the time horizon generally after mechanical treatment. We'll talk about that a little bit today, and how some of the things that we're proposing in coordination with the Flood Control District and our partners will accelerate our ability to reintroduce fire to this landscape and try to mimic natural conditions as soon as possible. Third thing that I won't talk about today, I think that might have been the last thing that I was talking to you about, is people management. And basically that is, as I sometimes describe it, reducing the knucklehead factor out on our public lands, basically keeping people from starting fires where they shouldn't start fires. And that's something we do every day. And so I think we've talked about, we have camping and campfire restrictions surrounding the city and also adjacent communities that are year round. And then we also have seasonal fire restrictions. We hear stage 1, stage 2. And last summer, we had changed our stage 2 restrictions where some of the more sensitive areas, basically the entirety of the peaks, we're going to shift during stage 2 to non-motorized areas, as 90% of our human-caused fires are started within 500 feet of a road. Last year, we were fortunate. We had that great winter, and we didn't have to go into stage 2, so we didn't do that. We'll see this year if we do, and that'll be something that we'll be talking about. I'm sure will be an interesting discussion topic in the community if we get there. Now is when I shouldn't apologize, but say the Flagstaff district is kind of oriented north to south, and TV screens are oriented east to west. So whenever I put a map of the whole district up there, it comes up tiny. But just sharing this with you, and right in the middle, of course, is Flagstaff. All that dark area is private land, or the Camp Navajo out to the west. But just showing, this is basically all of our timber projects that are either ongoing or planned for the next several years, and some that have been recently completed. But just sharing with you that we're working throughout the district and around all the communities. We're going to be talking mostly about the San Francisco Peaks and the Upper Rio drainage today. But do want to start briefly. I'm going to zoom in here on the southern part, and I put in the communities there so you'd have a little bit of an orientation, but just want to briefly share. This is the I-17 corridor from Flagstaff down to Munns Park. We've been doing a lot of work over the last 6 months or a year along what we call the 700 road corridor, which goes basically from Kachina Mountain Air specifically, down towards Munns Park and over to Mormon Lake. At one point last fall, I think we had 4 different timber sales going out there, and about 40 truckloads a day of timber coming off the forest, which is certainly a record for the 5 years that I've been here. I can't speak for longer than that, but was doing really great work there, surrounding the community of Munns Park, and also south of, working on a project right now south of Kachina. So again, when folks hear me talking about the Upper Rio and the peaks all the time, they're like, "Whoa, I don't live there. I live out in Munns Park." We're doing a lot of work down there too. Coming in up to the north, and this was as we get more into the Upper Rio drainage, but showing you some of the other work that we've done where we are here in Flagstaff. But you see Fort Valley, and ASR stands for Arizona Snowball Resort, just as an orientation marker in Schultz Pass. So below Schultz Pass is all the Flagstaff Watershed Protection Project work that we did with the city, starting when I got here in 2019. Most of that is completed, a little bit of that is still going. And then over by the community timberline, it's not on this map, but some of that hand thinning work that I described along Eldon Springs Road has been going on last year. And then also have a project that will be starting this summer immediately adjacent to the community of Timberline. And some of that is hazard tree removal from the tunnel fire. Some of that is just more work there to prepare the community for the next fire that comes through that area. Now I'm going to zoom in on the Upper Rio, and I know you've heard us talk about the Upper Rio a whole lot, and you've heard Lucinda and Jay talk about the Upper Rio quite a bit. And so these maps, I think you have in your packet, but really just on the left is a larger view. So you can't really see much, but you can see how big the Upper Rio drainage is. That blue line is the Upper Rio drainage. That map was created. You can see the kind of magenta color there. That was to highlight the steep slopes that are in the area. That big chunk to the right of the map is most of the Flagstaff Watershed Protection Project work that we did. And then as you get over more to the west and north, some of those slopes we'll be talking about as we talk about the LaRue project here. But then on the right-hand side is really when we start talking about Upper Rio projects, those are the projects that we're talking about. And I will start by acknowledging that when we talk about the Upper Rio, there's the Upper Rio drainage, but the Upper Rio is also, when we describe that, has become merely a placeholder for talking about the west side of the San Francisco Peaks. So I will be talking to you today about some projects that are not technically within the Upper Rio watershed. However, they are projects where if a fire was in that area, it would probably almost certainly impact the peaks, which would impact the watershed. So even though it's on one side of a line, it no less important. And on the right side, that map, that red line, that's the extent of my GIS skills. Went in and actually an acrobat. I don't have GIS skills and just sort of hand drew the line. So that red line there may not be entirely accurate, maybe off by 1/8 of an inch, but don't hold it against me. But those are some of the projects we'll be talking about today. So here are you can see all the names of the projects on that map, and we have them sorted there as priorities. And what I will say is when you see like number 1 and number 6, like the Phoenix Suns are in 6th place. They are way far out of 1st place. They're so far out we're not even going to talk about it. But here 1 through 6 are a lot closer. Right, they're not as far apart. So when you see a 6, you're like, wait a minute, you're never going to get to that. No, we're getting to that, but they're all important. But PowerPoint wouldn't let me do like 1A, 1B, 1C, and all that. And I figured if I just made them all number 1, you'd think I was silly. But want to talk a little bit about some of these projects. And as I get into that, this is where I invite you if there are questions that you would like us to visit. I'm more than happy to talk about that. Before I talk really about the projects here, last week when I saw Joe Lovrich use this 3D map, and I was envious of that when I just had the little, kind of that topo map that's a little bit harder to read. And I said, hey, Joe, can you put our projects on that map? And he did it. He was gracious and did it very quickly. And I think it really helps understand the story of the Upper Rio drainage in the west side of the peaks. And somehow I've made it this far through our presentation without talking about our prevailing winds, which are southwest. So almost everything that especially during fire season, our winds come out of the southwest. So anything to the southwest of the peaks is a particularly sensitive area, also to the west. And you can see these projects are all almost immediately southwest of the peaks or just to the west. And so we'll be talking a little bit about them each specifically. This map has the future projects that we're looking at. I do invite you, this was a late addition to the presentation, and you have this map next to me in front of you. This has those projects, but also in orange and red has some of the completed work that we've done in the Upper Rio drainage over the last 5 years. Because when you look at the other map that I provided, you're like, well, there's this big blank spot that you're not doing anything. Those are mostly areas where we've already done some work. So the orange sections, one of those is Chimney Springs. That was work that was done in 2019. You can see that out along Highway 180. We did that in partnership with the Nature Conservancy and Campbell Global, and that work looks really great. We've been able to go in since then with prescribed fire, so feeling really comfortable about that area. And then the red sections there are areas where we have had prescribed fire over these are generally the last 10 years. We've done work before that, but after 10 years, you need to have been back in there and have done more work. So we haven't been somewhere in 10 years. I will also point out that on this map across where you see Hawk, just to the west of that, somehow it didn't make it onto this map, but is the Wild Bill prescribed fire, which we were out doing last spring and last fall. And so that's a big piece of this. And it's like, Matt, what are you talking about? Just west of the peaks. We don't have any plans to get in there immediately with mechanical treatment. But the conditions were right that we were able to get in there with prescribed fire. And that was shows kind of some of the challenges that we face here where we shut down one lane of Highway 180 for several hours. And ADOT is very gracious and helped us with that. But that is anywhere in this area is a complex area to work, whether because of the communities, the sensitivity of the peaks, both to our communities and our 13 tribal partners, but also just having a major highway running through there and access to the Grand Canyon. So a particularly difficult place for a lot of work to get done. This has a table, and I'll talk a little bit about each of the projects now. I mentioned them in larger scale, but want to dive into this is the specific work that we'll be doing over the next couple of years in the Upper Rio drainage. And also and Jay's going to talk more about longer term funding from the Flood Control District, but did want to kind of jump ahead a little bit and talk about some funding from the Forest Service perspective, and also fortunately for us from the Flood Control District. So looking at these projects, I'll start with Wing East, which is generally lime green on your map. And if you recall, when I had the priorities listed, it was number 1. Number 1 through 6 are all important, but number 1 is definitely number 1. And Wing East is really the priority in the area, generally due to its location immediately southwest of the peaks. Wing East, it says IRSC. I try to avoid acronyms in presentations, but if I didn't have an acronym, I would have had to spell out Integrated Resource Service Contract, which would not have fit too easily on there. So I apologize, but basically that's a service contract. So when you think of timber sales, normally a traditional timber sale, we have a chunk of acres. We say this area needs to be thinned. We offer it. This is a crash course. We offer it. People bid on it, and generally the high bidder gets that sale. They cut the trees. They remove the trees. Money from that sale goes to the United States Treasury, and And the large biomass piles are left behind for the Forest Service to go in the future and burn. That works in a lot of places. You've seen that down along the I-17 corridor. That's a good model for us down there. Our trees don't have a lot of value, but they have just enough that people are willing to. We have not had any sales go no bid in the last couple of years, which is a good thing. But the big difference is down there along the highway, and you may have seen there were some large machine biomass piles. That's a good place for us to burn them. There's not a lot of people living right nearby. There's a good road system. There's a lot of snow there. So those were areas where we had traditional timber sales. You're not going to hear me talk about traditional timber sales in this area because it doesn't make sense and it doesn't work. That does drive up the expense, though, which is a big part we'll talk about. So that wing east, when it's a service contract, so the difference between a timber sale and a service contract is service. Just like if you hire somebody to come and fix your roof, I have a project, I'm going to give you money, you're going to do the project. That's exactly what this wing east is. We have a project to treat 2,604 acres. And where you see on that chart, it says mandatory and optional. That's mandatory is cutting and removing trees. And that's the normal part of a timber sale that you're used to. Optional work for any of those that are listed there is biomass removal, taking away all of the slabs, the branches, everything. And so on Wing East service contract, that is $8.7 million to implement the entire thing. That's have somebody come in on 2,600 acres, cut and remove the trees. Not all the trees. I'm not going to get into the prescriptions, but to a more sustainable level, and then also remove all of the machine piles and the biomass. That's expensive. That's worth it. And the Forest Service is funding that this year. That actually was offered either this morning or maybe as we're talking today or later this afternoon. And when I say offered, we put out an offer. We say, hey, we've got this. It's essentially kind of a request for proposals or bids. We've got this work. Who would like to do it? So it could be up to 8.7 million. People can come back and say, hey, Matt, I can do that for 7.9 million, or I can do that for 7.4 million. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. I don't know. And so anyway, that's a big part of it. Another great part about that project is that 35% of that work, when we do a timber sale, it's usually for 4 or 5 years, and people can do the work whenever they want, as long as it's done in 4 or 5 years. With these service contracts, they actually have to start almost not necessarily immediately the day we issue the contract, but within the first year, they have to do a third, essentially, of the work, so that we won't have to worry about this project not getting begun for 4 years because we've waited long enough for these to get done. So really an exciting day. And when you may be thinking, Matt, you're talking about the Upper Rio. You said you've been here 5 years. Why have you not done this for 5 years? All of these projects were part of the 4FRI 1, the first 4FRI. And so they were task orders that were part of that giant contract, and they were never worked on. But we were not able to do anything with them because they were under contract to someone else. So when that first contract expired a year and a half ago, this was the first area we were. And it takes us a little while to turn things around, which we've done, which is why you're seeing one going out today, another will go out in 6 weeks, and then 2 more later this year. So that's Wing East, our service contract offered today, should be awarded probably in May. And then somebody will be out there. They'll have to get some work done this first year. We should see somebody out there this summer starting to work. When I said the biomass removal, which is very expensive, up to $6 million, the tremendous value in that is if those piles were left there, we would have to wait, I don't know, probably about 2 years after the pile was created and go back in and burn them in the winter. That's dependent on conditions. We need them to dry out the right amount that they'll take fire, but then we need enough snow that they don't creep around when we light them, and we need enough snow that if they smolder for weeks, which these piles do, it's not just a campfire that goes out that day. They smolder for quite some time. We need enough snow, consistent snow for that period of time. And that's where, as our climate has changed over time and we see less consistent snow, that's the biggest impact to us here on the district. Makes it more difficult for us to burn piles. So there's no guarantee that we'd be able to go in and burn those piles in 2 years. Those piles are gone, then we don't have to worry about it.
We have a question by Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you. And just talking about the piles, we had purchased an air burner, and just for that those kinds of projects? Do we work together on?
So
that?
we have worked together with the air curtain burner in the past. The scope of this work, I can't tell you how many air curtain burners it would require. Hundreds, probably. I mean, I
It
don't
would
think
just
that's really an
burn in us.
exaggeration. So
Oh.
that's a valuable tool for small scale projects, particularly near communities. But out there, there would just be so much that it would be like a drop in the bucket. So we,
Okay, I thought it could handle a whole lot. All right. Yeah,
Mhm.
that was the idea that we were.
It was,
okay.
and there's value in it in certain conditions. It's just a large scale project like this is not the best use of it. So then, by removing those piles, we don't have to wait 2 years to burn them. And what that does is it accelerates the time frame where we can go in with broadcast burning, which is the kind of the traditional prescribed fire where we probably wouldn't burn all 2,600 acres of Wing East at one time. But we would be able to do that quicker. If the piles were there and then had to be burned and then we went in, it would probably be 3 to 4 year process. Whereas those piles are going to be removed. I can't guarantee you when we'll get in there with prescribed fire because that is also weather and snow dependent. But it'll be a more accelerated time frame, and that's where when we think about it's expensive, and is it necessarily worth it in this area? I believe it is definitely worth it, and so the Forest Service is fully funding that project. The next one I would like to talk to is called Hawk, which is just to the north of Wing East. Hawk, the TNC acronym is the Nature Conservancy, who we've talked about several times already. And the SPA is Supplemental Project Agreement. So as I mentioned on Chimney Springs in 2019, we worked with TNC and Campbell Global, so we'll basically be doing the same thing. We have like a broad umbrella agreement with them, and then we can have project agreements underneath, and that's what this is. Essentially, it's a project agreement. So TNC we work with quite a bit, and they say, hey, we would like to help you get some of this work done. And so they and Campbell Global will be working on this project. We are funding a chunk of the work, and then also TNC brings in additional funding on their own, which is one of the values of the partnership. Also, frankly, what we saw in Chimney Springs, they do good work, so does Campbell Global. So it removes kind of anytime you have a timber sale or you're working with an operator, you get what you get. But in this case, we know the work will be done quickly and done well. The cost there, as you see, and I always forget about Little Wing. Little Wing is a part of that Hawk SPA. There's a couple of little, I don't know, tangerine color sections on the map called Little Wing. And what that is essentially is it was part of a different project, and then we pulled it out and we added it. And so it came out of Wing. And so, well, it can't be Wing anymore because Wing still exists. So, hey, call it Little Wing. This is how creative we are at the Forest Service. And so Hawk and Little Wing. And so the mandatory work for Hawk is $2.1 million. The Forest Service is able to fund that. And then fortunately for the Forest Service, the Flood Control District is going to fund the Little Wing work. So about $1 million, and Jay can talk more about that. In addition to $1 million of that optional work for Hawk, which is biomass removal. So that is also an important area just west of the peaks. And so will we remove all of the biomass there? Maybe not. We'll see how creative TNC and Campbell Global can get. Or there's the opportunity for us to add in additional funds in that agreement if we want, and to remove some of the piles. What we'll do in that area is go through my fire folks, fire fuels, will go through with the timber folks, and they'll look at each that you can't really see on that map, but there are small discrete units. There's probably like 20 or 30 units in Hawk, and they'll go through unit by unit. And maybe down by Highway 180, they'll say, well, we can leave the piles here. They're not as big a deal. They're further away. It's just very general, but they're further away from the peaks. It is flatter. It's more open. Probably a better chance that we'll be able to burn there. There's good access. But then as you get into some of the steeper slopes where it'll be more difficult for us to burn piles, maybe we'll pull those out so we can kind of prioritize any of that optional work. So if we can do all of it, fantastic. If we can't, it's scalable. And that's true for most of these projects as we work through. So that agreement we are looking to sign or firm up. We're basically already working on it together. Agreement will be signed probably in a month or so, and looking to begin work there as soon as snow allows, which this year, unfortunately, may be sooner than we would have expected. And TNC and Campbell Global have a pretty aggressive time frame that I'll let them talk about to get that work done, which we're very excited about. So between Wing East being offered today, Hawk being that agreement being signed in the next few weeks, that's 4,500 acres in the most sensitive acres on the district, the most critical acres on the district, where work will begin probably May or June, and a majority of it will be done by this time next year, or at least next summer, in terms of the mechanical work, and we'll still have to go back through with fire. Two more projects I want to discuss briefly. You see Durfur is further to the north. This one is entirely outside of the Upper Rio drainage. I'm sorry, this map doesn't have the blue line on it, but it's entirely outside of the Upper Rio drainage. However, a fire moving to the southwest winds or a west wind would easily take a fire from that area up into the peaks. So even though it's outside of the drainage, it still really could heavily impact the watershed specifically. So that project, we're still trying to figure out the exact right instrument and who wants to work on that. We work, there's a potential if TNC wanted to take that on. We work with the National Forest Foundation quite a bit. We could also turn it into a different type of contract if we wanted to. Really trying to figure out the exact best tool for each individual project as we go forward. Whatever that is, we'll be looking to offer it. And when I say offer, that just starts the month or two long process of it going to a contractor to work on. We'll be looking at offering it this fiscal year. For us, this is probably this summer. And that Hawk and Wing East, 2,600 acres is a lot of acres. So if we offered all of this at the same time, it wouldn't get done all at the same. There's just not enough people working in northern Arizona to do all of this work at one time. So really part of this is sequencing. A lot of the work will get done this year. Then as they're wrapping up Wing East and Hawk, folks will be able to move more into Durfur. And then one other one to talk to you about is Wing West, IRTC, which is a different type of service contract. It's that big giant blue one to the southwest of Wing East. And so this is I refer to it as a beast of a project. You see 4,800 acres. It's kind of double anything else. It's actually really high volume. And when I say volume, a lot of big trees in there. So it's going to be a lot of work. Looking at offering that as a different type of service contract. And so when I talked about service contracts where we pay people to do all of the work, here it's we don't have, if we turn that into a service contract, I think it would be like $16 million. It's crazy. Here is where we offer this project. Say it's worth $1 million, the timber. So if it was a traditional timber sale, that $1 million would go to the Treasury. And I assume somehow I get paid out of the Treasury. So while I like the Treasury, it sort of disappears a little bit. In this case, this contract, that $1 million will stay here. And instead of giving us cash, they perform service work. It's like bartering almost to work off the value of those trees. So for us, that $1 million is probably, won't be a surprise, would be biomass removal. So we would go and looking at some of the piles, the large piles there, and having them remove those. Pile removal in this area is a little bit less important as we get further away from the peaks. Also, as you can imagine, once Wing East has been completed, that will be a pretty good buffer if a fire were to start in Wing West and move with our prevailing winds. So important, but that's why as we kind of prioritized, and that one I think was Durfur and Wing West were 3 and 4 is like that next tier of work once Hawk and Wing East are completed. Those are the projects that we have ready to go. Sorry, I keep smiling when I say Wing East going out today. It's quite an accomplishment that we're very excited about. And so those are getting going, and Durfur and Wing West will be later this year. There are 2 other projects that were listed on that priority list. I see you, Supervisor Horstman. I'm going to get there. And these ones are important, but the distinction is the 4 that I talked to you about that I said were part of 4FRI, that first 4FRI contract. All the environmental analysis was done on those projects. So 4FRI people badmouth a lot, but a lot of good work was done in 4FRI and that landscape scale analysis that allows us to go in and do work now. So those are all done. But there are 2 areas where that analysis is not complete. And the first one there is called LaRue. And you see it's kind of a black hash mark on the map that's named for LaRue Spring. Everything we do is geographically named. It's named for LaRue Spring right there by the Hotshot Ranch. Basically parallels Snowball Road. And I forgot to mention earlier, some work that has been done, basically, it's right there under the L in LaRue. There's a little sliver along Snowball Road where it's not part of LaRue. That's actually hand thinning work that we completed in the last year. If you drive up Snowball Road, you'll see there are a bunch of little piles on about a mile of the road on both sides. And that was done, I think, probably just in the last 8 or 9 months. And really what that was is taking Snowball Road, trying to make it more of a defensible space. If we have wind on that kind of topography, it's not going to stop a fire. But it is gives our fire folks a much better chance to get up there and do something. And it was kind of something we could do immediately while we were in the planning stages for LaRue. So this LaRue project is about 1,500 acre area there, all along Snowball Road. And what we're doing right now is the environmental analysis for that, which would the big part of that is it would mostly or entirely be helicopter logging, which is I'm sure experienced with Bill Williams, and we experienced with the Flagstaff Watershed Protection Project, is incredibly expensive. For us, we're forecasting or predicting it would be about, I think I have conservatively 16,000 an acre there, probably about $20,000 an acre, whereas a lot of the other work like Wing East is like $3,000 an acre. So it shows you it's like costs 5 or 6 times as much. But we're going through, and that area is just rocky and steep, and you can't get any ground-based equipment in there, which is why nothing has been done there in the past. So doing that analysis for helicopter work, that will be going out for scoping, which for the Forest Service and an environmental process, that's our first piece of public engagement, going out for scoping probably in about a month. And then that'll start roughly a year-long process where we'll have a decision for that sometime next summer. And then at that point, we'll be able to work with partners. I know that the Nature Conservancy is working on that over on Bill Williams, and it'll probably make logical sense for them to take what they've learned over there and come over here. But that would be wildly expensive and is currently unfunded in any of the budgets that we have right now. It could be anywhere from $13 to $18 million. Having Wing East completed reduces the risk in that area significantly, but it doesn't, well, nothing will eliminate it. But having LaRue or some form of work done in LaRue would also really reduce the risk of catastrophic fire to the peaks, which is why we're going through this planning process. And we'll be looking for funds to do that. We would expect potentially be able to contract that in late calendar year 2025. Maybe somebody would be able to work out there in 2026. Then the other thing that was listed there is the Fort Valley Experimental Forest, which is right there along Highway 180, kind of at the base of Snowball Road. And when I said if you drive out 180 and you go through Chimney Springs, the work we did with TNC in 2019, that looks great. After a mile of that, you get into Fort Valley Experimental Forest, which does not look great. It looks terrible, and there is significant fire threat in that area. It's also part of that is on the other side of 180, where we have a large portion of our non-recreational camping on the district, which is unsheltered folks looking for a place to survive, and generally have some fire risk from folks who need to keep themselves warm and cook and stuff like that. So the experimental forests are important acres. We're working with a lot of partners on that. Jay and I have been talking about experimental forest for a couple of years. There's some challenges in there is that it's a research station. So there's a bunch of different research plots in there. And so it's not just like going into Wing East and saying, hey, here's 100 acres, do whatever you want. Like that 100 acres, 10 acres, they're studying this. 10 acres, they're studying something else. 10 acres, they're studying something else. So figuring out how we can go in there, treat those acres to reduce the risk of fire, and then potentially go in with prescribed fire later is a little bit of a challenge. They are important acres, so we're working on it, but just want to get through some of this higher priority work first, including the planning for LaRue. And then as we get some of that done, probably pick up a little bit more planning for the experimental forest. That was everything that I wanted to share with you in terms of our plan for the Upper Rio. I talk about this all the time, so when I go through it, it all makes total sense in my head. But just wanted to pause and see before we move on if you had any questions about any of these projects that I can answer for you. And of course, I'll be here for the rest of the presentation and happy to take questions later too.
Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you. NAU did a grant to employ, and I think they received a grant to have employ people that had lost their jobs at NGS in this region. So are you working with that organization, and what happened to
So
them?
that is still.
It's not in the report, so
Right.
that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, they received the grant to build the program out. It has not been funded to actually implement the program.
Oh, okay.
So still working with Navajo County, Yavapai County, Coconino County, community college, all of these, we're working with them to still try to get that training. It's called the Forest Operations Training Program. And that has not been established yet. We're still waiting for additional funding to get that going.
Okay.
Supervisor Horseman.
Well, thanks, Matt. Really appreciate the update. I know we've been in close contact with the Coconino on this. It's so important, especially for the neighborhoods there in the west part of Greater Flagstaff. And as you pointed out, we're a little behind the 8 ball in terms of the getting this started. And so I am so appreciative to hear that at least, was it 1, 2, 3, 4 of the priority landscapes out of the 7 of them will commence this summer, because I think that's absolutely critical. But it's also critical we do not forget about LaRue and Fort Valley experimental forests, because they are critical to reducing the risk of the catastrophic wildfire. And I think, and I know we're going to be talking about this here in a minute, but it is why it's so important for us, the board and the county, to continue with our partnerships, not only with the Forest Service, but with the Nature Conservancy and others, to get the job done. It's a big job. It's going to cost a lot of money. And it's also very important that we continue to request, or maybe even stronger words to use in the federal government, for them to continue to make their commitment to get this landscape scale forest restoration done to protect our community here in Flagstaff and Greater Flagstaff region. And we got a lot of work to do, and it's going to take all of us to get it done. So pleased to hear it's starting. And I look forward to you coming back and tell us when you're going to start with LaRue and the experimental forest. So
I will, and I just click back one slide just to go back to the 3D map, or that you can see of the peaks, and I think Supervisor Horseman shows the importance of LaRue. It's that darker shaded project that really is the highest project that we would have up there on the peaks. So the green, lime green, and kind of purplish are wing east and hawk. So those work will be beginning May or June. So that alone right there is significant risk reduction from the day we start getting in there. And then Little Wing are those 3 little sections there, and then LaRue also. So what's not shown on this map, actually, you can see it's kind of tough, but there's a very dark shaded section along the highway. That's the experimental forest. It's dark because it's so thick with trees. And then there's a more open area, and that is Chimney Springs that we treated with TNC in 2019. So I mean, the effects of this, you can really look at this map and see if somebody was dragging chains on a trailer on 180 in Chimney Springs, not a significant concern. You never know, and you never know what the weather's going to be like. It's different if it was in that section of 180 with the experimental forest, or wing east or hawk right now, where they haven't been treated yet. So all of these acres are very important, and I'm really comfortable with the plan that we have to get into all of them. And just can't tell you how excited I am that it's actually starting now, happening. Like offers are being made, and work will begin as soon as the snow allows, and it's going to happen quickly. And it is. It's been a while, but it's going to happen pretty quick.
well, we're excited too.
it's
We're
gonna
ready
look a
for the
lot-
celebration.
Yes.
So I know with you.
It'll be a little while before we celebrate, but I will feel much better. And just the next couple of years, this area is going to look a lot different. And the reason it's going to look a lot different now is really because of the strong partnership that we have. So as I go back to Jay, I just want to thank you very much. It's a pleasure working with the flood control district and the county and the employees, and really appreciate your time today.
Thank you. The other questions? Before we continue, any comments? I would like to just make a comment, and it was kind of a question. When looking at Hawk, I noticed that there's optional funding. There's some that are in blue, meaning that's something that I assume is going to be a request to the flood control district. But then there's a 3.7 million that's not committed by the Forest Service and not asking us. So where's that funding coming from?
That you seized on the one part where I was looking earlier. I'm like, if anything is confusing, it's this one right here. So initially, the optional funding for Hawk, our initial estimate was $4.7 million. For the whole thing would be $4.7 million. The flood control district is able to fund $1 million of that. So I left the 3.7 there as it's kind of a placeholder for a future need. But we're working with TNC and Campbell Global to figure out ways really to try to bring that cost down. So we're not sure if we'll really need that whole 3.7 million, but with that $1 million, we'll go through and find the priority acres where the biomass really needs to be removed. We'll start there. If additional funding comes, whether it's 10,000, 20,000, or 2 million, we'll be able to put it into that agreement in the future.
Okay, thank you. And then the DERFR, there's no commitment there, but there's a pretty sizable price tag there, almost $10 million. What's the plan there? I know this has a little asterisk, but.
So that is the asterisk is to be determined, and that the plan for that, really, it's the $3.2 million is what we need. And that would be the mandatory work, which is cutting and removing the timber. The optional work there is a nice to do, but it's a little bit less critical, say, than Wing East or Hawk due to its location further north. So it's really looking for that 3.2 million. And that is, I know, ongoing discussions between the Flood Control District and the Forest Service. That is not funded as of right now, but it is something that I know the Forest Supervisors here with me that I'm constantly reminding. We've got this project too, and he certainly knows that. And it's something that it's a priority for us to find funding for that, wherever that comes from.
No, thank you. And the other comment I just wanted to make was the 3D map next to this map is really helpful. It really puts it into perspective of the danger of the steep slopes. So I just wanted to point that out.
Yep, I will thank Joe Lovers again for helping me with that.
Thank you. And Supervisor Horstman.
Just one more comment, and I think what you've just, and thank you for asking those questions, Chair, because it really does show the need that we continue to advocate back there with Christopher French and others from the Forest Service to continue the funding necessary for us to get the project done. I mean, obviously, this landscape was recognized as one of the most critical landscapes in the country and was in fact prioritized for funding. We want to make sure they continue their commitment so we can get this job done. And Coconino County is putting their money where their needs are and working in partnership with the Forest Service to do it. So yeah, let's keep our advocacy going so we can finish the job. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Horstman. Supervisor Fowler.
Just a quick response to that too. I think another piece to this is that typically at the end of the fiscal year for the federal government, the August, September timeframe, there may well be funding available. And so not only at the federal level, but at the region level, I think we want to, we've discussed, meeting with Michiko, Martin, the regional forest in the near term, and really setting the stage for if there are any funds available at the region level end of year that we're able to secure those funds and put them to work on these projects. So that's another strategy.
Thank you. Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you. I appreciate this presentation. Just getting an update and the most comprehensive presentation from the west side of the peaks we received. And I want to thank all our partners, TNC, all the other partners that are involved, and NAU always comes through with our studies. They're really great. What a great community. And what I really enjoyed is coming in here and having you all just chatting. It's a family. So you've worked together for so long that you all know each other and you know where the needs are and try to help each other. So I really appreciate seeing this. And then, yeah, communities are very concerned. And as county supervisors, we'd be able to go out and be able to do our own community education with the presentation that we just received. And want to just thank your partnership and working together like this. And we're going to continue to advocate for more funding as we go along. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from board members at this time? Vice Chair Begay.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. McGrath, for your presentation on the wildfire crisis in Coconino County and the National Forest Plan to address the wildfire risk on the Upper Rio de Flag watershed. So I know that you've done several presentations, some Zoom and stuff like that. So I just want to say that it's very educational, and I just feel that, you know, we as board members have a lot of work on our plate, you know, to help secure funding. And I want to say thank you to Greg and Keith. Oh, hi, Matt. We miss you. But anyway, they're great advocates, and they check everything, you know, as far as funding wise, and they make the board aware of, you know, what's coming down the pipeline. And so thank you so much. And that really helps, you know, the board and the staff to really coordinate and plan, you know, for these efforts to be taking place to address our watersheds. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And just want to put a shout out to former Supervisor Matt Ryan. I can see you brought the big guns out for your presentation. We're glad to see you. Thank you for being here. Jay, floor is yours.
Sure. I want to, as we discuss some of the funding there, great question from you, Chair. I want to bring up Aaron Mayville. He's the Coconino National Forest Supervisor, to further discuss a little bit from the Forest Service side, the funding and how this all works, because it'll come into play when I talk about how the Forest Restoration Initiative is funding and bringing dollars to this.
Thank you, Jay. Hello, everybody. Thank you for having me. Thank you very much. I'm not on the agenda, so I get to round out the Matt McGrath show. With just a couple quick comments. I'll be brief because there's a lot of information being thrown at you. First and foremost is what was just presented to you and what has been presented to you over the last several work sessions. I know it's been a lot. Is the culmination and maybe the continuation rather of a lot of work. And I just want to highlight that, not just by the Forest Service and the Coconino National Forest, but you said it, the family. I was saying it's an ecosystem of partners and contributors to this. And again, just a couple points on this. The first is FORFRI. We've thrown that acronym around. It's been with us a long time. And there's been some ups and downs with that, to put it, yeah, some downs, right? But we're in an up right now. And importantly, what you're seeing on the screen is representative of a decade or more, 13 years really, of work to get us to this point. We've been saying internally with the Forest Service that the Forest Restoration Initiative is in the best place it's ever been today. And that's true. And I was saying that to somebody internally with the Forest Service, and they stopped me and they said, why? And I said, I think we collectively need to start adding the next part, which is we've got an operating mill right now in Belmont. We've got a very strong ecosystem of partners, many in the room here today. We've got our environmental analysis completed. We set records across the Forest Restoration Initiative landscape with prescribed fire this past fall. That's all a representation of that work and what's gotten us here today. And so it's shifting the narrative a little around FORFRI being, yes, ups and downs and some downs, but to being really a positive, successful place today. Now, that's not to say that there isn't a lot of work to do ahead of us. And this brings me to my second point, which is, so I'm one of 4 forest supervisors across FORFRI. That's what the number, right? And I sit on a board, and we make funding decisions across that board. And I'll say, you know, we the numbers you see on the screen and the federal contribution took some work. It took some fighting at that level. We, as Supervisor Horstman pointed out, right, the FORFRI landscape was the first priority landscape designated through the wildfire crisis strategy across the Forest Service. That's important, but there's 20 other landscapes and then 3 other forests, you know, that the Coconino competes with for that funding. And I think we've done a good job doing so. We've done that with your help, of course. And we're in a very good position today, but there's a lot more work ahead of us, right? We've talked about LaRue, we've talked about the experimental station, Fort Valley, and all the other projects across the Coconino National Forest and others. We've got a lot of work ahead of us. That brings me to just the last point. There's no way we would be here today with the numbers you see on the screen without your support and your help. And that is financial, of course. Thank you. The numbers in blue are significant. There are other numbers in blue that Jay will talk about with Bill Williams and other places that the county has made financial investment that is not lost on us, and we're incredibly grateful. But it's also our monthly meetings, as you said. You know, we grapple with this stuff. It's the meetings that aren't on the calendar that we're staying after late, the family, so to speak. And I think now's a good time to recognize that and just express that gratitude. From where I sit, it's been a wonderful thing to be a part of and to join this last year that I've been here. But thank you very much. And I'll say lastly is for this year, there's been a lot of budget stuff and how, you know, budget stuff put you to sleep quick. It's been exciting to say the least in the last 4 or 5 months of how much is coming and where's it going to come from and what's it going to look like. The county's contribution saved us. I'll just say it. It got us through this knothole of what we're going to do this year, and what you're seeing on the screen is a real win for us collectively. So I'll leave it there and just wanted to say thank you very much.
Thank you. Supervisor Fowler?
I was just going to say, you know, when Congress is not passing a budget, it has direct impact
Yes, ma'am.
in our region. And so, and then the public or people management is really important. We had our sheriff present once here. I can't remember when it was, but in one weekend, the officers had to put out 28 fires. People just not knowing what to do with their fire. They just pack up and leave their trash and fire going and drive away. And that is a great challenge that we have in the public education. We see that across our public lands, even just to go on hikes, wearing flip-flops and no water, or just a little bottle of water, and not knowing how far it's going to be and how challenging it's going to be. And so, yeah, I'm really happy that you have that people management in there, and that's a greater discussion across Coconino County, and that's where our sheriff's department, the county, picks up the slack in those areas as well, because federal agencies are not allowed to hire the rangers that their staff and rangers that they used to have. So, but it's a great challenge, and just the work that has been put into this and the dollars, the little dollars that everyone's trying to pinch the pennies to get these projects done. So it's just really great work.
You know,
Thank
just
you.
a quick thought that you spurred. So 5.5 million visitors visit the Coconino National Forest annually. That's our annual number. That's the most visited national forest in the southwestern region. So that's all of Arizona and New Mexico. And that's the 5th most visited national forest in the country. And not every one of those visitors is a potential fire start. I don't want to go that far, but a significant percentage of them are, right? And so you're pointing out a very important point on people management. It's very real, but all the more underscoring the importance of the work in front of us. Thank you for the comments.
Supervisor Horstman?
Yeah, thank you. And Aaron, thank you for your comments. And I also want to make sure that we extend a big thank you. As you pointed out, Coconino County has been a big partner with the Coconino National Forest for the landscape scale forest restoration that we so desperately need. But we really need to thank the people here in Coconino County, because we, the board, increased our flood control district tax, and the folks here in Coconino County, they understood the need and they paid that tax. And as a result of that, we have monies available to contribute with our partners, Forest Service being primary, to be able to do the kind of landscape scale forest restoration that's needed for our community. So this is a huge thank you to all of the people and our residents here in Coconino County who are contributing to make this a safer place. So thank you.
Very well said. Thanks.
Thank you. And again, just want to reiterate, partnerships are what are making this happen. So thank you for all your hard work, and we look forward to continuing the partnerships.
Chair Vasquez, thanks all.
All right, well, we're gonna shift gears slightly. We're still gonna be talking about the Upper Rio de Flag watershed, but I want to introduce Alan Hayden, who's president of Natural Channel Design, to talk about the the proactive watershed restoration pilot project that he's working on with the Forest Service and the county.
Thank you, Jay. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be, yeah, is that better? Pleasure to be back with you. And a pleasure to have a little space, because usually when we're talking about this, we're talking about floods and debris that are currently coming down off the hill. And we have the opportunity to talk about it before it happens here. And I greatly appreciate that. Thank you. So a little bit about this proactive watershed management. This is, we've been talking about, thinning to reduce the fire danger and reduce the fire intensity. And we're going to shift a little bit to talking about geomorphology, because as we've seen in the past and our history has shown us that once we do have these floods, or we get an increase in hydrologic potential, that debris and mud and rocks comes off the hill and lands where we all live, right here at the bottom. And so what we were asked to do, what Lucinda asked us to do, is specifically look at this LaRue thinning project area, which is currently going through the NEPA process, as Matt explained, and help us determine the potential for mitigating this post-wildfire erosion before it can happen. And we have the tools to do this. We've been developing these since the Schultz fire, and we've actually done some pre-flood mitigation on the museum fire. Small project we did in 2020 before we had large floods. We kind of tried to anticipate where alluvial fans would start to come apart and where we could best put a small amount of money. And that project worked out swimmingly. We kept the alluvial fan on the hillside where it belonged and kept all that debris out of Mount Eldon Estates and greatly reduced the amount of work that we would have had done after it did start to flood. Now, we did have a lot of work to do afterwards, but the reduction was great. And the other reason we're looking at this now is because we have the potential to incorporate some of this mitigation into this permitting analysis that Matt was talking about. If we can talk about forest restoration, both as thinning as well as stabilizing, unstable channels in geomorphology, and then get that permit and get the permissions from the Forest Service and everybody else that we need, and then implement that in concert with the thinning operations, which do have an impact to the forest, and we have to create roads to do that. But we use the same roads, basically use the same impact footprint, do it at the same time. We can all back out and let the forest heal over the next little bit. So thanks, Jay. So that's why I'm here today. That's why we're talking. That's why we were asked to do this work. And I do want to say, many thanks to Joe and the folks at J.E. Fuller, because without their really sophisticated, modeling, we would be doing a lot more arm waving with this. Not impossible to do, but when we have those maps that show where that potential for increased flow is, we are in a much better state. So many thanks to all the work that is being put into it so we can build upon all of that. So the Upper Rio de Flag watershed, this LaRue Springs, provides a great opportunity to implement this kind of pilot project. And it is a pilot project because this is not happening everywhere in the West that it should. There are people are talking about it. We're talking about about it to other communities and other forests, but this is something that is new on people's mind. But the Upper Rio is large. It's important. It's situated in a place where that mud and debris could have a vital impact on any kind of flood mitigation or just impacts to people living downstream. Forest Service, I said, is working through the NEPA. We have an opportunity to piggyback on that. And this is a great opportunity to combine this flood and fire mitigation on both the forest structure as well as the geomorphic restoration. because there have been impacts in the past and to the forest that do negatively impact the geomorphology. And we see it an ability and opportunity to kind of correct those. That has the potential to have positive benefits for post-fire mitigation, but it also has the potential for positive ecological benefits, which are immediate. Okay, we can restore flows across alluvial fans and grow grasses where fewer are growing now than could be, those kind of things. So this is a very busy slide, but this is the area we're looking at. Okay, and we'll tone down the photos a little bit, but I wanted to get an idea that existing on the forest right now in this LaRue Springs area, there are quite a few things going on. We have channels that are actively being eroded, such as you see up on the upper right of that photo. We have channels that are incised below the surface where they should be, so they contain a lot more shear stress than they normally should. Those channels haven't been tested because we don't have that amount of flow coming off there yet. Once we do have the flow in a post-fire scenario, those channels will start to erode. And we have the tools to predict what that's going to look like, and so we can go through and kind of go, these are problem areas. And we've identified a bunch of problem areas that we can probably have a positive impact on. And you can see those outlined in those larger colored areas. We've also identified a lot of areas on the higher, steeper slopes. You'll see those outlined in the red. And those are areas where it's very steep. Channels may be very confined, but we also, in our analysis, looked and saw that there was a lot of potential for debris flows. And debris flows are not just erosion. They are really condensed flow, highly super dense, coming off the hill. And when these things come off, actually will have the potential to remove the whole valley with them. And if we're just doing work within a channel and the valley that's in the valley and the whole valley gets removed, the channel work doesn't do much good. So those areas up high, up steep, we know where those have a big potential negative impact, but we have less of an opportunity to work up there. The good portion is that we do have opportunities to work down low to arrest that sediment as it's coming off this hillside before it can get into the neighborhoods and or the highways and cause a lot of harm. A little bit more simplified map, a little less busy to kind of hone in onto the specific areas within this watershed that we're looking at. So you'll notice that the Snowball Road is that orange road kind of winding up through the place there. We have a green area off to the west side, these with little stars in it. That's an area that has some active head cuts moving through it. And just above it on the steep slopes are wetlands. Slope wetlands, really important. They're holding surface water right now. They provide a lot of wildlife habitat. They provide a lot of water storage for downstream use by wildlife and tanks down below. These are really important ecological areas, and if this erosion was to continue, it would cut through them and dry them out and change their ecological services. So that green area and to some extent that blue area off to the west of the watershed are areas where we're looking at we've seen active erosion, we see potential erosion, and we have ideas about how to arrest that with grade control. Keep it much as the same as it is, but protect the upstream resources. If you look off to the east, that's that Freeland Prairie area, and it is a really important alluvial fan. Comes off the Snowball Road. You've seen it off to the right on 180. That's an active alluvial fan. We actually saw some flows onto it from the pipeline fire, and they got arrested on that fan. They started way up high and ended up on this fan. But there are cuts going through it. There are roads. The Freeland Prairie Road has some poor drainage. It has active erosion, and it's cutting into this fan. And when you see, if you start to add more water to it, that cutting will become more active, and we will lose some of the functions of that alluvial fan. Fortunately for us, it's mostly in pretty good shape. And so we can protect a lot of area of that fan, which is one or two small structures. So this is a, high value area, low cost, and a big positive impact for us over there. The big area in the middle, this big, large area, that is the Hot Shot Ranch, LaRue Springs complex. There are active springs in that orange area, and there's surface water there. That surface water has been diverted into pipes, it's been diverted into stock tanks, and it's been, and the meadow itself around the Hot Shot Ranch has been degraded. It's seen previous erosion. Has some road paths through it that are starting to erode through. And we can start to predict that if higher flows were to get there, we're going to lose both the good ecological benefits of that surface water, and we're going to lose that alluvial fan that is formed underneath that meadow surface. And so that area right there is one that we feel has a huge positive impact, both ecologically as well as geomorphically, for it starting to arrest sediment that's coming off those steep areas above it before it can get into the neighborhoods directly below it. So we'll give you an idea on the left here. Those are those areas lined out so you can see what it looks like more in the landscape. And then on the right, where we've kind of even started to refine and come up with a concept plan for how we might go about restoring this meadow at the Hot Shot Ranch, which is just off the Snowball Road and right above Bainville. So this involves a little bit of cutting and filling of a channel that goes up through the middle, actually removal of a stock tank and berm, and filling that in so we can get that water back up on top rather than contained in a tank, and to keep that tank berm from failing and causing a big, massive push down through the fan. So these are our high priorities for enhancement, and we stand a good shot of having a really positive impact both right now and if there should be a fire in this area. So in summary, from what we've done for this watershed, much of the watershed appears very susceptible to debris flows, and we can't really do that. We can't do a whole lot about that. We can be aware of it. We can get ready to arrest some of that sediment at the bottom where we have lower slopes, and we have the geomorphology to create a fan to drop that sediment out on. The lower portions of the watershed have potential erosion control methods, for reestablishment of the alluvial fan surface, as well as for, arresting head cuts that could move up into these important areas. And that has important aspects for everything we've been talking about this morning, but it also, as an ecologist, we can do a lot of good, immediate good, by putting some of this water up onto the surface and getting that to flow on the surface, grow some different vegetation than is what is there now, and get a little higher value out. So those are the things we're kind of looking at. We've looked at them in this watershed. I would want to limit ourselves to this, just thinking about this watershed. We try to spread that out over to other areas as well, but this is a really important one, and this is one we have an ability to kind of piggyback onto the work that Forest Service is doing. So, any questions?
All right, thank you. Supervisor Horstman.
Yes, and thanks. I think this is an exciting opportunity. It's kind of like doing flood mitigation, watershed restoration before the fire and before the post-wildfire floods. So that's incredibly exciting. I also would assume that this would be something to do in conjunction with the whole forest restoration concept. And since this is a little different angle for forest restoration, although I think a very exciting and appropriate one, important one for us. It hopefully, it might offer another avenue for additional funding, especially for LaRue, which watershed, which is going to be important to do the forest mitigation, forest restoration there. And right now, we don't have the funding for it.
We don't have the funding. This, as you said, this can maybe help target some funding in this direction because there are multiple benefits to be had. And I think if we can get some of these pilot projects on the ground, we can, as we have in the past, set an example and start thinking about including this kind of geomorphology into what we currently think of as watershed restoration in these kind of forests. And so I look forward to continuing this on, and I hope you'll support us as we go forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments from board members? Supervisor Fowler.
Well, thank you. You know, the Natural Channel and Design Engineering has been with us since 2010. And just the alluvial fan, we learned all about it, and now you're still helping and working with the team here. So it's really, it really has made a difference. You know, it's really great to, when the staff come or the report of a rain, and then the fans work, you know, and then it slowed it down, or, you know, it's just really great to see projects and see through the years how it's really benefited our region. And then now with this new project, I think that's going to be just amazing. And I'm thinking this is where there's a photo that was going around. This is what it used to look like, and somebody taking a picture from the same place again. And
I haven't seen that photo, but I look forward to seeing that photo in a few years.
yeah, I'll have to find it and
Yeah.
share.
And thank you for your compliments. We live here in this community. We're affected by all of this as well. So we're happy to turn our expertise towards this kind of stuff.
Yeah, and we're very fortunate in our community to have the various skills that are needed for these studies, and just having to reinvest into the community. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you. Vice Chair Begay.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. And I just have a question on the reestablishment of the alluvial fans. And, you know, I know that probably does its work by slowing the water down and, you know, storing sediments and stuff like that. So, how do you plan to do that as far as the reestablishment of the fans?
Well, and for this project right here, this photo that is up here now is of it's of a channel that is cutting through this this Hotshot Ranch meadow. And you see that if that channel wasn't there, that water would have to get out and flow super wide across the entire meadow surface. So right now, what we're looking at is filling in this channel that you can see right here. It's got some grass in it, but we'd fill that up with dirt and rock so that it doesn't erode away. We put some buried sills across the meadow to help spread that flow and to keep it from cutting again. And so the water that comes off the steep area in the forest directly in the rear of this photo, that's coming out of a debris flow. That debris flow will come out, hit this big area, and not be carried down a channel, but it'll be spread across the whole area. And so we do that by filling this channel, which you can see kind of faintly in the grass here behind you.
Thank you. Supervisor Horstman? No? Okay. Well, I just want to say it's really nice to be able to talk to you beforehand rather than sitting there talking to community about the after effects of a fire. So thank you for the presentation, and we look forward to seeing how we can help fund or find ways to fund the alluvial fans, because this is crucial work and it does contribute to prevention of flooding if there ever were a fire. So really appreciate the work. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, much more relaxed conversation. So.
Okay, I've put myself. We're gonna shift now over to a budget discussion. And I wanna look at first, for the fiscal year 24, what are the two main priorities for the fourth grade? Those are Bill Williams Mountain and the Fire Project. And I put this map up here. This is the Bill Williams map of progress here of what's been treated, what's still going to be treated. I'll let you take time when you have time to look at that. I don't want to go through too much about that. So, but Bill Williams Mountain, Upper Rio Flag, Watershed, both of those from the Flood Control District and Forest Restoration Initiative. Oh, sorry. Those are going to be key partnerships with the Nature Conservancy. So I will be coming back sometime either this month or early April to get your approval on an agreement with the Nature Conservancy as we go into this, similar to what we did with National Forest Foundation. Also, as we're talking about all of this, remember that we will be working with the Forest Service and with NFF, National Forest Foundation, TNC, about the Wood for Life program. So places where we can supply wood to that program, we will be doing so. Just wanted to bring that in as well. So what's the budget look like? Well, this year we are sitting really well because we have $9.4 million. Last year, because of the postponement of the Bill Williams Mountain project and not having some of the projects ready in the Upper Rio de Flag, we carried $3.1 million into this year's budget. And then with the budget increase, as Supervisor or Director Horstman spoke about, with the increase in tax rate, we have set our, this year's budget was at 6.3 million. So again, those two together, we have a total of $9.4 million going into this fiscal year. So our recommendation for this fiscal year with that $9.4 million is to put $5.6 million towards the Bill Williams Mountain project. That will leverage $7.5 million of Kaibab National Forest funding for that project. The Upper Rio, the Little Wing and the Hawk that Matt described, just above the Wing East, which is their number 1 priority, then Little Wing and Hawk. Little Wing with those 3 small pieces, and then Hawk was the bigger piece above it. We'll be putting in the $2 million, a little over $2 million. That's going to leverage $11 million in federal funding. So that's where we're building into, and it looks like, wait a second, we just saw all this stuff about Upper Rio and how much risk there is out there for wildfire and post-wildfire flooding. Why are we spending less money? Well, this goes back to that discussion Aaron was, as he goes to this board and they're working together to figure out where the funding goes. If we front load some of Bill Williams Mountain, that frees up federal dollars for the Upper Rio. And that's how we decided to do that, through the projects that were ready to go, that the Forest Service could fund. That's why we decided to fund it this way. And then in addition, we have the Tucson floodplain mapping that we want to fund. That's going to have to come out of forest restoration this year because there really wasn't any funding left in the flood control district due to all the post-fire flood mitigation work due to pipeline fires. So we're pulling nearly $250,000 out of that in response to the monsoon flood that they had in Tucson.
I have a question. Just regarding Bill Williams Mountain, that $5.6 million, if we were to fund that, is that enough to finish this project in this fiscal year, or is that going to require future funding to finish?
There may be future funding, but we're going to be looking real heavily on the Kaibab National Forest to provide a lot of that funding, because we're reaching, that'll put us at about nearly $8 million total in funding that we've put into Bill Williams Mountain. So that'll be one of those leverages that we're like, all right, we need the Kaibab to put some more dollars in to finish the project. But that gets us pretty darn close. But there's about And we're still prioritizing areas there, in what do we have for funding for? But there's still, about 900 acres left to treat on Bill Williams Mountain. What we're hoping is that with our partnership with TNC, that they develop some new ways of dealing with dead and down removals that they're already talking about. And with help with Campbell Global and their experiences, that we're going to reduce the cost of what these acres are costing us to do on Bill Williams Mountain. So that's one of the projects. That's why we want to get this funded now, so that we can learn, because that's going to help us when we get to LaRue project in the Upper Rio to reduce those costs. That's going to be really important.
It looks really good to fund, 7.6 million and get 18.5 million in federal leveraging. Is that federal funding? Is that already committed, or is that like an estimate of what we expect to be able to leverage?
That is committed. So as of this week, I've talked about the last 4 months of like budget meetings and such. It was getting to earlier this week where we finally got the green light and committed. So the smile that was on Matt's face about Wing East being committed today, that's represented in there as well. So
Great, thank you.
So really what's not committed yet is our dollars. We're going to be coming to you to get approval of this funding plan in March 26th. So they're kind of waiting on us now, which is kind of funny, but that they're waiting on us now. So, but that leaves us. Yeah, we had to wait till they had their answer, so it's kind of a process. But but that leaves us with $1.5 million in remaining funds to carry over into FY '25. So, as I just discussed this a little bit, FY '24 carryover, then FY '25 budget is 6.3 million. So next year, then I will have $7.8 million in the Forest Restoration Initiative to look at further expanding the Upper Rio, and hopefully LaRue will be getting ready, and we'll be putting some dollars towards that. Sure.
So, didn't we do a study on Tucson? Remember that first time it flooded? What was that study? And
Yes,
this is
correct.
I thought we mapped it all out with the town and.
We did the hydrological study. Joe's here, did that study of the Tucson area. Then you'll recall in August, there was the big flood event. And Joe was able to use that flood event to actually validate that study, which was important. The next steps the next steps that are needed though there is first step that we've discussed with the board was establishing an administrative floodplain that we can begin to regulate that floodplain, because we're anticipating some fairly significant development in that broader Tucson area.
That's been in the plans for a while.
Right. And then in addition to that, that funding would be used to do that. But a lot of that work will also contribute to going to FEMA. We have to submit a set of very detailed information to FEMA to remap the floodplain that's in Tucson now. We have a FEMA special flood hazard floodplain in Tucson now. It's frankly very poorly mapped, dating back, 30, 40-year-old map. Now we've used new technology. We want to submit all that. So that's the money for that, is the money to get that work done, so that we have a legitimate, people understand the legitimate risk of flooding in Tucson, and we can regulate to that and help support people. We already saw the benefit. We brought forward that information to a expansion of McDonald's, and they built to that, and that made a huge difference in terms of the impact during that flood event in August. So it's important that we update those maps. And I don't want to get into a lot, but there was a discussion that we had an exec session around this, and this is the funding to take that forward and get that work done.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so as we finish up here, just to let you know, I will be bringing an action item on March 26th to get approval for the $7,664,000 for Bill Williams in Upper Rio. And we wanted to make that note that, you know, what Aaron said is this is allowing, our funding allows the Forest Service to move forward with getting a lot of funding and agreements that they're waiting to get in place as well, because we saw their funding would not cover all the projects that are going to happen in the Upper Rio or on Bill Williams. So our funding is a key part of getting this work done and getting it done quickly, which is really all of our goal. Then as we move and look at FY25, you know, we have to have funding then to complete pipeline. We've got to continue our investment in forest restoration, and we have to build capital funding for flood control projects in Tucson, Fort Valley, you know, those special flood hazard areas that Lucinda's talked about. So, you know, when I talk about we have a good balance going into next year, FY25, the discussions we'll have in our budget discussion with you are how are we gonna break those dollars up, and what are the priorities going to be?
Supervisor Horseman.
And I think it's also important for us to remember, as we cross our fingers, this is assuming that we have no major wildfire or post-wildfire emergency like we have seen in the past, which is
You always have to
really,
bring this up. I mean, I know she
I
has
know.
to, but it just,
I
it
know.
makes my skin crawl a
Well,
little bit. when you
but
say-
I also think it's important for the public
It
to
is.
know this.
It is.
And we're doing our very best with the dollars we have to avoid this continual vicious cycle of fires and flooding through the commitment for forest restoration. But we also have to acknowledge that our budget has been, flood control district budget was devastated by the emergency response. So we want this money saved for forest restoration, but it's important to acknowledge that all of this depends on everything going smoothly.
That's correct.
So
That's correct. And then lastly, and I put the wrong date again. I had March 20th stuck in my head for some reason on this next one, but it's March 26th. March 26th, we will be coming back then as a separate, apart from the action item, to talk to you about the Community Wildfire Defense Fund and the CWPP that we've applied for the grant, and talk about those future investments in FEMA special flood hazard areas. That's the next meeting that we will have with you as far as giving you more information on this. Okay, I want to open it up. It's between you guys and lunch, so I'll let you guys, any questions that you have.
Are there any questions or comments from board members? In that case, Supervisor Horseman.
sorry, just one more thing, just real quick. You know, I think we have to acknowledge that I think one of the reasons that we have been very successful in our advocacy for federal funding and for commitments that have been made through NRCS and others is because this county has put the money forward in partnership with the Forest Service. And, you know, one of the conversations that we have with both the Coconino and the Kaibab is, hey, there is no other county here in the West that puts the kind of commitment and the funds together in partnership to get the job done with the Forest Service. So, I think that has put us in a position where we have been able to get the funding from the federal government. It's given us credibility, and we really going to need that moving forward. So thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments? Supervisor Hess.
Yes, thank you. I waited to the end to ask my questions. I don't have a lot. It'll be quick. I just want to thank you, Matt, for your very detailed. Every time I come to one of these, I learn a lot, and I push that information to as many people as I can. And so being able to put it in your words and give the map to me, I really appreciate that, all the hard work that's gone into that. I'm so glad, Chair, you asked about the funding, because at our meeting Friday, Aaron was so excited that he had that 18.5 mil that he wanted to tell us how much work he put into that. And I'm glad you got the chance to toot your own horn, because you did a lot of work, and I really appreciate it. And that's taken us over the edge, as the supervisors have said. to make everyone safe. And I really appreciate your hard work, both of you guys. The Forest Service has been so awesome. Kaibab too. I mean, it's awesome to see the family, the ecosystem, as you said, to grow along with us and keep having, I want to go to those meetings because I'm learning so much and I think I can help educate the people and be your biggest helper. Alan, thank you. That pilot program, very interesting. I like that the way you're looking at it and the mapping that you're putting together. Again, that to me is very interesting, how we're leaning so far forward to make sure that we're going to make sure something happens way before and we can stop it. And that's what we do for that house that was right there down from your cut and fill. I'm sure they're happy as can be to make sure you're going to come in there, make sure their house is safe. So with that, I just want to thank you guys. Keep it up, Jay. You're doing great, Lucinda. You guys are doing awesome. And I really just want to tell you, I appreciate the ecosystem you guys created. So thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Hess, thanks for that. I just wanted to volunteer myself if I can be of help with you at any meetings with your constituents, whether that's about this project or whether it's about talking about smoke in Tuba City, anything. Just let me know and I'm happy to be there anytime.
Yep,
to
I
talk
get
about
smoke.
any of the projects we have going on and our impacts either here or far beyond our boundaries.
Thank you. Appreciate
Right.
that.
Thank you. Are there any other comments from board members at this time? Supervisor Fowler?
Thank you for thinking of Tuba City. I'm over there with my head all wrapped up. So I just your interaction, all of you, is just amazing to watch. Just the thinking each picking up where the other one, it's just finishing somebody else's sentence or conversation is just really amazing. I think that this kind of collaboration is what's always been there, and it's just looks it's gotten stronger. I only have one. I have only one question, and I'm wondering if we really need to do Tucson. That's in District 1.
We can unfortunately, most of this is in District 1 we're speaking about today. But I really appreciate you extending the olive branch to Tucson by going and helping them with their floodplain.
And I think the Bill Williams Mountain, the project, that is so important. Just that that Matt is here, supervisor. No, you're not. You're okay, you're not. Okay. So just having to really pay attention to your and Adam paying attention to your district and really protecting communities. And sometimes I think the communities don't really understand the collaboration that happens, all of the little details that have to be put in place, being able to help each other when one can't do it, the other one can pick it up. And that's the way the project's been happening since 2010. And it's just gotten even stronger. So I'm really, I'm happy with this presentation, and I think that we can move forward with the proposal that you have put together. These are really critical areas, and of course, we just don't have enough money, and this is just a little piece of Coconino County. Yeah, in my district, on the North Rim, you have Kaibab National Forest, and Jay and I have been working over there with the Randall and his crew, and then we have all the Lake Mary and all the others, and just really having to protect watersheds across Coconino County and working with FEMA. And I remember when we had to redo the FEMA maps or help them to revise their FEMA maps. And this directly impacts people's home insurance. And so this is really critical work ahead of time so that there's that prevention and saving. We just had a presentation about need for housing, and that insurance, if it's too high, was what, it jumped in one day, $10,000, and we had to figure out, I wasn't really involved, but we were, Supervisor, Liz and Mandy, and you all had to figure out and talk to FEMA, and I mean, it was just amazing working with our congressional delegation. So much work has to be done just to get a project done. And it's just silent, but when it's done and you take the tour, you're presenting to us here, but we've done numerous tours. We know all these places. You've taken us there and really being able to see the TNZ piles and nicely done out there. Yeah, and it's just really, really good. So really appreciate your partnership and how you all rely on each other and being able to pick up when the other's not able to pick up. So thank you.
Thank you. All right. Are there any other comments, questions at this time? In that case, we are scheduled for lunch. We will reconvene 1:15 unless I'm told otherwise.
Yeah, that's fine. We can let the budget departments know. We do need to resolve back as the board as well.
Okay, before we break for lunch, can I
Thank you
get a
very
motion to
much.
resolve as the Board of Supervisors? Thank you, Lucinda. We have a motion by Supervisor Horseman and a second by Vice Chair Begay. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. We have a unanimous decision. We are now the Board of Supervisors, and we will break for lunch until 1:30. Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon, everybody. As soon as our clerk is ready, we'll get started. All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back from lunch. Thank you for the patience, for giving us the extra 15 minutes. We definitely needed it after a long morning session. Next item is presentation and discussion regarding fiscal year 2025 budget planning, including budget presentations from Health and Human Services and Superintendent of Schools. And I don't see our county manager, but I see that our school superintendent, Cheryl Mango Paget, is here, and I believe you are first.
Ready for me to begin?
I believe so. I'm wondering where all our, oh, there, yeah. Our county managers. Andy, does the county manager's office have anything to say before we get started?
No, this is a continuation. I'd like to introduce Steve Peru, County Manager. How's that for timing? Sorry, Eddie. Again, thanks. Sorry, I'm a few minutes late. Again, we've had departments and elected offices come and present trends, challenges, outlooks going forward with the budget year. Today, we have two special departments, Superintendent of Schools and Health and Human Services. And again, when we look at our process and the changes we're making is to kind of do a little load leveling. So we're not doing so much information sharing in May. With the amount of data, information the departments are collecting and want to present, we feel that this is a good step in working at our process, so that when we talk about a little more later in the spring, we'll be looking at increments, the financial statements, et cetera. And so today we are doing the opportunity for two very important offices to present. Last week, we had Treasurer, Assessor, Recorder, Community Development. The next installment will be Emergency Management, Public Works, and Flood Control District. And so again, doing our part to just level the load. So without further ado, I will step aside. But that timing was pretty good, I would have to say. Couldn't have done better. So with that, our Superintendent of School.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Vasquez and members of the board. Before we delve into the outlook and accomplishment of the Superintendent of Schools office, I would like to take a moment to introduce key members of the Superintendent of Schools staff.
Dr. Terry Maurer, I'm the Executive Director.
Hi, I'm Corey Lee, and I'm the Mental Health Division Manager.
Greetings, everybody. I'm Kate Malone, and I'm the Literacy Coordinator.
Paul Martin, Chief Deputy.
Okay. As we embark on our conversation today, it's crucial to recognize the guiding principles. There, now we're there. It's crucial to recognize the guiding principles that shape the Superintendent of Schools' work with our schools. In collaboration with county schools, the Superintendent's Office has established core values that in turn have laid the foundation for our vision and mission. Recognizing the evolving needs of Coconino County students, our educational institutions and the Superintendent of Schools Office must adapt to the 21st century demands. Our vision aptly captures this, transforming education through innovation. So to get us going today, I just want to do a brief overview of the different divisions, and then we will get on to our accomplishments and challenges. As a constitutional office, the Superintendent of Schools operates within a framework of statutes and values that not only steer our endeavors, but also define our purpose. As we delve into the structure of the Superintendent's Office, it's important to note that it is divided into three divisions: Fiscal and Elections Division, the Accommodation District, and the Innovation and Development Division. So to begin, I'll briefly go over the Fiscal Elections Division. This division plays a crucial role in the financial landscape of our educational system here in Coconino County. Responsibilities include collaborating with all school districts to process payroll and warrants, ensuring fiscal compliance through meticulous reconciliation of all schools, and providing vital support to our charter schools during the audits. Additionally, we are statutorily mandated to serve as the filing office for governing board elections. We provide outreach to candidates to assist in the recruitment efforts. We conduct the governing board appointments, if someone were to leave office, and deliver essential training to governing board members. We are also responsible for the bond and override elections. Furthermore, the division plays a pivotal role in certifying and tracking the homeschool affidavits, the private school affidavits, and the education savings accounts, which you'll read in the news as the ESAs. Some of our accomplishments in this division this year has been our outreach efforts. We have been to every single district by the end of next week to recruit governing board members, and we're going to circle back around so they don't have to drive all the way to Flagstaff so that they can file. So we're trying to eliminate barriers to having strong governing board of candidates. Another accomplishment is that we have successfully, as of today, reconciled every single school district through February. And that's been with changeover in financial staff and not having an account tech, which is now, I believe, a finance tech is what the new name is. Some of our challenges for that division are hiring qualified accounting financial staff to support the statutory financial work, as well as finding community members willing to run for school boards. As you know, school boards have been under fire for a number of years now. Now let's shift our focus to the accommodation district. That our accommodation district is one resilient district. As you know, the district receives no county funds or property tax dollars. It purely operates on average daily membership and transportation dollars. Yet we continue to overachieve in every facet. This year, we were faced with an unthinkable challenge. We had two of our students, a few blocks from school, engage in a gang-related gunfight. That resulted in the death of one of our students, and it resulted in one of our students going to jail, who's receiving education services in jail, and is awaiting sentencing later this month. And it also resulted in a young gal that attends our school. Her partner is dead, and the father of her child is dead. With all that brought to the district and brought to the table, we still overachieved. Our students rose to the occasion, and our staff rose to the occasion. The SOS staff and the school staff were able to make sure that we didn't have any outside influences enter into the school. And we were able to also achieve, for the third year in a row, all 5 of our schools received an A or a B, and we got our final 2 schools, which was our online school and detention, Cogni accredited. So we keep moving forward. This remarkable success is a testament to the dedication and excellence of our staff members. Some notable highlights is our district is operating at full capacity. And it's really important to note that over the last couple of years, we've really shifted to going beyond the diploma. We are looking at extending education beyond just the basics of academics. Some notable opportunities that have happened to this, in this district have been that we've been able to provide both in-person and virtual internships to our students. And you say virtual? Well, if you live in Page, you can work at Google, and we're able to do that. We are also doing workforce certifications. Our kids are leaving, a few of them are the OSHA certification, CPR, first aid, keeping your clients safe, at FEMA and other workforce certifications. We've established a strategic partnership with Goodwill to provide students with employment opportunities and robust post-graduation planning support, resume development, applications to college, and so forth. As you might know, if you've read our board minutes, we lost our Navajo language teacher. She retired, so we're happy for her. However, that left us in a loop, and we established a partnership with the Center for Youth Education and Community Advancement. It's based out of Sunnyside to provide Navajo language classes to our students. The drive and our focus is post-secondary preparedness. Now to look at some of the trends facing the district. Our buildings are getting to be 20 years old. And what that means is they're in need of repair or replacement to ensure a conducive learning environment. When looking at some of the repairs that need to happen, we found out that in 2014, somehow some legislation was snuck through, ARS 415731, that declared accommodation districts ineligible for building renewal grants through the State Facility Board, but the State Facility Board built these buildings. That is unfortunate because it was based on inaccurate information that our schools received more money per pupil and were funded like charter schools. So therefore, we got a lot of more money and should set it aside. First of all, charters, we are not funded like charters. Charters do not receive more money, and we do not receive money. So what we're doing is I'm working with a few legislators on possibly getting a striker with the current budget predicament. Not sure that's going to be good, going to actually happen this year. However, what I can say is that in talking with lots of legislators, including some ones in Tucson this past weekend, I think it's a good bill for next year. So I think we're going to be okay. Some other things that we're doing is, as you know, we have recruitment and retention issues throughout the state. And some of the things we're going to be doing differently is we are restructuring the bottom of our pay scale for teachers to make sure our entry-level teachers are getting enough money that they can afford to live a little bit. And then we're also raising our substitute salaries both at Seattle and here in town to match and be about $10 over neighboring districts. So that's some good news. We're also looking at a 4-day week. One of our neighboring schools has adopted a 4-day week. But before we jump right in, because we feel a need to be able to compete, what we're looking at is what is the impact on learning? What is the impact if more than half of our budget is transportation? You lose 20% of your budget because you have a day of no transportation, as well as looking at the impact on could this promote more of our beyond the diploma and workforce development by getting these kids in internships and other programs on that off day. So those are some of the things we are facing and looking at as we move forward. And as I look at beyond the diploma, many of our kids that come to our schools don't have a lot of experiences. And so here's an opportunity for you to see. I have a quick 45-second video of a team building experience that is promoting healthy choices for our students that our students participated in this past January. I don't have control.
Michelle, if you want to go ahead and share your screen. Michelle Despain is on virtually.
It's saying that I can't share while another participant is sharing.
Okay. 1 second. We'll stop share. There we go. There you go.
Okay.
I think it's important to note that none of these kids had ever been on skis. And it's also important to note that they had a wonderful, wonderful time. And as she's going forward, I want to now start the process of talking about our third division. We talked about the fiscal election division. We've talked about the accommodation district. It's not moving forward, but I'll just continue. I want to talk about our third division. It's the Innovation and Development Division. And despite enduring the clawback attempt by our state superintendent of over $10 million this past fall, late summer, the superintendent of schools fought back and gave him so much data that we lost very little funds and were able to move forward with all programming at full capacity. So a big round of applause to the team. And what's also kind of to see the landscape as we go forward is we have a Helping Empower Learning Conference, and we're securing speakers. And one of our speakers called us last week, and at this point in time is refusing to come, even though our schools and our teachers would benefit and have asked for the content that he is willing to present to us about diversity and school culture. So we're continuing that battle. Hopefully we will get another conversation with this presenter. So with current state leadership, there's limited likelihood that funding is going to be available to support our current programs. And as you know, Congress has yet to pass a budget. And in talking with the Department of Education, there are no grants currently coming out, but they have us on our radar if they ever do come out. So what I want to do is talk about some highlights and hand it over to the rest of the crew here of some of the things we've been able to accomplish this year. For the first time ever, we were able to secure workforce housing dollars, and 7 districts were awarded workforce housing dollars. I want to highlight one of the districts, Fredonia Moccasin. They hit it out of the park. They built 6 units that have 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms. So they're looking beyond just the tiny homes or the little sheds put out or the modular homes around. They're actually in a real neighborhood and have an opportunity to not just attract single teachers, but teachers with families, and to really start setting up some roots. So big kudos to Fredonia taking this up like that. And I have a feeling it's going to serve as a national model moving forward. Our teacher retention grant is allowing for early year teachers to be mentored and hopefully to support them so that we do not lose them. And the Contextualizing Math and Science and Garden and Environmental Education Grant has seen over 30 early childhood educators receive professional development, install indoor and outdoor gardens that feed our children and are the catalyst for real-world education opportunities. Much of this work was funded by ESSER and ARPA funds. So I have a few people here now that are going to talk to you about some of our other projects.
So I'm here to talk about literacy. How do students share their expertise in reading? Well, one third grader saw her mother studying for her literacy class. The student ran upstairs and returned a few minutes later with handwritten notes to help her mom. Mom, she said, I wrote all this information down about syllable types so you would know how to read and teach big multisyllabic words. The state of Arizona has a new law. It's SB 1572. It states that all K-5 teachers need 90 hours of science of reading. We have supported over 350 educators from one end of the district to the other with these 90 hours. More of our accomplishments, our agency has provided trainings from Fredonia, Page, Grand Canyon, Williams, Maine, besides Flagstaff. The agency has provided more than 100 hours of coaching to teachers and teacher teams. Over 25 administrators around the county have taken classes on the science of reading, and many of these administrators have begun steps in creating comprehensive literacy plans. Our agency has partnered and supported one literacy night in Flagstaff in our first year. This year, we are up to 6 literacy nights, and they are spread out from Loop to the Grand Canyon. Also, our agency has added classes this year to support middle and high school teachers in helping our secondary students who still struggle with reading. Did you know that vocabulary has one of the most significant impacts on comprehension? Last year, we worked with Loop on vocabulary. Recently, the principal contacted us again. Their staff wants professional development like they had last year because their teachers could see their work was making a difference with their students. Their school grade has gone from a D to a B. The superintendent of schools office is a key ingredient to ensuring literacy throughout our county. We need to always remember that literacy is a right, not a privilege. Thank you.
I'm going to take a moment to highlight some of the mental health programs we've been able to implement with many of our county schools through 2 grants that I manage. With student mental health issues at an all-time high, it's been incredibly important for us to provide counseling services to schools throughout the county. Additionally, teachers have faced some significant mental health challenges in the past few years. And we've been able to provide counseling to these teachers at no cost to them amid extensive waiting lists for counseling offices in the community, and with many of these counseling agencies not accepting insurance at all. Last school year, there was one teacher who told our staff that she would not have been able to finish out the school year without the counseling support that she received from our agency. We can all imagine the impact that leaving in the middle of the year may have had on the students in this teacher's classroom, and that's really what our work is all about, the students. One of the most influential aspects of this grant is the professional development that our agency provides to schools throughout the county, because it's so important to elevate the efficacy of our teachers in order to improve outcomes for our students. Last year, we hosted the Helping Empower All Learners Conference for 200 educators, where they were able to receive professional development from national presenters and from our staff at no cost to the teachers. To ensure our reach expanded to all corners of the county, we provided funding for teachers and administrators from Page, Grand Canyon, and Fredonia to attend this amazing conference. We look forward to hosting another inspiring and transformational HEAL conference this coming June. Could you go to the next slide? Now, we know that the Arizona Department of Education likely will not be making extensive funds available to support mental health services in our schools for the foreseeable future. However, we were able to secure additional funding from the governor's office to support substance use prevention and mental health promotion efforts at some of our county's alternative high schools in partnership with the county's Health and Human Services Department. Perhaps most exciting from this project is the youth coalition that we're building, which involves working directly with students from our schools to prevent vaping, alcohol use, cannabis use, and the use of other drugs like fentanyl. We know that when we engage and empower these students, our efforts are so much more impactful. We're really excited to continue this important work in mental health in Coconino County.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Dr. Terry Maurer. I'm the executive director. As you may have seen in the national media or in our local media, we're in the middle of a severe teacher shortage. Special education teachers and service providers are even more difficult to retain. The agency is contracted with over 23 schools countywide and provided over 1,000 hours of serviceable minutes to our county's children. Without these services, these schools could be out of compliance, and ultimately our children go without these services. Which leads us now to the service improvement request. In this, first I want to say thank you for authorizing the bridge funds last year. To date, we have not utilized them, and we have grants that are currently ending in September and December. These funds will allow us to continue our agency services as we search for and apply for funding in this coming year. As we look at the upcoming slides, you'll quickly see the majority of our agency's work is funded through federal, state, and local grants. Our service improvement request is based in this new reality. The latest release of grant applications are asking for matching funds. And in this instance, they cannot be already allocated federal funds. So in our latest grant application, the requirement for us to even apply was a 25% match. So if our agency was to be awarded a grant of approximately $800,000 to continue this work, we would have to come up with approximately $200,000 to be awarded this grant. With the approval of our improvement request, it would greatly help continue our work that you've heard about here and apply for these types of grants. Now, Fang, our chief deputy, will highlight the financial structure of the superintendent of schools for all services and supports for our county schools.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. This is current overall budget for superintendent of schools, supporting all services over Coconino County school districts, excluding accommodation school district. There are three main funding sources, including grants, which you can see is 85.5%, forest fees, 5.7%, and ARPA, 3.4%. Please. And this slide to the left pie chart it shows the fiscal election division along with the executive director position. It shows how they're funded. And you can see 90% comes from forest fees and 10% comes from indirect cost. Next, Dr. Meyer is going to present on how innovation and development division is funded.
So if you look to the right of the slide, you'll see very quickly that the Innovation and Development Division is funded approximately over 90% by grant funds. Our next two largest funding streams are our fee-for-service models and indirect costs, which are captured through the grants. As we look to continue our programming, our superintendent of schools has worked with both our agency and our county schools to help develop our future endeavors with the county.
as we continuously improve the services provided to our schools and meet our schools where they're at, here is our internal and external analysis. And I'm just going to highlight a couple things. And I think it's important to highlight a few things because our schools benefit from the wealth of the agency's expertise and the agency's deep understanding of our community's needs. First, we offer diverse educational programs. What we're doing in Page looks very different than what we're doing in Williams. We're able to meet them where they're at, and we have the staff that's able to meet them where they're at. We also, in looking at maybe one of our weaknesses, is we're heavily constrained by our reliance on grant funds and limited funding streams. We also are limited, but have overcome a lot of the challenges of the geographic dispersion of our schools, because that presents logistical challenges. Yet our staff embraces traveling to our schools. Remote has opened up lots of opportunities. And then we were able to hire our executive director who lives in Page. And so 50% of his work is up out of the Page office and 50% is here in Flagstaff and looking to build upon that. Another thing I want to bring up from our SWOT analysis is it's going to take regional collaborations to continue to do this work. We're not going to be able to just necessarily apply on our own. So how can we ensure that when we do apply for grants, that our partners in other regions, such as other counties, can also have access to their funds? So I'm setting this type of stage for you as you look at our SWOT analysis to move into some critical conversations. We're good for this year, and we don't even have to touch any of the bridge funds. And thank you again for that. We're able to continue through the next fiscal year or the next academic year. I have trouble going back and forth with that, so I apologize. But what I really want to do is, if you could go to the last slide or second to last slide, thank you, is I want to set the stage for moving forward past FY25, okay? I want to say a few words. Food, meals, daycare, medical care, eyeglasses, mental health. Schools have evolved into our safety nets. Grappling with a myriad of challenges beyond traditional education, the responsibilities now extend way beyond learning. They extend to surrogate parenting, providing clothing, providing washing machines, providing daycare, medical care, food, and addressing the various needs hindering learning. This has led to the emergence of in-school services like food pantries, expanded meal programs, you saw during COVID where we fed families, mental health partnerships, and support groups for children and educators facing adversity. In a county marked by prevalent poverty and limited community resources, the superintendent of schools and our community are grappling with the question of whether it's the county's responsibility to support the schools as they function for the safety nets of our community, our society. The superintendent of schools office places children at the forefront, aiming to address the shortcomings in the current system. As education stretches beyond the traditional academic roles, financial support from state or local grants hasn't always been reliable. The superintendent of schools office relies on temporary grants, private donations, you name it, emphasizing the need for sustainable funding sources. Moving forward, the superintendent of schools has an ask, because the superintendent of schools has a history of meaningful services to county schools. We recognize the vital role that our schools play as safety nets in our community. But the critical question posed is whether the county and the county board views schools as the last stop or an alternative to juvenile detention or prison. Looking ahead to FY '26, there is a call for a fundamental rethink of how we fund the superintendent of schools office. Currently, as stated last year, the county relies on the authorization of secure rural schools funding to pay for fiscal positions that are required by statute. Hopefully, we'll get at least reauthorized for 1 year, but I know there is a backup for the general fund for those positions. However, secure rural schools is a funding mechanism to provide rural school students, keyword students, with educational opportunities comparable to suburban and urban students. My question is, how do we look at using general funds to support the have-tos? They don't have a direct impact on students. Based on this intent, I recommend that the county rethinks how we use our secure rural school dollars. We are the only county that I know of that uses secure rural school funds to pay for statutory positions and our executive director. These dollars, in my humble opinion, should go toward schools, students, and should support the work of our innovation and development department because they work directly with our students. Again, what will happen if the schools are not the safety net for society? What group do you know of that's willing to take on all these services? We need to support our schools as a county if we want our children to flourish and if we want economic vitality within the county. Knowing what we know, is this the best intended use of secure rural funds? As we move through the next fiscal year, I look forward to robust, meaningful conversations on the best use of secure rural funds and how we can continue to provide the services that we do for our schools as they have become the safety net for our society. Thank you. And then, are there any questions?
Thank you for the presentation. Do we have any questions or comments from board members? Supervisor Horstman.
Yes, thanks. And thanks for the overview from you and your staff. And we really appreciate everything that your office has done for our public schools. And, I really want to compliment you on the outreach that you and your staff have done to the other school districts. I really think it's been something that has exceeded what we've seen in the past, and quite frankly, and I think it's been extremely beneficial for our school districts here in Coconino County. So I want to thank you for that public outreach. I do have a question, and I know we increased the percentage for SRS funds that went to the schools, but I can't remember, what's the percentage breakdown, Cheryl?
Don't remember the breakdown, but what it was to offset and Suri's here, the raises that the county offered, and it was also to support the business manager position, which is funded.
I just was wondering what the breakdown is percentage-wise between roads and schools. 70.
Yeah, and 25% legally has to go to the roads. And our buses need good roads. I know that.
All right, thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments? Supervisor Fowler.
I feel the same way as after the community assessment presentation. I guess back in the day, one room schools, that's how it was. Everything that you just rolled out. It was the community center. It was the community, the education, providing the children with everything that is written out. But today, the schools are in great challenge And it's just really sad to see too that it's just become a political weapon. And yet these children, they have all they see is what's in front of them, and they just want security and safety.
Well said, Supervisor Fowler.
They want to be able to not hear their stomach growl. And a lot of them, for many students, school is the safe zone, is a safe place because of home situations. So, and then you all have to deal with the trauma of the acting out at the school also. So how do we address that? It's just so much. Just, you know, it's just our state legislators, we keep talking to them and it seems like they don't really listen. Like as though they don't know anything about having children and having your children go to school. So yeah, it is pretty challenging, and I'm glad you're working on a legislation. We can help you with that. We have, we're getting pretty good at walking the halls over there. And then just the rethinking of SRS, I guess I want to be reminded as to how that was laid out. How do we use general funds? Yeah.
So currently, the secure rural school funds, when authorized, support numerous positions in the office, and they are the chief deputy, the finance tech 2, if I'm saying that correctly now, the finance tech 3, the fiscal elections coordinator. I think they might pay my salary, but I'm not sure. And then the executive director and the business manager over all the grants.
Yeah, so with that, what you're asking is the secure rural schools, all those salaries go under general funds.
Except for the executive director and the business manager. They would stay under there because those would be the direct support services to the students in schools.
I guess when the budget comes around, we'll see how that looks and see how we can work on that. But you're absolutely right. Economic, long-term success of the county is where education, at the level of education. You know, when NGS shut down, or when it was being proposed to shut down, I was saying that our demographics is going to change. We got to improve our education system. And that starts at the school, the elementary and at the high school level. So yeah, this is, and you're very good at getting grants. I think that and the community assessment that was done and just how you see the schools. I'm trying to merge those two in my head right now, and just how challenging where the students come from, the challenge it has. Not just the accommodation schools, the public schools are struggling. So we have the health department that it's created a youth. I really want to see where the services go and how it's delivered. Who delivers it? I think that's really important. So just the challenge that you all face and trying to strategize and trying to reach out to other partners. It's a great challenge you have. And your housing, wow, what a vision to be able to do housing. Yeah, that is amazing. So yeah, you get some wins and then you get more wins.
That is the hope. And I think one of the things also too, which we just had to start, is it wasn't it was not an intentional piece, a small piece of this mental health work, but how it has evolved intentionally and in our future grant application and program development is not going back to the 1990s parent classes. We're talking, we are really working now with families because the families are traumatized. And then they're passing some of that on to their children. And so it's beyond just regular parenting classes. We have, I think, had over 25, 28 different family, we call them engagement nights, to look at what is the role of the family, no matter what that looks like, in the child's successful education and with the school, and changing those relationships with the school. And what's really interesting in my needs assessment this year, I went around to all the superintendents and asked, what's family engagement? What does that mean to you? And they listed activities, not what the role was. So we're doing some family engagement work with superintendents, principals, and staff, and the front staff. And we're actually just having to start with getting a definition. Because if you look at when the education really started going down, it's the 80s, it's when latchkey kids started. And now it's like this between the families and the schools.
I like to see really a report assessment with all the other schools, see where we're at. And I think that just what you're seeing, if it's a report that's put before us, we would be able to use that to be able to advocate better. We just need that information to be able to.
So let me know, later on in the week or in a couple weeks, what assessment and data you would like. And I can provide you guys, all of that data. We can put a package together for you. If we could do it for Mr. Horn, we can do it for you guys.
Well, I'm just thinking that I worked with the Arizona Board of Regents. And I asked them to look at is after high school, how many graduated after 2 years? How many graduated after 4 years, 6 years? And it's college and the universities. And then I'm part of the tri-university. The first 2 years of a student leaving high school, they're in remedial programs on a scholarship. And then within those 2 years, they've used up their scholarship. And then they give up on the third year and they come back. So when you look at the statistics from the Arizona Board of Regents statistical analysis, my mouth gets really dry because I've been taking my sinus medicine. Excuse me. It really calls for a vocational education center here. Workforce development has the same statistics in the county as well as the state, not just our county, but across the board in northern Arizona. So, I mean, I'm taking it bigger, but it's just those statistics. And to be able to, what is it that the legislators need to know? That's what we need to let them know. They don't realize too, because majority of them are from down south, the distance that the bus have to run. We have a Starlink on Page bus. We have a Starlink on Flagstaff bus because of the distance, over an hour for the children to be taken home.
We will work on getting you some data. We have it.
Thank you, Vice Chair Begay.
Thank you, Cheryl. You and the staff to do the presentation here. I know that Tuba City School District at one time had a dual track. One was vocational, students that wanted to take vocational schools and then graduate. Then there was another one, just college prep. So they had two sets of programs going on. And and college is not for everybody, although we want our kids all to be in college and get all these degrees, but sometimes some of them don't want to go. They want to do stuff with their hands and be welders and carpenters or anything other than, you know, being a head boss, just sitting in a chair and directing people to do this and that. Some of us are like that. But anyway, but I just want to say, I'm not sure if you can look into that to see how successful that was. Maybe that's one way of trying to find out. That would also be in the stats. And then I'm not sure if there's any other school that has that. And then the other thing is that the Navajo education. Usually, some of us can speak very fluent in Navajo because it was taught in the home as we were growing up small, and our parents and grandparents had that task of doing that. And at one point in time, again, I saw it in Tuba City as I was an employee and as I was a board member for 16 years there. We had brought in the Title IV dollars funds at that point, at one time, and we brought in grandparents. And they were the ones that took them to a room and they taught them their native language, whether it be Hopi or Navajo. So those were the main ones that were being spoken in or homes, within some homes. But anyway, that's how that was too. So, and I guess, the younger they are exposed to that. And I really believe in that preschool should have a Navajo language, because we're taught to learn our language and then to also learn, go to college and, work with it that way, you'll understand. And I'm pretty sure it's like that for Geronimo too, he's within his home. But anyway, so I'm just kind of thinking way back of what I thought was successful in this particular school district I worked in. So there's a lot of stuff that projects that you're doing and keeping track of. And some schools had, I know, were like D-rated schools. And it really is probably up to the superintendent and superintendent of schools, to really monitor that, to bring them up to at their grade levels too. So everything plays together, from the parents all the way up to the administration and lawyers. So anyway, but I think she was our lawyer for so many years at the school district there. But anyway, this is something that we really need to look into and start, look into the strengths and weaknesses as opportunities and threats or trends or, whatever it may be. I think that will really get us, again, if we have the stats, there's more opportunities for some funding that might be available to us, so that we can tap into those to use to educate our children. So thank you very much for the presentation, and I'm looking forward to some assessments you might be bringing back to the board one of these days. Thank you.
Supervisor Begay.
Thank you. Are there any other comments by supervisors at this time? Supervisor Hess.
Just real quick, I just want to thank you again. This is a tough job. I'm a son of retired teachers. You got to meet my mom the other day, so
Former principal, Ponderosa High
that's
School.
right. That's right. I grew up in seeing it from their point of view, which is what your point of view is now, and you're taking it to another level. And I really agree with the literacy. I think that's the part that we got to really touch on is in every language and making sure we can do everything. But the literacy, I think, is definitely, I see that in my kids. We're pushing it hard, and I can definitely see the retention of learning being so much better. So I want to applaud you for that. So continue to push that envelope. The other thing was the post-secondary preparedness that you talked about. And I think that's really what we've touched on a few times is not just college bound, not just the military like I did, but other options. And I think that's really something new that we've added to the curriculum. You know, my dad was a metal shop teacher, so he had a lot of guys that have come back to him. They've got kids now that are now welders, and that's their career. And we've that's gone now at Sanawa. So that's one of those things that's sad that we have to push that envelope. And how do we do that? Working with the community college, working remotely. So I applaud you on trying to reach outside the box, trying to get those reaching throughout the entire county. And that's a tough task. So I applaud you for continuing to push that. The other thing, the question I had, you touched on it real quick, was the 4-day week. And you brought up how it was going to affect your funding, but what does something like that look like?
A 4-day week?
Yeah.
Well, we're working on putting some schedules together right now, actually. And we're looking at some models because many of our smaller districts, because of funding, as well as an enticement for teacher recruitment, have gone to the 4-day week. But if you talk with one of them specifically, especially at the elementary, it's failing them as far as their academic progress. So, but what at the secondary level, since the accommodation district is only secondary, is what does that look like and how could we possibly build it so it's a part of a workforce development piece? So, but there's also that loss of transportation dollars, and 1 day out of 5 is 20%.
No, and I agree. I think at the elementary and, middle school, I was like, that's gonna be a tough sell. But then, like we talked about, my mom as a principal, she implemented some workforce release, early release on days of work, and that was for that school very effective.
Yes.
So I think it's a case by case scenario, and that's why I was just kind of, if that's what you're looking at, and it sounds like it's more case by case, and not just the whole school, but within the curriculum at school. So that's interesting, and that was I just wanted to clarify that. I couldn't
Okay.
imagine
And I'll have more answers as we develop
Sure.
the program, and we're doing a lot of looking at block scheduling, different models right now.
Awesome, thank you, and
That would not go into effect till FY26 if we do it.
thank you.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Horseman.
Yeah, oh, yeah. And that's where we're finding with the elementary, they're seeing a decline, and talking with some of our current districts within the county that are doing that. Hmm. That's a part of our assessment. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just wanted to say, first off, thank you to your team. Such an important role that you play educating our youth. And so it was really good to see how you've been managing to pull in all these grant dollars, and the fact that you haven't had to use the bridge fund is a real success, because a year ago when we spoke about that bridge fund, we kind of assumed that it was going to get spent. And so the fact that it's sitting there, it's available, but hasn't needed to be used is really exciting. So kudos to your team. That's really exciting. The other piece that I also wanted to give you real exciting about the housing in Fredonia. That's really cool. If only we could replicate that elsewhere in Coconino County, that would be great.
We have 4 other districts that receive funding. Their homes are not built yet. Tuba City, Cage Unified, Grand Canyon, and Parks, Maine Consolidated. So we got 5 out of the 7 that were 8 that were awarded.
Good. Congratulations. That's so important. And then the other piece I was just curious on a follow-up is, I know last year there was a lot of work on social emotional learning and throughout the district, and kind of where's that at? I know there's been some stuff in the legislature that's made that a little difficult. So I just wanted to get an update on where we're at with that.
Okay. Well, we now have, our schools are being asked to sign, like I was asked with our funding, to sign an attestation that it would not happen, with working with our county attorneys. We have not signed it and no ramifications. Our school districts, as they were doing their annual reporting and for the report card, they were asked to sign 5 attestations that there would be no social emotional learning or mental health supports during the instructional day. If so, they outlined the consequences for the teachers, the administrators, and then it just builds from there. The state board's fighting that because does that belong on the report card by statute? Does it belong on the report card page? Does the state Board of Education need to authorize that? So that right now is with the Auditor General.
Okay, great. Thank you for that update. That's a little concerning that we're not allowed to provide mental health support to our students during teaching time.
But Corey and his team, they are working on ways that we have been able to do it, as well as leveling up our general instructors and our administrators so that they can just incorporate it and recognize that someone might be coming with trauma or need of mental health support. So what do we do differently, even if it's not like a very specific, like going into a group counseling session during the instructional day?
And just a follow-up question on that. Just how does Superintendent Horn intend to address those mental health issues if you're not allowed to have your teachers actually discuss any of those issues in class?
I can't answer that question. Can you, Corey? But our parents are severely traumatized and and it's across the board, in our, homes that are very wealthy. Somehow parenting has really shifted over the years and there's not that engagement. And I love technology, but when we're doing this and not talking to our child, and, it goes on bigger than that, as you know, all the trauma or their adverse experiences while they were in school. It just goes on. Our families are not engaged, so that's why that important step that was a piece of our last program development, but is going to be more intentional, is really what is family engagement in the educational process, because it's not Mr. Peru coming to back to school night and showing up for a field trip. What is it really to improve the outcomes for our kids? What does it look like? And nobody had a definition out of all the superintendents I interviewed. It was activities.
Thank you. And you touched on my final point, which was about family engagement and how important that is and how concerning it is that that is lacking right now in our districts. Are the districts in the county, besides FUSD, using the academic parent-teacher team model? Is that something that has been used elsewhere?
I can't specifically answer that question, and I'm not even sure FUSD is really utilizing that model to its purest form. It seems to be pieces, and that's what I see throughout the county. And this work, and it's kind of based out of Constantino's work. Let's just say FUSD's at the table, including their superintendent, as to how do we develop a program that brings our families, no matter what those families look like, back into our schools and their child's educational life.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And having worked in elementary school and worked on APTT and family engagement, if there's any way I can help, please let me know. I'd be willing to sit down and discuss some ideas.
Okay. And just real quick, because I know I actually have a quote from Mr. Begley that I ran into Saturday evening about the funds, our ARPA funds, and the impact on Killip and how it has changed the landscape of parents not being able to, and the teachers are supposed to be doing learning and all that. And the family liaison person, Licia, that we have there, as to the strides that she has made in having that position in the school and her outreach. She's also bilingual, so she's able to talk with the parents and go get the parents and bring them in, et cetera. So it has made a difference. And so that is also one of the models we'll be looking at moving forward.
Great. That's really encouraging. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you for your time today. Have a good rest of your afternoon.
Thank you. All right, next up, we have our Health and Human Services team. I apologize for us going late. We've been piled on, but we're excited for the next presentation. Thank you.
We could try. Yeah, come on down. The other thing too. Come on down, please.
Come on down. This is a team effort. If we got to sit up here, you got to come down there.
I was just gonna see if I just do that, just because I just want to be able to see that. It won't let me advance. That would be awesome. I'm going to be advocating that a different podium setup gets put up here because just saying it's really hard when you have laptops and you can't read your notes on them. When you have old eyes, you can't see. So we need
to
the
make sure
bigger.
you have your glasses.
I do, but I also printed my notes in 18 font, so hopefully I don't have to keep putting them on and off. I was teasing the team about how growing up and in church, we'd be made to speak in church, and we had these great podiums that were super deep. And it was before the days of laptops. And it also had a raise and lower for the microphone, because I always speak about how often I'm annoyed when people don't speak into the microphone so that when we're listening remotely that we can hear. So anyway, that's my little soapbox aside for everything. But are you set, Lindsay? Okay. All right. Thank you. All right, I know. We had to have a couple of comic relief moments, so thanks for bearing with me. Did you want me to just launch in or? All right. Thank you, Chair and Supervisors, for the opportunity to come talk to you this afternoon about the budget, and really an opportunity to, kind of draw the correlations between the work that we're doing, the community health needs assessment that the team spoke to you about this morning. So I just really appreciate that opportunity. So before I jump right in, I want to start with introductions of our team, and I'm actually going to make them come up to the microphone because, again, those of you who are viewing remotely, I'm going to be the advocate to make sure that people can actually see and hear the folks that start talking behind you and behind the microphone that you can't hear when you're watching remotely. So with that, Lindsay, if you'll just advance to the slide, I'm going to have the folks come up, and I know one of our team members has to be appearing remotely, and I don't know if you're able to move Erica over, Lindsay, Erica Shaw. But I'm going to go ahead and have Michelle start. So if you'll just come up, introduce yourself and what your role is. Thank you.
Thanks for having us again. Michelle Axland, Deputy Director, Health and Human Services. Thanks.
Good afternoon, Chair Vasquez, members of the board. Eve Walters, Deputy Director, Health and Human Services.
start over again.
Hi, everybody. I'm Joel Bunis, the Outbreak Response Division Manager.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jenna Cathone. I'm the Administrative Manager. Good afternoon. I'm Andrea Merrihew, Division Manager for Community Action. Good afternoon. I'm Chris Newell. I'm Grant Coordinator for Health and Human Services.
And then I know online, Erica, do you want to quickly pop on?
Good
Okay,
afternoon, Board.
actually, I think you promoted the wrong Erica. That's Erica Arlington. So Erica Shaw may not have been.
She's-
Oh. Okay.
Yeah. Eric, if you want to unmute.
Sorry.
Can you all hear me now?
Yes.
There we go. Thank you for putting up with the tech issues. But my name's Erica Shaw. I'm the Division Manager for Recovery and Resiliency. Thanks for having us.
Thanks, Erica. And Lindsay, you might just want to go back to the slide before the video piece so that we reset, or you can just restart. Yep. Okay. And then go ahead and go to the next slide. This is a short video I just want to share with you about our accomplishments over the last year. And if you'll just hit that red button to hit play.
I don't think it's going to do audio because our microphone will try.
Oh.
The audio in here is.
Oh, so see, I messed us up with.
So I don't know if Erica.
Stopping the video. Oh. Oh, we may not have sound. Okay, well, we can go ahead and, sorry, that was me messing up things in the grand order of the presentation, but we can't, actually, it has to play. So if you want to pull down, Lindsay, I'm good with pulling back up on here. Sorry about that. Oh, we actually have it on the flash drive. We can do it on the flash drive. Will we mess up in? Sorry. Can't do that. So can you do it? Oh.
It has to be somebody virtual.
Oh, we didn't.
No.
Okay,
Yeah.
sorry. That's all right.
Okay.
Okay. Well, my apologies for that. We did not realize that was part of our technical issues, but we will we'll get you so that you can see that video. And in fact, actually, we'll get it shared over so that Erica can share it from her machine after we get to a good stopping point. How about that?
You know, your funding depends on this, you know that.
I know.
Kim.
Gosh, thank you.
Those are points lost for no video. Just kidding.
All right. So Lindsay, are you going to pull it back up? Perfect. Thank you. As Lindsay's pulling up the presentation, one of the things that, and we'll let this video play through because it's set up so that you have to get to the next slide. One of the things I just wanted to start and open with is just a little reminder of where we are with staffing with HHS and the work that we've done over the last couple of years. I know last year when I talked with you about our budget, we had completed our strategic planning process, which was a component of our health needs assessment and our community health improvement planning. And we had come up with our strategic priorities. And we work as a staff of, currently 183 staff total that is made up of 139 employees who are funded through grants, limited appointments, the health district funding and general funding. We have 17 temporary staff. Some of those staff include Meals on Wheels drivers and other temporary staff that are assisting with some of our programs, and 27 interns. So just to give you that picture, all of the staff are working on priorities that we've set for ourselves as a department, which includes our quality improvement, our workforce development, there we go, our service delivery, sustainability, and marketing and outreach. And these were all components that our program managers and our other staff and on all of our leadership team worked really hard on to put together. And this is something that guides our work almost every single day. And we have dashboards and progress that we report on regularly to ourselves, to our staff, and ultimately to the public to be able to see that as well. With this, we're led by our values and our commitment to our mission and vision, both internally as a department, and then that is how we then move forward with serving the communities and the people in our communities that rely on us for services. And we place a significant importance on our workplace, mental health and well-being, so that we in turn can be able to provide the best service to those in our communities who are in dire need of the things that we do for them each day. Next slide, please. Quick reminder, mentioned it this morning, we utilize the social determinants of health framework in all of the things that we are looking at, because it really is about guiding and looking at the whole health from a multi-systems approach. Next slide, please. So I want to walk through each of the umbrella and the divisions of Health and Human Services and talk a bit about the accomplishments, the things that we are currently focusing on, and the things that the future brings to us, the challenges and the assistance that we can use from the board as well, and how we navigate and go forward in serving our community. And at the beginning of each of these, just representing what social determinants are addressed under each of our divisions. Next slide, please. So under our administration umbrella, and it's not a division because as you look on this slide to the left, what I wanted to represent and what the team worked really hard on was to just be able to visually show all of the different things and programs that are happening at HHS. We're big, have our hands in a lot of things and that are very varied across the board. And so obviously under this umbrella, we have our communications, which ultimately has their hands in everything. I think from an accomplishment standpoint, the communication campaigns that I know you have all seen and have been exposed to and been sharing for us across your districts. We were able to utilize some funding to get some additional support around communicating and campaigns for vaccinations, for our clinics, for all of the things that we do at HHS. Little ads in the movie theater. You've heard radio ads all across the county in newspapers, just in terms of getting that word out all across the county of the services that are available all across Coconino County and even in our small communities. Certainly our finance and support. We couldn't do any of this without Monita and her team, because we have lots of money that the HHS is overseeing and implementing. We currently have 51% of our total funding comes from grants and one-time funding from ARPA. We're currently operating a $33 million budget. That's pretty significant considering the overall county's budget. And 41% of our staff are fully funded by grants, with another 15% funded both with a mix of district funding and also grants. And of course, as we go forward with the public health funding becoming lean, our COVID grants going away, the sunset of ARPA funds, the commitment and the work that's being done to continue to secure new funding and to leverage existing funding is even more vital and continues to be at the forefront of the things that we focus on. Just and Chris is here with us, the grants coordinator position was something that we were able to do as a pilot because we had some COVID-related funding that we were able to create that position. And one of the things that we're asking for in the budget this year is the opportunity to continue that, to be able to fund a grant coordinator position, but to do it through the indirect fees that come from grants. And just to share a little bit, this is not just about HHS. This is about coordinating grants for the entire county. We have been able to work with other departments, including the sheriff's office for pathways funding, the county attorney's office for our diversion-related grant that we are looking at data and other social determinants of health impacting folks entering the criminal justice system, our facilities department, and working to get funding for the Brownsfield grant, from the Brownsfield grant to take care of the asbestos and other issues in the old courthouse. All told, there has been, since this position began, over 29 grants have been written. 9.3 million has been awarded, with another 645,000 in progress. And that's probably changed because every day somebody's looking at something and we start the process of looking at, is this something that the county can apply for? And is there going to be a good return on investment to be able to support the funding of the county? And so as you see, these grants make a huge difference for the county, and that we are really reaping those benefits of leveraging those funds. A couple other pieces, we have forensic interviewing under our purview under Health and Human Services for children who have been, unfortunately, have experienced crimes that have been committed against them, whether that be sexual or physical, and just a whole array of things. And that's just under the administration umbrella. I already touched on, and you all heard this morning, the amazing presentation by our staff about the community health needs assessment from an accomplishment standpoint. You're familiar with the opioid settlement rollout. That is, ongoing. Monita works tirelessly to help keep everything in check. That is its own little monster of things to manage to make sure our communities are getting their funding as those payments come in, because none of it is scheduled or is it set in amounts. So it's really an interesting thing to track. Of course, the launch of with all of your commitment to our mental health needs and for our youth behavioral health model that we are launching, that we currently are working with facilities and others to start to design and put that forward to build that center. And as was mentioned earlier, working really hard with our Regional Behavioral Health Authority to stress the importance of needing additional behavioral health providers here in Coconino County. And I know Michelle touched on this a little bit this morning, but we have had the opportunity to be able to share some of our concerns and issues, and there's some exciting things happening that I look forward to in the future, bringing forward to you all to share as those are unfolding. As the future for underneath administration overall in particular is continuing to work on that staff development component, putting our staff's well-being in the forefront through the programs that the county offers, through the things that you all have funded and have supported over the years, and continuing to make sure that if we're taking care of our own people as staff, that allows us to then serve our communities in the best way possible. The things that we're doing on our end are updating our policies and procedures at HHS with the combination of all three of the separate departments at the time, really looking to make sure that we're addressing and evolving as needed because of the different programs and things that we're doing. And then, of course, always with that eye on using data to actually drive the things that we go after, whether that's funding, whether that's the services that we're providing, and then making sure that we're getting that information out across the county so that folks know what is available to them. Next slide, please, Lindsay. So our next division I'm going to touch on is our Community Action Division. And as you see, the social determinants there on the screen, pretty much touching on all of them under the things that they are doing. Next slide, please. So a couple of highlights in terms of programming that's under that Community Action Division. We, of course, have our social services team, our home care team for our seniors, our congregate meals, our senior centers, both in Flagstaff and Williams, our Meals on Wheels drivers, where we actually go out and deliver meals to those who are homebound, our Workforce Innovation Act Career Services team, and of course, a couple of other smaller programs that are our business empowerment and also our ACP program, which is about getting a connectivity and out around the county and folks who are eligible to actually utilize that program. The big things that many of you know and were a part of were the kitchen remodels. Again, thanks to those ARPA funds that were allocated, got to remodel both the Williams and the Flagstaff kitchens. That has been amazing for our staff and for the seniors that we serve. Our diaper distribution model and hotel vouchers, adding SNAP to the services that we are also helping to navigate with our community members. The Summer Youth Works program that all of you are aware of, the being able to get over 50 youth their first ever summer job all across the county. We had placements in the Grand Canyon, we had placements in Page, in Williams, in Flagstaff, and I'm probably missing one, but in the interest of not losing my place, I will come back to that. And then also our programs, partnering with our own programs within HHS, getting vaccines out to seniors, being able to go out to homebound seniors and deliver vaccine-related services. So what are some of the things in the future that are either exciting or are concerning? Those are the issues of, with ARPA funding, we were able to expand the Meals on Wheels program for seniors in Flagstaff and also seniors in Williams. And with the expiration of that funding, that is going to leave seniors who, while they are eligible for the program, NACOG doesn't have the funding and they're not getting onto those services. There's work that's going on. Certainly we've applied for CDBG funds through the county. You'll all remember we were in front of you regarding that expansion of services to then also include navigation related services and connecting the seniors to those programs, which also included a meal. And we've recently submitted a CDBG application to the city of Flagstaff in the hopes to be able to have some bridge funding to cover that as well. As we talked about a lot this morning, there were the issues of what the eligibility, sustainability, what eligibility sustainability means when we talk about minimum wage, when we talk about the SNAP programs, WIC services, things that have eligibility that with our families being on the cusp of where they don't qualify for things, and medical insurance, and all of those are very concerning. And especially as we look legislatively how things are lining up, we've got a lot of concerns there of what that's going to look like for our families and the people that we serve.
We have a quick question, Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, on that note, do we want to add that to our state and federal agenda and start educating even through NACO, our resolution opportunity is opening up. And it's really important to educate the rest of the country as to what we see, that it's too low, 200%. I've heard that and in our Rural Caucus, as well as the Economic Development and Workforce Development Committee. So I'm just wondering, but I haven't seen a resolution submitted yet. So I was just wondering if maybe that's what we want to do. You know, resolutions sometimes don't get adopted, but you get your education out there. You start having that conversation. And, you know, those conversations, once if NACO adopts it, then it becomes part of the platform in Congress, in the halls of Congress, and submit them, include it in their reports and their advocacy.
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Board members, I know we are working very closely with Gregory and Keith, and as there are federal legislation that is coming, that one we're hearing from our partner entities and our organizations that we are sharing that information. And I think we would love to see any advocacy that can be done at the federal level in particular, certainly the state level as well. We know that there's lots of additional challenges there. So absolutely, we continue to work very closely with them and making sure that you all get what you need to bring forward.
Do you believe that it should be increased?
Well, we definitely think that the guidelines need to be adjusted, absolutely. And that has been something that, I mean, you were hearing the numbers this morning about, what the $27,000, a year and 40 something a year for a family of four. I mean, those are things that,
Yeah, I mean, people that you would think that would qualify for, for certain assistance, they don't qualify because they're elderly don't qualify. So that's why I'm just thinking, I think we need to have a wider a conversation about this and put some kind of documents together so we can start educating and talking from our counterparts across the country. I think I like to see that happen. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor. I agree completely. We would welcome any and all of that kind of advocacy, because those are the things that are just becoming more and more difficult to navigate, most definitely. Next slide, please. So our next area is our population health. And under population health, obviously social determinants that we're addressing include healthcare systems and our social and community context, our communities in general, and the impact of all of our surroundings. Next slide, please. This is where our clinic services fall, our HIV care and prevention, and our Healthy Families program. All of these are vital to the overall whole health of our communities. And our Healthy Family team this year, in terms of accomplishments, they were able to secure a 5-year fellowship to incorporate the family spirit into their programming, which is really important and brings that cultural context to the families that we serve, and the teachings and how that information is shared with the families and brought into the homes. This year, our clinic gave out over 1,639 flu doses and over 3,600 COVID doses. Our Aunt Flo program launched at Health and Human Services to assist individuals who are coming into Health and Human Service buildings with period supplies. And we've got a lot of great work going on to secure some additional funding, because we want to be able to push it out countywide in all of our county buildings. Also, the program is helping the school districts in Page and Flagstaff who receive ADE grant funding to provide free products as well. So we're super excited about that. We've instituted in our clinic practices, clinic surveys to provide feedback about the quality improvement of the health and wellness clinic. And as we're going forward, we're implementing a mental health screening tool as part of the check-in when folks are using our clinical health services, so that they can also have we have an opportunity to be able to address people's mental health needs and link them to services that they may need when they're coming in for other unrelated services. As our teams continue to collaborate with each other, as you already previously heard about, going out and taking vaccines to our seniors, and us looking to expand our vaccine availability. Of course, on the screen, you see the health and wellness team van that we were able to procure through COVID-related funding, and that allows us to take our services all throughout the county and really help make sure that the things that are available here in Flagstaff are also available out in those rural areas. And I'm very proud to stand here today. I think it came up earlier today in terms of our programs, but everything that we are offering here in Flagstaff, we have some form of offering that is available and throughout our entire county. And if ever you have a question about that, please ask me, because I will tell you how to link clients and community members to those, because that is something that's very, very important to us and our staff across the county, and that we are making sure that those services are available in some fashion. And sometimes it's not in the same way that it's happening here in Flagstaff, but it is available and we're able to make those linkages. The Family Spirit program that I was talking about is really an evidence-based curriculum developed specifically for use with our Indigenous families. And we're excited that that is part of, that we're able to have that as part of our program, because this was piloted on the Navajo Nation, and now it's being used across the whole United States. So it's pretty exciting, cutting edge stuff. So thank you. Next slide, please. Recovery and resiliency. So this was one of the divisions that initially was funded through some ARPA-related allocations, but also with that promise of how are we going to be able to absorb that and continue to sustain that going forward. And I'm proud to say that we are in the position to do that because have been able to leverage our funding, much like the school superintendent was saying, when you get proficient at leveraging grant funds against other funding, it allows you to spend down those grants and to be able to preserve other funding for use at a later time. It's the chess game that we've become very good at. So next slide, please. Some of the accomplishments that many of you have already heard about, but from our teams that are part of Recovery and Resiliency, of course, our Pathways to Community partnership with the Sheriff's Department that involves many other departments from the county, as well as our nonprofit organizations, positions being funded for that program. Our opioid crisis response, lots of discussion about that earlier, the issues related to opioid addictions, and being able to link those who are struggling with substance use disorder and specific to opioids and other substance use disorders. Our health disparities program that has been amazing and been able to get out so much funding, services, and direct support across our community. That was one of those really great things that we were able to get $5 million about 4 years ago now, 3.5 years ago. And sadly, that funding is ending at the end of this fiscal year, and it's going to make a significant impact, whether it's from the food services and resources we've been able to provide, bus passes, just so much funding that went out to agencies and others to support our community. When we talk about safety nets, that is something that is really part of our challenges as these funding pots are going away. And then, of course, the youth behavioral health component that's part of Recovery and Resiliency that we're very excited to be launching, and to be able to utilize positions and pay for a position to get started utilizing our marijuana-related funding to fund that position. And then as we've been working with our staff to get them to be certified as community health workers, because we want to be able to tap into the access money and the other reimbursements that we can be eligible for providing direct services. And it's all part of that sustainability, the sustainability of that program as well. And let's see, lastly, I think on that slide, I think I have hit on all of those things. So if you will go to the next slide, please. Then our regulatory division. This is and you go to the next slide, Lindsay. This is part of our hidden services. I know Supervisor Fowler often tells stories about this in terms of all the things that we don't know that we're protecting people from with respect to our restaurants. And we were at the annual health officers conference, and one of my favorite takeaways from that was, we don't receive the thanks for the mosquito bite you didn't get. And when we talk about our regulatory division, that's a part of it too. When we are doing the work, whether it's about mosquito abatement, whether it's looking at rabies outbreaks and how we're working with the Forest Service and others in terms of managing those kinds of things. There's just so many pieces of the work that is done that keep us safe, that are not that people don't realize is happening. Also under this is, in addition to environmental health, is our animal services and also our smoke-free component for making sure that our establishments are maintaining and abiding by the ordinances and laws that have been put into place to ensure that people are not smoking in those establishments. And making sure we keep our numbers that were reported earlier this morning down on those smoking. Now we got a whole other issue, which is the vaping, but we'll talk about that at a later date. One of the big things that I just want to make sure and bring to your attention regarding the future, and I know many of you are aware, and we've been, again, working really closely with our public affairs team of the changes that are resulting from a lot of legislative bills, and in particular, some of the challenges that we're going to be facing with some of the bills that are likely going to pass and that are moving through regarding restaurants and our cottage food bills, and how we're going to navigate and manage that with our current ordinances and the things that we are charged with doing under our delegation agreements from the state and what that's going to look like. So we'll be talking to you a lot more about that as we learn what that's going to look like. But we have some serious concerns about that as we go forward. And we are also working with the state and our other counterparts because there's a significant shortage of just staff and the training and the ability to have the folks in environmental health to protect our restaurants and those other locations. And we've gotten really creative in terms of bringing in some other folks from the other counties to assist us. We've also managed to hire and train up some new staff who are just turning out to be amazing. So we're really grateful that we have been able to make some progress there. Next slide, please. Moving into our Community Health and Prevention Division. Next slide, please. Obviously, under this, multiple social determinants are addressed. This is very varied across the board with respect to the team and the folks that and programs that make up this division. Of course, our opioid overdose, tobacco and chronic disease, our Health Start program, which is located out of our Page office and across and into Tuba City and other areas on Navajo Nation, our our dental services, which is now a consortium, and that we are still very much involved in. You heard this morning about the just access related services that you are eligible for if you even qualify for access, and dental care is very limited. I know you should have all received, and we're getting ready to have our second dental days, April 5th and 6th. And so we'll be sending you more information about that. I'm excited about bringing that to provide much needed dental services in partnership. Again, this is not the county doing this. As you see, there's one part-time FTE that's part of that, but we still understand the importance and want to be leading out around everything we can support related to dental services. Our injury prevention, Arizona Health Zone, our First Things First, Quality First, which is about our daycares and licensing and helping make sure that we have quality daycare centers. Our WIC program, our Women, Infant and Children program, which is also federally on the chopping block, and how that's going to look going forward for funding. So when we talk about federal advocacy, I think that's really important. Breastfeeding peer support, which is a component of that. And then would be remiss if I didn't mention our Page Northern office. While there's more than 2 FTEs, there's multiple FTEs up there. There's actually, I think we said 8 or 7 total staff whose home base is out of the Page office. And they fulfill multiple roles. Many of those staff work within all of those different programs and are funded by different parts of those programs to provide those services out of the Page office and down and across our northern region. So with our, I know we talked this morning about the Narcan kits in our vending machine in the lobby at HHS. If you haven't seen it, please come on by and check it out. It's been really well received, and I think we've had a lot of folks come in and use it. We have a good process in place for what other things do our programs want to consider putting in there. These are all free items. There's a vetting process that goes through to make sure that we're putting things in there that are needed, but also that are not going to fall because it's a vending machine that anybody can go push a button on, to make sure that we're making sure that it's safe for everybody who is in the building. Going forward, from a future standpoint of what are our concerns and needs, and also things that we're excited about, is, our continued work with high-risk families. And you've heard not only from us, but from the school superintendent's office, that continues to be an area that grows and has a growing need. Also working with our businesses to implement Narcan in the businesses. You heard some good success about how many lives are being saved because of Narcan. We want to continue to push that forward. And then also working collaboratively with our county partners as well as others and our cities and towns in terms of expanding active living projects related to trails and streets and parks and all the things that we know make up that complete picture of social determinants of health. Next slide, please. And our outbreak response division. Believe it or not, I'm getting towards the end here of all the divisions and things that we do. There's a lot, I know. Next slide, please, Lindsay. This is, again, also one of the divisions that, as we were looking over the last couple of years, putting together what are the needs and what are the things that we need to have firmly solidified under HHS so that we can be looking forward for the things that are our threats to our well-being, to future pandemics, to public health emergency response, whether that's fire and flood related, whether that's related to any kind of outbreak, communicable diseases, and utilizing our epidemiology teams to work in partnership with the state as well as others, and to be keeping an eye out for those things as it's coming in, helping us to work together to address those issues, and then also utilizing our EPIs to help us gather the data that we've been sharing with you all and that we continue to use to drive the services that we provide. Some of the accomplishments of this division were the COVID-19 After Action Review. Hopefully all of you had an opportunity to review that. Certainly the Community Assistance Center, great accomplishment was the work that we were able to do related to the Tucson flooding that took place. And there's been a lot of work. This is a lot of the behind the scenes work, again, that people don't realize is happening with working on a mass fatality plan, so that if we were to have, anticipating all of the terrible things that could happen and being ready to respond to them, in addition to our outbreak response plan. And the partnerships that we've been able to build with our Grand Canyon National Parks, our other Arizona counties that are a part of this, and of course our local partners during emergencies. And so as the future goes forward here, again, what are the transitions that are happening? Certainly, as I stood before you last year and even the previous year with respect to our funding, that there is as COVID funding is coming to an end, we've been working with our limited appointment staff under those grants. And as we've been scaling those and sunsetting some of those positions or moving people into other things that we have scaled up that they might be eligible for, and continue to have an eye on that. But we've also been very fortunate because some of those grants that we had that funded some of those positions, we were able to get no cost extensions on. So we were able to actually continue the work and carry many of those positions even longer than we ever anticipated. Next slide, please. And last but not least, under segments, if you will, the medical examiner's office, while it's not necessarily, we don't call it its own division, it definitely is. It certainly has its own area of expertise in the work. And so next slide, please. A couple of things, certainly from an accomplishments perspective, just being able to manage the work over the last 2 years and even going into this past year, still a record number of cases. Thankfully, we're seeing that level off, which I'm grateful for lots of reasons. We've been able to successfully utilize our apprenticeship program that we were able to fund through some grant and workforce funding that has allowed us to keep that department segment of our department fully staffed with folks, which has been very helpful. And the continued publication of the annual medical examiner's report. And now Dr. Mattson, this will be his first year that he gets to put that together. So we're excited for that. As we go forward, some of the challenges, certainly recruiting a new assistant medical examiner. We're actively recruiting for that. We've got, thankfully, Doc is willing to do some temp work for us while we're working through that. And also we're putting together some independent contractor agreements to utilize some locum tenens to come up and help us as well with some of that workload while we're doing that. The grant that we were able to secure again, and Chris was a part of this as well, and writing for this grant, and we'd written for it a couple of times and got it the second go round for DNA testing for unidentified remains. And this is something that in Coconino County, we have a lot of folks or missing and unidentified individuals and remains that come to our medical examiner's office, and we want to be able to find closure for those families. And especially if they are, well, in addition to that, any of our missing and unidentified Indigenous peoples that are unfortunately far too outnumbered. So this is really exciting that this has allowed for a pretty significant amount of funding for us to be able to send those remains to be tested for DNA. In terms of asks and needs for this part of our operation, and I know we had submitted that while we have this facility and everybody heard about the new facility, and it is about 5 years old now, and all the equipment in there, and the fact that we had COVID, and recognize that while we were able to add a lot of capacity, we have the need for additional cooler space and to be able to maximize and have larger numbers of decedents in our facilities. There are lots of great equipment that, of course, as you all know, I don't know when the last time you bought a new appliance of any sort, but they sure don't last like they used to. These are commercial appliances that were under warranty and that they are now failing and have lots of costs associated with them. And are, yeah, it's really unfortunate. And if you find that 30-year-old refrigerator is in my garage, the one in my house is like 3 times in with buying new ones. I don't know if that's everyone else's experience. Yeah, yeah. So there are needs there. There are, one-time needs to replace some failing equipment to make sure that we can keep that medical examiner's office doing the things that we need to do. And then, of course, vehicle replacement for the work that they're doing, because they drive all over the county, as you all know, to pick up decedents in very remote and difficult to travel roadways. Next slide, please. So that covers all of our varied things that we're doing across the entire department. I would be remiss if I didn't pause for a moment and just appreciate all of the staff, not only all of the leadership team that is sitting in here, but all of those who are watching and all of our program managers and the line staff that do this work every day. They're, the group that works at HHS is so committed to the mission and to helping people. It's just overwhelming on many days to the things that folks do and the commitment that they bring to the clients that they serve and the passion that they bring. So I just want to appreciate all of them and all of the work that they do across the county. Kind of in wrap up, just in terms of touching on things, and I've mentioned this as we've been going throughout, so I won't spend a whole lot of time other than to answer any questions you have, but really, again, standing here before you, committed to the sustainability planning that we've been doing for the last few years, adapting our programs to the community's needs, making sure that we're taking what our community health needs assessments are telling us and how we're trying to work within our programs to enhance or pivot to the things that are most needed, doing strategic investments in those different areas. And of course, working with our county partners and our other cities, towns, and non-governmental organizations to make the dollar stretch and to be able to serve the most people possible. And that includes to make that happen, ongoing and continued scaling of staffing and programs up and down, looking for ways to generate revenue, as I've already spoken about, and really working together with all of you, with our county staff and those outside about our intentional leveraging of maximizing our funding. I think that is just so key to everything that we're able to do and that we hope to be able to do going forward. So with that, that concludes my comments, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Well, first off, thank you for that presentation. It was a lot, a lot of divisions and departments to talk about. Really exciting to see all the different elements of the Health and Human Services. Do we have any questions or comments from board members at this time? Supervisor Horstman.
Well, it was a lot. And, just, first and foremost, to thank you to you and your staff for the incredible outreach that you do across Coconino County. And I know we heard from our superintendent of schools about, just the importance of providing that safety net and, providing critical support during times of needs across Coconino County is something, quite frankly, I think we've done an awfully good job at. And, when you just kind of go through what you just broke out in terms of departments, financial supports, healthcare, food, housing, regulatory, setting safety standards and enforcing those, prevention, building resiliency, utilizing those social determinants of health. I mean, it goes on and on. And, I think that Coconino County, there's just no one who does it better. And I really mean that. So you should really be proud of yourself. Great job. Well done. It is certainly appreciated by the people in our communities. Whenever I go and talk with folks, they talk about the various programs and various help that they received. Not to mention, I mean, something very, first and foremost, when we were dealing with COVID and, just the leadership and care and concern that was shown through HHS all across Coconino County. I mean, nobody did it better. And I really do mean that. And so thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I wish we wish for a lot of things, don't we, right now? But I really wish that there were truly the partnership for social service programs. We talked a lot about forest and forest restoration, flood mitigation, and so important. But, social services, it's getting squeezed more and more, and there are less money, there's less availability. In fact, even when we have it and trying to give it, we're having people that are trying, for example, not allowing, if you can believe it, behavioral and mental health care in our school districts. So, it's a crazy world we live, but we do the very best we can, and you do a darn good job for our community. So I just want to thank you, and I wish we had all the money in the world to be able to throw, not throw at, but put into these programs because they are so needed. They're so needed across Coconino County in our community. But, as you say, we maximize the funding we have for the greatest and best good we have across Coconino County. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor Horstman.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments from board members? Supervisor Hess.
Thank you, Chair. When I started here last week, when Tom was taking me around all facilities and we went over to King Street and he was talking as we went through, I just kind of was amazed and baffled. One, that he remembered it all. Two, that it was just so important. Every one of the things you bring up is so important. So I can't imagine not having any of what you offer, because everything is needed. The Meals on Wheels, helping everybody, little children, everything. And just like, you know, Supervisor Horseman said, there's a lot of money that goes into this with all your staff. The biggest thing I'm taking away from this is going into my little book of knowledge of, okay, what does Health and Human Services offer? So thank you for that. And how many people you have under you working diligently to help our community. And that's the biggest takeaway, is how impressed I am that you have this many people all working for the greater of Coconino County. And I appreciate and applaud that. So continue your good work, and thank you very much. All of you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Supervisor Hess.
Thank you. Vice Chair Begay.
Yeah, Kim, thank you, you and your staff and the whole staff, and all these, department, the whole department that you have. Certainly, you know, your mission vision, your strategic, priorities means a lot. The quality, the workforce development, the service deliveries, the sustainability, your outreach services, you know, all of that means a lot to our communities, whether it's rural or in bigger areas. But I guess what I'm really kind of concerned a little bit is in the area of how you have 139 employees that are being paid through grants. Because sometimes grants come and go. And so I just think, you know, how do you have a succession plan, or looking at some plans, you know, if anything happens, just like right now we're on a CR, what would happen now? And, you know, what if they don't fund, you know, certain things again? So what, then we're going to be left without these services. So that's one. And then also, and I know that all these grants and funds that we get comes with guidelines, and just for instance, you know, there's so much money that you make, you know, they go by income levels. And those are federal income guidelines, like HUD has that. And so it's just like, you know, how do we go about, going door to door, knocking in Washington DC to change that, you know, that's going to be a real hard task, but still yet, you know, I think, you know, that's more reason why a lot of people don't get service. It's because of the income level guidelines that they have. And so working with HUD and working with Navajo Housing Authority for X number of years, and that's how it was, you know, in people that don't actually work, or people that don't, one parent is working part-time, those are the only ones that can get in. And there's no income coming in. So those are the only ones that come in. But, you know, we're short on our employee housing, we're short on veteran homes, you know, all other stuff, but they all have to qualify under this guideline. So as you were talking, I was thinking about all the, in all areas, you know, what I know is hard to do, you know, but, and nonetheless, you know, I think, you know, somehow advocacy, that's what we're here for as a board, is our job is to do advocacy. So anything that you wish to have the board, you know, run up to the Hill or down to the state with, you know, we're here and we can speak on your behalf, and all departments within the county. So anyway, those are the two things, the things that I want to kind of bring up, and that was just a little concern that I had. So yeah. So anyway, that's the ones that I wanted to bring up, and I just want to thank you again. Of course, you know, you have supervisors here that are very supportive. You have the board that's here that's supportive, and we do everything we can, you know, to ensure that everybody gets helped out there, or we're providing services to the people that are within the county. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. And I just wanted to clarify with respect to your concern about staff being funded by grants. I just want to clarify, 41% of our HHS staff are fully funded by grants. And some of those grants are grants that have been around for many, many years, that are pass-through grants through the state, that we have been funding programs at the county and staffing at the county for many, many years. And that funding, for the most part, remains fairly stable. And when it goes away, unfortunately, as you saw during COVID in particular, that funding doesn't necessarily fund at the level that we need it to make sure that we are preventing things from happening and being prepared. But when things start to happen, then funding sources get allocated to staff up or beef up in certain areas. And so I think that while that's something that certainly keeps me up at night, as we work through the chess game, if you will, and how we put those puzzle pieces together, it is part of our reality and how the county is able to provide services, and that we're constantly keeping an eye on that, and certainly appreciate any advocacy that, and will certainly make sure that we ask for that advocacy in every avenue that we are able to, that's going to be able to provide better service to our county and to our partners who are able to provide services. Because again, we don't want to do everything at HHS. We need our partners and our other nonprofit entities and others to help solve some of these concerns and issues for our community. We can't do it all. The county can't be everything to all people. And so it's really finding that balance. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments from board members? All right, I think we're still marinating on that huge presentation and all the services that are provided. I'm sure there might be some questions that come up when we get to part 2. Oh, Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, there's so much need and yet budget. And how do we maneuver that? And how do we merge it all together and we provide all the services that we need to do out there? So I've been wondering, and I kind of have said it out loud a couple of times, is do we need a health summit in the county? I feel with the numbers that I'm back with the community assessment again, with the numbers that are coming out, with all the services that you're providing and the numbers that are, the information that came back from the assessment, you know, and then what we're hearing from the schools, you know, I feel like there needs to be all, you know, call to all that works in this community of Coconino County, ever provide service, to come together and to address the issues together. You know, because we have tribal lands, they have their own services. We have several tribes. We have the Park Service. We provide service there, but how do we coordinate better, and how do we find our counterparts with these other partners? I don't feel like they're really at the table, and it's just a question that I've been just asking out, wondering how to address this. I asked this of Barbara when she was a division director, and Marie Peoples. With Marie Peoples, we were too busy trying to reorganize the organization, you know, the health department, to streamline it better. So, you know, that's just something that maybe I think you all need to think about. I'm just wondering if that's maybe what, sometimes it's better that everybody's at the table and to share numbers, to be able to say, I can pick it up here, I'll be able to do this.
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Fowler. I think that there's definitely opportunity around that kind of summit concept. You know, certainly we're finally at, and I appreciate, you know, your acknowledgement of, you know, certainly when I became part of the Health and Human Services Department, you know, we're in the middle of a pandemic, a global pandemic. And we are finally in a position, and I know Steve had mentioned this in his opening budget comments of, can we truly start looking forward into the future about where we want things to go instead of always needing to be reactionary. And I think we're in a good place to do that. I think we've got great people passionate about the work and that already are making phenomenal contacts across the state, across the country in our organizations. And so I think there is opportunity to look at what we may want to do in terms of bringing all of those partners together. And we really grew that a lot over COVID. And we talk about the schools and we talk about all of our service providers. Those are relationships that weren't necessarily there before, and they're there now, and we're utilizing them on a daily basis. And, we talk about the schools, and this is just one piece of that, whether it's the partnership that we have with Cheryl and her office and the things that we do together and, look at leveraging funding and grants, and as well as across all of our school districts. They reach out all the time about things. So I think there's some good, there's definitely some value in that. And I think I appreciate that. I think we can certainly take that back and look at what does that look like and how do we maybe sponsor something like that in.
Maybe it's not a summit. I don't know what to call it, it's something that I'm wondering, I'm just thinking about the numbers from the different reports are coming in the same needs. So how do we address that together? Housing, food insecurity. Now we're going to lose our dollars there. And yet people are always looking forward to that now. And you have to have $100,000 in order for you to have a house now. 80% increase since 2020. That is just absolutely amazing in our region here. We always think about Flagstaff, but it applies to Page across our county. So that's why I'm wondering, okay, these are staggering numbers, especially the mental health and substance abuse. And how do we address that? How do we reach the people that are most in need? What I know is the one that is most in need doesn't realize that they're in need. They don't ask for help. I'm fine. I'm doing great. And how do we reach those? And that's where I think the issue is. And I'm just wondering, so how do we go back? How do we refer our people that are in detention center and the healthcare treatment out here? How do we send them home? How do we know if it's safe there? What resources are there that we transfer that person to? That follow through. These are just things that are just ever since your presentation, my mind's just been like just going, and then with the students again. And we hear it, I hear it, the students.
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Fowler. And I think there's a lot of exciting things that, I could stand up here for like 4 days and tell you about really cool things going on.
Yeah.
And the work that is happening from a coalition building standpoint, to your point about what you're talking about, how are we making sure that the very people who need those services, to your comment about how are we making sure that when people are being released from detention and where they're going, we know a lot of that. We're actually doing a lot of that. We just don't have we're just not, there's just not enough hours in the day to also share that story too, while we're also doing the work.
Yeah.
And so I think that's an opportunity there to keep growing that and to utilize the other people in all of our communities to be a part of those coalitions and to help us build what is needed for our communities.
I know you're all doing really wonderful things. I think this is a great outline as the things you're working on. But, the schools are still asking for mental health services. They're saying it's not in the school system. So, and that's where we all get our feedbacks, and it's like, okay, but it's out here somewhere. Where is it? So anyway, I couldn't do the work that you do. I used to think I was going to be a social worker. I would come home crying. Then I thought I was going to be a nurse. And I was assigned to the pediatric as a student. I couldn't handle it. Then I thought, okay, and then I worked at Head Start. I couldn't handle that. I drive home crying. So, you know, the work that you all do and caring for people, you got to have a huge heart and a huge emotional strength and inner strength to be able to do that. I don't have that. So, and I know that about myself, and I just commend all of you, all your staff that are out there every day, because you got to be really strong to be able to work in the area where there's people that are in most need. So thank you, and you got to take care of yourself.
Definitely a priority, and thank you, Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you.
If you are all interested in watching the video, I think Erica can put it up. If you are not, that is fine too, or you can break and do whatever you're going to do, and it can play in the background. It's 3 minutes. Okay. I know, 'cause I messed up the technology. Okay, we're going to let Erica, since thankfully she is remote with us, and I think she has it to be able to tee up.
Erica, if you just want to unmute, then they'll be able to hear too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good job. Points regained. Good job. Thank you. We do have some things still, so we're not done with the meeting, but I would ask if we could take a quick 10-minute bio break, 4 o'clock. All right, we'll be back.
We can be done if you want to be done. I don't think unless there's anything, Mr. Chair.
We could, well, no,
Is there
I
anything?
think there's some,
Is there anything left that needs to be discussed today?
We have staff, Gregory,
Gregory, you're up. Yeah, there's one
just
thing.
give me,
So we will return at 4 o'clock. I gotta go.
okay, we'll do a break. We'll do a break. We're doing a break now? All right.
All right, so we're all back after our quick break. We have a few more items or one more item to address. But before we do that, I just wanted to put a shout out and a thank you to Sheriff's Deputy Ray Bauer for putting in overtime to be here today and share the afternoon with us. So thank you. All right. Now, Mr. Gregory, pass it on to you.
Thank you, Chair Vasquez and board members. Pleasure to be here today. I'll keep it very brief. I did send out some updates in your email for a more robust update. Probably the breaking news of the day is our senior senator, Kirsten Sinema, has announced that she will no longer, will not seek reelection this year. So we've prepared a letter that's circulating on the dais to get out to her, thanking her for her commendable and tremendous public service to Coconino County by delivering tremendous resources during some of our darkest days as it relates to post-wildfire flooding and recovery after wildfire. Shifting gears, Congress is in the process of moving 6 appropriations bills forward. We shall see how they move that forward on Wednesday. We're monitoring that very closely. In the bill, there is full funding of PILT at $515 million. We're waiting on a determination of SRS. When I did look at the initial bill text, it's not in there. It does require reauthorization, but we have been working with Bob and Anna. Congressman Crane's office has indicated that they may end up co-sponsoring the PILT reauthorization, or sorry, the SRS reauthorization in the House. So we're monitoring that. The best news of the day is that we've secured pending passage and signature by the president, $2 million of our FY24 congressionally directed spending request. That is about 72.94% of what we requested. This is a tremendous accomplishment in the face of a reduced budget, changing negotiations and guidance in the House. And so just want to thank Senator Kelly's office and Senator Sinema's office for delivering this funding. We will be needing to come to the board to discuss how it would be allocated. And we have questions in with the Forest Service as it relates to the management of the fund and ensuring that it remains fully fungible. Just to go through briefly, we had requested money for Lowell Observatory, Government Tank Protect Grant match, and then the Copeland Detention Facility expansion match for that for FY24. And so that's pending passage. It's in the final bill, and we'll have that money allocated to us, and we'll draw down on it. On the state side, the HCR 2023 property tax refund nuisance enforcement passed the Senate and has passed the House, so it'll be transmitted to the Secretary of State. It does not go through the governor's office. It will go to the voters in 2024, and that's the bill that basically if a complainant has an issue in front of their house, such as an encampment or something, and then they can prove that the local jurisdiction did not take the necessary steps to mitigate that encampment, they can petition for a reimbursement of their property taxes. And so that's directly targeting the issues in the city of Phoenix and the zone, but this would become statewide if enacted by the voters. The bill last week to allow alternative fuel vehicles to pay into HERF was defeated in the House. It did not receive a full 2/3 vote. Our delegation supported it with the exception of Representative Marshall. The bill that Treasurer Benatar 1431, that's in response to the SCOTUS case as it relates to Tyler v. Hennepin County and the government being able to seize the surplus value in Hennepin, that bill to fix our issue with tax lien sales is passed out of the chamber, and its mirror bill in the House is moved over to the Senate as well. So that's good. Assessor Ruiz's bill 1496, property tax exemptions inflation adjustment, was passed by the House Ways and Means Committee last week. And then the destroyed property tax assessment bill also passed the Senate Finance and Commerce Committee last week. So our the DOD's military installations bill, which we've been supporting, that was first read in the Senate yesterday. So that's tracking through its opposite chamber. And then for the cross certification, the Peace Officers Bill 1683 that we've been working on with the sheriff, that we're waiting on third read in the Senate to get that over to the House. Letter went out yesterday. Thank you, Chair Vasquez, in your office for a quick response on supporting the HB 2012 in the Senate to extend DFFM. And then I've signed the board in support of HB 2037, which is a clean version, 8-year full extension of ADOT. And speaking with Karen Cruz, the major concern with ADOT's reauthorization from the Freedom Caucus is programs that support multimodal, development of greenhouse gas and carbon reduction plans, and then motor vehicle travel mile reduction plans, and then also the development of passenger rail between Phoenix and Tucson. So there's another bill in the Senate that contains a lot of riders. We call them poison pills. And so we're monitoring that, but a clean version did pass out of the House last week, and the board has signed in support of that based on consistent and our legislative agenda and consistent direction from the board as it relates to those legislative items. So with that, I'll pause for any questions or turn it over to Keith, who will be very brief.
Do we have any questions or comments from board members? No? Okay, please continue.
So the only couple of things I'll add, first of all, also want to appreciate Senator Sinema's office. There's a letter going around that we're sending out in addition to work with forest restoration, flood mitigation here, the federal dollars that came, and also the pandemic relief packages. She was also instrumental in congressional spending, including digital transformation that the county got and the other congressional spending projects that are still pending for 2024 that are in this budget. The only other thing I'll mention is that the two senators, Sinema and Kelly, their congressional spending or congressionally directed spending portal will open tomorrow. So we will be submitting projects before the deadline. And we brought those projects to you in January. There's 8 of them that I think the county is considering. One of them is a sheriff's office project, which will be separate from what the county as an entity puts together. We'll have 7 that are probably considering, and we'll bring those to you in a board meeting on March 19th. I won't outline the projects here in the interest of time, but Gregory did send out an email this afternoon, which does have all those projects listed, so you can refresh your memory there. And with that, I'll close unless anybody has any questions.
Are there any questions or comments from board members? All right, thank you. County Manager Peru.
2 quick announcements. John Saltonstall will be joining the Coconino County on Monday, March 11th, and he'll be joining us as our new Economic Development Director. And then the other announcement is on this Friday, Executive Leadership Academy for the county employees is taking place Friday the 8th from 9:30 to 11:30 at the Center for the Arts. And so we would appreciate board member attendance. It'd be great to have you there. So that is all we have.
Oh,
Clerk Daly.
Chair Vasquez, I just want to make a note too, under planning calendar. We've put time on the board's calendar for this Thursday at 3:30 for a virtual only, with Attorney Winkler on an elections case. So we're drafting an agenda for that if needed. So, but we've put it on the calendar, assuming it will be needed.
Remote?
Remote, yeah.
3:30? Okay, thanks.
3:30.
Thank you. Friday?
This Thursday, March 7th, 3:30.
Thursday.
Thursday, correct.
Thursday.
March
3:30.
7th.
Friday, 9:30 is the LA. Thank you. We have no other business before you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. And unless there are any objection, I would say we pass on roundtable today and go ahead and adjourn the meeting.
Can I just real quickly, because Senator Sinema, I think it's really important, and it's going to be old news, Adam. It's going to be old news here if we wait till the next board meeting, but you know, certainly Senator Sinema, as a letter has said, and as we will state, certainly has been a friend of Coconino County. Whenever she and her staff, when we've needed assistance for forest restoration, flood mitigation, any kind of disaster relief, she and her staff have really been here. Not only did she travel out here to see the fires and some of the post-wildfire flooding, but she and her staff have made themselves available to us on a moment's notice as needed to assist us through our requests. You know, she was also absolutely instrumental in that infrastructure bill, which brought hundreds of millions of dollars here to Arizona for forest restoration and water infrastructure programs. So, you know, I wish her well in her decisions moving forward, but you know, just job well done for us here in Coconino County. So a big thank you to Senator Sinema.
Thank you. Supervisor Fowler.
And I'd just like to add that she's even allowed her staff to come out to learn more on the federal NACO's educational federal trip. And our county was involved in that. So they really had just on the ground, they were really trying to educate themselves. And I really think that takes a lot out of to be able to do that. Not every congressional delegation do that. And she's been very supportive. Her staff are very knowledgeable, and just really wish her all the luck and thank her for always being there for us.
Thank you. Any other comments by board members? Okay, well, I'd just like to say thank you as well because, you know, in the 3 years that I've been here, she's been very active here and helped us get many different funding sources for many different projects as a result of the fires and the floods that we've dealt with. And so truly grateful for her work and wish her the best moving forward. Thank you.
And I wish the border bill that she worked on really hard that passed. Yeah, probably. And because in our area, we work with a consulate when they come out. So.
Thank you. All right. Do we need a motion to adjourn or can we just adjourn? So I have the power. Okay, with that said, meeting adjourned. Thank you, everyone.